202. In the past 2 days of training, the barefoot old man's attacks had become fiercer and fiercer. Although he no longer made Chen Pingon do the cruel act of flaying his skin and pulling out his tendons, he used the deity beating drum style to smash Chen Pingon's body and spirit. Layer by layer, it really made Chen Pingon feel like he was in heaven. Outside the bamboo building, the girl in pink was eating melon seeds absent-mindedly. She did not even realize that she had bitten her lips until they bled. As for the little boy in green sitting on the edge of the cliff cultivating, he always had a serious expression. He not only had to rely on his innately strong body to desperately digest the high-quality snake gall stone in his stomach, but he also had to concentrate his spirit and try his best not to be disturbed by the frightening movements in the bamboo building. Even the royal river water snake himself did not know that this was actually a great opportunity to cultivate both the mind and the body. The scene of the chi movement in his body was like a flood crashing against a pillar in the river. It could only be encountered but not sought. Occasionally, when the girl in pink was really restless, she would reach out and touch the bamboo building. Although the words written by the Confucian scholar Li Shixing did not appear on the walls of the bamboo building, she had firmly engraved them in her heart. The content of the words and even the outline of the strokes were clear as day. She could not stop her master from wailing or banging against the wall upstairs, so she would force herself to silently recite the poems and articles on the wall. This was also cultivation. As for the snake gall stone, naturally the more the better. It was a treasure that all the flood dragons in the world dreamed of, but it also abided by the hidden rule of 10 million. Wei Pai had divulged this to the two little guys before and explained the reason behind it. The first high-quality snake gall stone could be digested by the hybrid flood dragons in about a year. The fire python girl's body was not strong, so it would take a little longer, maybe 13 or 14 months. On the other hand, the little boy in green only needed half a year. However, the second stone was not so easy. It would take 10 years of hard work to swallow it, the third one would take 100 years of grinding, the fourth one would take a long 1,000 years, and the fifth one would take 10,000 years. In fact, whether or not there was a fifth high-quality snake gall stone did not mean much. Could not even be considered as icing on the cake. At most, it would be a rare collection in the family's treasure house. Therefore, when the little boy in green held 3 high-quality snake gall stones in his hand, he turned his head and began to drool over ordinary snake gall stones. There was no guarantee that he could break through, but he could accumulate cultivation for 10 years and constantly consolidate the thickness of his current realm. He could increase his cultivation by eating. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Wasn't that wonderful? At that time, the little boy in green only thought that he could just lie and enjoy himself. Enjoy the sun every day, watching the wind, flowers, snow and the moon. How comfortable it was. Only after Chen Pingon practiced his fist in the bamboo house did the green-clothed boy change his mind and immerse himself in training. For the simple-minded imperial river water snake, his thoughts were not complicated. He did not want to see anyone killed with one punch, and even more so, he did not want Chen Pingon, this bumpkin master, to surpass his realm. How embarrassing would that be? The world is big, but we, the heroes of the Jianghu, have the greatest face. Inside the bamboo house, the barefoot old man had his arms crossed over his chest as he looked down at the youth curled up on the ground. He was in so much pain that the muscles all over his body emitted the sound of soybeans bursting. The old man's previous 28 punches, the god-beating drum style, had hit Chen Pingon's 28 chi residences, making Chen Pingon look like he was on the verge of death. The old man sneered and said, "It's only 28 punches and you're already like a dead man. How unsightly. If you can't take 30 punches, these 3 realms can't be considered the strongest 3 realms in the world." Chen Pingon, who was reeking of blood, did not have the time to talk back. He relied on the breathing method taught by Old Yang, the vital qi that he found in his body like a fire dragon, and the 18-stop qi circulation method that Alliance said was discovered by countless sword immortals. With these 3 factors, he gritted his teeth and withstood the old man's 28 punches. The old man kicked Chen Pingon's back. Chen Pingon's entire body hit the wall and fell heavily to the ground. The qi sea that had stabilized with great difficulty went to waste as it stirred up trouble again. Chen Pingon, who was lying on the ground, looked like he had epilepsy. The old man laughed and said, "What does a pure martial artist rely on to stand at the peak of the mountains? Just by relying on one breath, you can forcefully exhaust those qi refinement warriors who can freely borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." With your breath, if you suffer a little, you will lose the ability to punch. You still want to hide and recuperate? Will the person who punched you give you this chance? Therefore, the breath that you, Qin Pingon, have accumulated is far from enough. Suffer a little. Qin Pingon, whose face was covered in blood, could not say a word to refute. Although the old man's mouth was vicious and he was extremely mean and sarcastic, if a martial arts grandmaster who had a life-and-death battle with the old man, or an immortal on the mountain who was seriously injured or killed by the old man, they would definitely feel incredulous. Apart from his superb fist skills, the old man was also famous for being arrogant. At his peak, as the only 10th realm martial artist in the Eastern Treasure Bottle State, he only relied on his physical body and a pair of fists to dominate the land of the 3 continents. Before he punched, the old man did not announce his name. After he punched, he did not announce his identity. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. After a fight, he would leave. If he accidentally killed someone, if his disciples and grand-disciples had the guts and ability, they could just seek revenge on him. Even if you were to be ganged up on by 10 people for 100 years, even if you were to use all sorts of magical treasures and schemes, he would still use his fists to take them all. At that time, the 3 continents only knew that this nameless immortal with an eccentric temper rarely showed any respect to those who had lost to him. Even if it was an opponent who was on par with him, the old man would not take him seriously. He did not even have the slightest thought of taking in disciples. This bamboo house of Luopa Mountain was very mysterious. The old man surnamed Chui could stay awake for 2 hours every day. Now, as he returned to the peak step by step, he could keep his mind clear for half of the time. This grandfather of the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong, after falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley, he had completely lost his good impression of the family. Because of his grandson's incident, he was once heartbroken by the bunch of bastards in the family who wanted to curry favor with the rich and powerful. Now that he was in Luopa Mountain, he stayed in the bamboo house every day. From time to time, he would stand on the 2nd floor and look at the scenery in the distance. The old man began to like such a quiet place. It was not as simple as the bamboo house being his blessed land. Wei Pai walked out of the bamboo house and just happened to hear the old man roar, "Qin Pingon, why are you lying down? If you can't stand up, you have to crawl up. Do you know who is the only person I respect when I travel far and wide in my life, killing and injuring countless people with my fists? It's an 8th realm martial artist whose name I can't even remember. When this person was on the verge of death, I stepped on his face. Before the 8th realm martial artist died, he tried his best to raise his fist and gave me the last punch of his life. Even if that punch was weaker than that of a young woman, that punch is a punch that all the 10th realm martial artists in the world, even the legendary 11th realm martial gods, have to respect and admire. That punch is where the true divine will of us martial artists lies." Bam 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 bam. Obviously, Qin Pingon, who had struggled to get up, was hit into the wall again and again. "Qin Pingon, come again. This little bit of pain is nothing. If you have a penis, stand up and take another punch." The old man was silent for a moment and then suddenly became angry. He cursed and swore. Many of his curses were actually learned from the young man in Mud Bottle Alley. It turned out that Qin Pingon's heartstrings were almost broken. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Qin Pingon was unwilling to admit defeat. Not only did he rely on his last breath to hold on, he even unintentionally used the illusory heart chi. After he was sent flying by the old man's punch, his heart chi plummeted. It was truly a matter of life and death. This was also the first time an accident had occurred after the old man had taught him martial arts. The old man, who was unforgiving, had already squatted down and hurriedly covered the young man's chest with his palm. He looked down and saw the young man's dark face that was twisted in pain. The young man's arm on his chest was clenched into a fist. It was purely an instinctive action. The old man stretched out his other hand and gently grasped the young man's fist that had cracked skin and exposed white bones. He showed a rare kind look and laughed softly, "Boy, not bad. The fist moves are in the lower part, the fist intent is in the higher part, and the fist technique is in the depths of the heart. You have walked on the true martial arts path." However, at this time Qin Pingon murmured curses. It was unknown whether he was dreaming or confused. The old man was stunned and laughed instead of being angry. "Boy." The next day Qin Pingon took 29 punches before he fainted. The first thing Qin Pingon did after waking up was to walk to the 2nd floor with difficulty and ask, "Will I be killed by you after 30 punches next time?" The old man opened his eyes in the room. "No. Then Qin Pingon stood under the eaves of the second floor and began to curse. Gu Ken's mother was once known as the town's #1 curser. She cursed so much that even Granny Ma from Apricot Blossom Alley had to go home to sum up her experience. After learning her lesson, she still lost again and again. Then Qin Pingon, who often listened in on cursing battles, was influenced by what he saw and heard. If he really opened his mouth to curse, his skills would certainly not be bad. After the practice tomorrow, he would definitely not have the chance to curse. Today he would curse first and think about it later. In any case, he had already eaten his fill. The old man would not beat him to death, so what was there for Qin Pingon to be afraid of? If he did not curse, Qin Pingon was really afraid that he would suffocate to death. He would die of anger before he could practice his fist. This would not do. The old man did not care about this at all. In fact, this was a good thing, because this was precisely one of the important aspects of practicing fist. The young man from Clay Bottle Alley had accumulated too many emotional impurities. It was like the garbage that Qin Pingon swept away bit by bit. It did not affect his state of mind because, out of sight, out of mind. However, once he climbed up the martial path in the future, these impurities would continue to be magnified. When he was at the second or third level, he could be hammered by the old man's various fist techniques and magical powers, which could be removed relatively easily. Once he reached the great threshold of martial arts between the 6th and 7th level, or the natural moat between the 9th and 9th level, it would be as difficult as ascending to the sky to get rid of it. However, the old man was not a clay bodhisattva. How could he stand the endless cursing? He shouted angrily, "Bastard, one more word of nonsense and I will beat you to death now." Qin Pingon chuckled and left very satisfied. The old man laughed and scolded in a low voice in the room. He really is like Qinshan when he was young. At this point, the old man's expression became somewhat absent-minded. When Qinshan was young as his grandfather, was he too harsh and heartless towards him? Was he too eager to help him grow? The third sage of Confucianism had a famous saying that was passed down to the world. At birth, man's nature is good. Similar natures, different habits. The old man sighed. He had personally experienced that soul-stirring battle between the 3rd and 4th level. The outcome was like this. This was also because the old man did not dabble too deeply. Previously, he had traveled through a nameless mountain and encountered an old man in a Confucian robe. The sun had just risen and the old man was strolling around the mountain peak, slowly stretching his muscles and bones as if he was drawing circles. However, with the eyes of a martial artist of the 10th level, he could see that although the old man seemed to be walking in circles, in fact, every time he drew a circle he would slightly expand outwards. He asked curiously, "Why don't you take a step out?" The old man in a Confucian robe smiled and replied, "It would not do to break the rules." They talked about everything under the sun. After that, he never saw the figure of the old scholar again. On the 3rd day before the old man practiced his fist, he smiled and said to Qin Pingon, "Since you've already established yourself in the 3rd level, then let's continue. I'll solidify your 4th level martial arts foundation. The matter of traveling far away won't take up these few days." Qin Pingon shook his head and said no. As long as Master Wan succeeded in forging the sword, he had to leave immediately. The old man continued to tempt Qin Pingon to practice his fist. "Earlier, why was I able to kill Sun Shujian, who was at the peak of the 6th level, with one punch with my 5th level cultivation? It's because of the difference between the same level. Therefore, even in the path of martial arts, which is the most difficult to surpass level to kill, I could still easily kill Sun Shujian, who was one level higher, because his foundation was too loose." Take the imperial examinations for example. Among the scholars who made it to the court examinations, why were there some who were unspeakably honorable Zhuangyuan and Tanhua, while the rest were Jinshe and even those pitiful fellow Jinshe? That throne room is one level, but within the same level there are still different levels. Qin Pingon, you have to know that the difference between the 3 and 4 levels of martial arts is huge. It's no different from the last level of the lower 5 levels of Qi refinement warriors and the first level of the middle 5 levels. There's a huge divide. Whether or not I helped you solidify your foundation, you should know best how much you've gained from suffering so much. If you can break through the 4th level in one go, as long as you break through the bottleneck, the martial arts path of the next 4 levels will be smooth. Wouldn't that be great? Qin Pingon did not hesitate and still shook his head. Since old Yang said that it was not good to stay here for long and that he had to leave the mountain after getting the sword and head south, Qin Pingon would definitely not delay for more than 5 minutes. Actually, deep in his heart, Qin Pingon was still a little fearful of practicing martial arts above the 3rd level. He would be lying to himself if he said that he was not afraid. The old man nodded. It's a good thing that you can withstand the temptation. Sun Shujian's talent is not bad, but there are countless people who die prematurely because of greed. Today I'll make an exception and reward you once. I'll change the 30 punches to 31 punches. Don't worry, I guarantee that no one will die. I'll help you solidify the 3rd level. You don't have to be grateful to me. Who asked you to be Momo's husband? On the surface, the old man spoke in a pleasant manner, but how could Qin Pingon not know the murderous intent in his words and the chilliness in them? He had scolded to his heart's content yesterday, but in the end, was he going to suffer retribution today? In the end, after 31 punches, Qin Pingon slept in the big medicine barrel for the first time for a day. He then slept on the bed for an entire night. At dawn, Qin Pingon walked out of the house. Wei Pai and the 2 little fellows were sitting under the roof. After seeing Qin Pingon, Wei Pai sat on the bamboo chair and raised his head. He cupped his fists and said joyfully, "Congratulations, congratulations." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's a long story." The girl in pink gave the bamboo chair to her master. After Qin Pingon lowered his voice, Wei Pai said, "Wan Ting will open the furnace in 2 days. Previously, when I was chatting with Little Snake, I heard that you wanted to buy a blade strengthening gourd. Then I made the decision on my own and changed the original betrothal gift from Dali Imperial Court to a mountain. I didn't want 5 transcendent artifacts and only accepted 1 gourd. Qin Pingon, if you feel that you've suffered a loss, you can change it and continue to accept the original 5 transcendent artifacts from Dali." The girl in pink and the boy in green exchanged glances with each other, persuading Qin Pingon not to be blinded by greed and to take the 5 transcendent artifacts. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Of course I want that blade strengthening gourd." Wei Pai laughed heartily and waved his sleeve. In an instant, a small vermilion gourd was held in his palm. Compared to the small silver gourd hanging from Alliance's waist, it was slightly smaller. Its color was warm and its style was simple and unadorned. It was easy to fall in love with it at first sight. Qin Pingon's face was full of surprise. He carefully held the vermilion gourd with both hands. He opened his eyes wide and looked at it carefully. Wei Pai smiled and explained, "This blade strengthening gourd can only be considered a medium-grade item. It's not a real divine item, but it's already very rare. After all, it's in the Eastern Bottle continent and can't be compared to the Julu continent where sword cultivators run rampant. However, even if you take it to the Julu continent, this small gourd can still make sword cultivators of the Middle 5 realms drool." Wei Pai pointed at the bottom of the small gourd. The bottom design is Jiangwu, which is a homonym for the word Jianghu. It's quite fun. Moreover, it's most likely a precious relic of a sword cultivator with the surname Jiang. Do you like it? Qin Pingon smiled happily and hurriedly replied, I like it, I like it. How can I not like it? The blade strengthening gourd." The little girl in the pink dress covered her mouth and laughed. The little boy in green rolled his eyes and slapped his forehead. Well, the key is that he knows his stuff. He knows that the blade strengthening gourd is priceless. That's why he's so happy. Master's money grubber habit really can't be changed. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Can it store wine?" Wei Pai nodded and smiled. Of course it can. It's not a problem to store more than 10 kilograms of wine. It won't hinder the nourishment of the flying sword. However, you must remember that in the blade strengthening gourd, you can't nourish flying swords that go against your will and chi. There's no need to pay attention to things like the more the better. Otherwise, it will delay the process of nourishing the swords. It's best to nourish 2 or 3 swords at the same time. At this point, Wei Pai said self-deprecatingly, if you can nourish 2 flying swords at the same time, it's already scary enough. Let's not talk about the opportunity to obtain a high-grade flying sword. How much wealth and material resources would it require? Qin Pingon silently made a note of it. Then with 2 whooshing sounds, Chuyi, whose original name was Little Fingdu, and the dark green 15, that old Yang gave to Qin Pingon, flew out of Qin Pingon's 2 chi palaces one after another. In a flash, they scuttled into the vermilion blade strengthening gourd. The 2 flying swords seemed to be extremely happy. They flew around randomly inside the gourd, constantly crashing into the inner walls of the gourd. As a result, the small gourd shook slightly in Qin Pingan's hands. Wei Pai's eyes widened. He felt that he had lost all face. He helplessly shook his head and said, "Well, just pretend I didn't say anything." The little boy in green felt proud and said angrily, "Now you know how rich my master is, right?" Wei Pai didn't argue with this little snake and said cheerfully, I know. In the end, Wei Pai smiled and said, "Oh right, there's wine in the gourd. With Qin Pingan's alcohol tolerance, drink as much as you want." After Wei Pai left, Qin Pingan carried a bamboo chair and sat on the edge of the cliff, sipping wine by himself. The girl in pink wanted to follow him, but the little boy in green grabbed her arm and shook his head, indicating that she shouldn't join in the fun. Qin Pingan leaned comfortably against the back of the chair and stretched his legs. His hands held the small gourd that temporarily served as a wine pot. After a few mouthfuls of wine, he felt his cheeks and throat burning. His entire body warmed up. Qin Pingan looked toward the distant south, full of longing. It was as if the mountains and rivers there were homonyms for the blade-strengthening gourd in his hands. This was a life that Qin Pingan had never imagined. Living and being able to live well, it was really good. The orphans in Clay Bottle Alley, after their parents passed away, suffered the most from the age of 5 to 7. Sometimes, when they were so hungry that their intestines were in knots, they were so hungry that they wanted to dig the soil to eat. Whenever it was time to eat, smoke rose from the chimneys of every household in the vicinity of Clay Bottle Alley. Even if they were just walking in the alley, the children could smell the tempting fragrance of rice and coriander. The children wore the clothes left behind by their parents. They cut them into the size that they could wear. They couldn't throw away the corners and accumulated them piece by piece. The first time the child ate someone else's food, it was after the family had used up all their money. Everything that could be sold had been sold. The 6-year-old child, on a cold winter day, could not go up the mountain to pick herbs to earn some copper coins. He had completely lost his livelihood, but he was unwilling to steal. He was hungry and cold. Like a little lonely ghost, he walked in the alley from one end to the other, all the way until dusk. When the smoke rose from the kitchen chimneys, the child did not know how to continue living. Previously, a kind-hearted person had asked little Ping An to come to my house for dinner. The child would always smile and say no, there was still rice at home. Then he would quickly run away. But that day the child really lost everything. During the day, he first went to the Yang family's shop and wanted to buy on credit from the old man, but the old man didn't want to see him at all. Then in the dusk, the child felt wronged and wondered if someone would see him and say with a smile, "Little Ping An, come in for dinner." But that day no one opened the door. The door was closed. There were laughter and curses inside. The child finally returned to his yard hungry. He lay on the cold bed with thin bedding and silently told himself, "I'm not hungry. I won't be hungry when I sleep. I won't be hungry when I think of my parents." 203. The barefoot old man walked out of the bamboo house and stood at the edge of the cliff. He came to Qin Pingan's side and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you reminiscing about the sweet after passing a big obstacle?" Qin Pingan's thoughts were interrupted. When he came back to his senses, he took a sip of wine and turned his head with a smile. "Isn't this not very good?" The old man was wearing a plain white linen robe, which looked particularly fresh and neat. "Not very good? Very good. It's so boring to live without hope. A real hero is to be able to bear the hardships and enjoy the blessings. When you're suffering, don't talk to people about how hard it's been like a little girl. When you're enjoying life, just accept it with a clear conscience. It's all a good life that you've earned with your own ability. Why should you hide in your bed and be happy?" Qin Pingan nodded. "Perhaps you won't be too happy if I say some things, but they are indeed my heartfelt words. Senior, are you willing to listen? I've never told anyone about it, not even my best friend Zhou Xian. The barefoot old man squatted beside the bamboo chair and the young man. "What happened to him when he was young? Sure, tell me about it and make this old man happy." Qin Pingan took a sip of wine and handed the red gourd to the old man. The old man waved his hand and said that the wine was not good enough. Qin Pingan opened his heart and said slowly, "Even if I practice martial arts, I would cry out in pain every day and secretly cry a few times. I felt like I was going to be beaten to death by the old man. But until now, I still feel that the worst time in my life was when I was young. One time was the first time I went into the mountains to pick herbs alone. I remember very clearly that the sun was very bright in the sky and I was carrying a basket that was almost as tall as me. At that time I thought that the basket would be able to hold a lot of herbs and my mother would recover faster. Then as I walked, the skin on my shoulder was abraded and I was exposed to the sun. I was sweating profusely and felt a burning pain. Most importantly, at that time I had just left the small town. When I thought of the pain for half a day, for a whole day, I really wanted to die. The old man sneered. He wasn't laughing at Qin Pingon. Instead, he was thinking about the extravagant lifestyle of the Cui family's descendants. They were the top tycoons of the Aquarius continent for generations. Then, when the little brats were practicing their boxing, they were just practicing their stances and all of them acted as if they had been wronged. When they returned home, they would complain to their parents. Or in the cold of spring and winter, they would wrap themselves in fox fur like dumplings and go to private lessons. They felt that they had suffered the most in the world. On New Year's Eve, they wanted to ask their ancestors for a large sum of money. The old man didn't like this, but the other brothers of the same generation really liked it. Qin Pingon continued, "The second time it was because I was hungry. The rice jar at home was almost empty. I sold everything that could be sold. After starving for an entire day, I didn't have the face to ask for help. So, I walked around the alley, hoping that someone would take the initiative to greet me and ask if I wanted to have a meal. The winter of that year was really cold. It was fine during summer and autumn. No matter how poor the family was, it didn't matter if they wore less clothes. Moreover, they could earn some copper coins by going up the mountain to pick herbs. Every time they picked herbs, they could also bring back some wild vegetables and fruits. Or they could borrow a hammer from the neighbor and go to the stream to knock out the small fish hiding under the rocks. When they returned home, they could hang it on the wall and dry it. They didn't need to dip it in oil or salt. They could eat it after drying and it was delicious. But in the winter of that year, there was really no other way. If I didn't ask for help, I would starve to death. What could I do? At first, I was shy and kept telling myself, "Qin Pingon, you promised your mother that you would live well in the future. How can you be like a beggar after your parents have only been gone for a year?" So, at that time I was lying on the bed thinking that I would be able to endure the hunger for a while. But I didn't know that hunger was hunger. I didn't faint from hunger. Instead, the hungrier I was, the more awake I became. With no other choice, I got out of bed and walked out of the courtyard. Then I walked around the alley. There were a few times when I wanted to knock on the door, but I retracted my hand and couldn't open my mouth no matter what. Later, I told myself that I would take one last trip to Mud Bottle Alley. I would walk from one end to the other. If no one opened the door, then tell me, "Little Ping, and have you eaten yet? If not, then come in and eat something." Then I would really knock on the door and beg. But I silently swore in my heart that when I grew up, I would repay the family who was willing to give me food to eat. In the end, I started walking from the alley at the end of the Chow family's ancestral house. In the end, I walked all the way to the end of the alley where Guken's family lived. Still no one opened the door. The old man laughed without the slightest bit of compassion. "What? Which family did you finally knock on the door of? Were they willing to take you in for a free meal?" At this point, Qin Pingon, who didn't have much dispirited and sad expression, became even more spirited, as if he had drunk the best wine. I could only walk back while crying. But after a few steps, the courtyard door behind me creaked open. At first, I didn't dare to look back, but someone took the initiative to greet me. I hurriedly wiped my face and turned my head to look. I saw a neighbor holding a stove in her hand. It was a small stove made of copper on the inside and bamboo on the outside. It was the kind that could be carried around casually. She seemed very surprised to see me. The old man clicked his tongue and said, "There's always a way out. Kid, you ate a full meal for free just like that?" Qin Pingon fiercely wiped his face. It was full of tears, but his face was full of smiles. "No." That neighbor thought about it and asked me with a smile, "Little Pingon, do you really know how to go into the mountains to pick herbs? Do you really recognize those herbs?" Of course I said I recognized them. And I really wasn't bragging. I would go into the mountains to pick herbs every few days for 2 years. I was almost more familiar with the roads than Clay Bottle Alley. She smiled and waved at me, saying loudly, "That's fine. Little Pingon, come here. I want to ask you a favor. My bones can't stand the cold and I need a few herbs to make a soup to nourish my body. But the Yang family's shop is too black-hearted and expensive. I can't afford it. Little Pingon, Can you go into the mountains to pick herbs after spring? I'll give you copper coins, but the price has to be lower. Qin Pingon said softly. I walked over and discussed with her. She handed her fire dragon to me. After we finished talking, she saw that I didn't move. She smiled and asked, What? You haven't eaten yet and you still want to cheat me of my food? No, unless it's included in the price of the herbs. I won't let you enter this door. Qin Pingon smiled and looked into the distance. After my parents passed away, I saw all kinds of eyes. Many people of the same age called me the scourge that killed my parents. Even if I watched them flying kites from afar and fishing in the river, some people would throw stones at me. There were also some adults who liked to call me a bastard. They said that a lowly person like me would be dirty even if I worked for a rich family. They said that I was more of a hindrance than the broken pieces of porcelain in the old porcelain mountain. But that day that woman chatted with me and said that I had to spend money to eat. Senior, you definitely don't know how happy I was at that time. When I entered the house to eat, my face was full of tears again. She joked and said, Oh, little Pingon, is my cooking too good or too bad? How can I make people cry from eating? At that time I only dared to lower my head and eat, saying that it was delicious. The old man grunted and reminded him, Then have you ever thought that the neighbor actually wanted to help you? But she changed to a better method. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I didn't think of it at first. Later on, after eating and paying the bill more often, I quickly understood. That neighbor was later Gukan's mother. So every time Gukan's mother quarreled with others, Qin Pingon would watch from the side. There were a few times when the quarrel became fierce and a group of women would rush up to her and scratch her face and hair. At that time Qin Pingon would run up and protect her. He wouldn't fight back and let the women vent their anger on him. So Qin Pingon never thought of himself as a good person. If Gukan's mother was such a good person, no matter how bad her reputation was in Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, to him Qin Pingon she was his savior. If he didn't think of repaying her, Qin Pingon felt that he wasn't human. So what if he gave Gukan a little loach? So what if he knew that it was a great opportunity? Qin Pingon didn't feel bad at all. When the world gave him kindness, he must cherish it and cherish it no matter how big or small. So when Old Man Yao said that he was half a master in the kiln, Qin Pingon felt that it was the best principle in the world. If it was yours, then grab it. If it wasn't, then don't think too much about it. No one in the world owed you, but if you owed someone, then don't take it lightly. Later Qin Pingon treated Zhou Xian in the same way. After all, going up the mountain to pick herbs wasn't a long-term plan. It was Zhou Xian who taught Qin Pingon how to set traps to catch game, how to make earthen bows, how to fish, and how to burn porcelain in the dragon kiln. It was Zhou Xian who was slightly older who protected Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon lived so bitterly from a child to a teenager until he could support himself. Although he was willing to reason if it involved Gukan or Zhou Xian, for example, that time with the mountain-moving ape, Qin Pingon wouldn't reason at all. As long as he was capable enough, then he would fight to the death. Qin Pingon once said to a girl who didn't belong to his hometown that if he found a girl as good as his mother in the future, even if she was bullied by some Dao ancestor, he would still roll up his sleeves and fight. Whether he could win or not was one thing, but whether he was willing to fight for his wife was another. After marrying such a good wife, Qin Pingon felt guilty that he didn't know how to feel sorry for her. Of course, Qin Pingon felt that he had found such a good girl, but he hadn't said it yet. So he had to go to the Jianghu next. He had to carry the 2 swords that he secretly named Subdue Demons and Exorcise Demons. He had to walk in front of her and muster up the courage to tell her loudly, Miss Ning Ning Yao, whether you like me or not, I like you. I like you very much. As for whether he would be slapped or not even be able to be friends, he had to be thick-skinned and tell her. The old man snatched the blade-strengthening gourd from Qin Pingon's hand and raised his head to take a big gulp. But he didn't immediately throw it back to Qin Pingon. He said angrily, This wine is really not good. Go on. Trivial pickles can only be used as a side dish with this pot of bad wine. Qin Pingon thought for a while and put his hands in his sleeves. After the winter of that year, I seemed to be enlightened. I became thick-skinned. When I was really hungry, I would beg people to eat. Then I remembered it again and again. I thought that after the freezer was opened, I could go to the mountain and earn copper coins to pay them back. There were also kind old people who took the initiative to give me old clothes. I didn't feel embarrassed anymore. I said that I didn't lack anything at home and accepted it honestly. In those few years I risked my life to go into the mountains to gather herbs, but the money I earned was still very little. I was too weak. Many of the herbs in the Yang family's shop were hard to find. This was normal. How could I earn money from easily found herbs, right? In the morning I would go to the iron lock well to fetch water for them. Whenever there was farm work I would go to the fields to help. At night I would squat there and help them snatch water so that others wouldn't cut off the canal. I didn't dare to do it by force, so I needed to hide far away and wait until those young and strong men left before I dared to secretly dig the canal and lead the water to the neighbor's paddy field. I would wait until the paddy field was full of water before I went to fill up the small dam of the ditch. For this reason I was chased and beaten many times. Fortunately I was young but I ran fast so I didn't really suffer much. The barefoot old man leisurely drank his wine. Although he said that the wine wasn't good, in fact he drank quite a bit. His ears were listening to the old man talking about trivial matters in the marketplace, but the old man didn't feel annoyed. Qin Pingon felt much better after speaking his mind. He reached out to take the wine jug, but the old man raised his elbow and slapped the young man's hand away. He said bluntly, "Wait a moment." The old man pinched the wine jug between two fingers and slowly said, "Qin Pingon, you've said so many trivial things. Do you want to listen to this old man talk about some useless principles?" These were the words of this old man when he was at his peak, standing at the peak of martial arts in the world. What do you think of this old man's vision? It's high enough, right? But I still think it's worthless. Do you want to listen? Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Go ahead. I like to listen to people talk about principles." The old man stood up and said, "This old man once met a refined old scholar on a mountaintop in the Central Plains. At that time I didn't know his identity. Later on I roughly guessed his identity, but I didn't understand his good intentions. That's why I ended up in the miserable state of a crazy old man. At that time I was chatting with the old scholar. Although this old man was a pure martial artist talking about fist principles, I was actually a proper scholar. I've read many books. At the end of my chat with the old scholar, I asked him about some things that I couldn't figure out. Then the old scholar roughly explained some of his principles." The barefoot old man carried the wine jug and began to walk in circles. That old scholar said that we live in a very complicated world. Many people's words and actions, even if they're extremely knowledgeable scholars, will still contradict themselves. When we see too many things that don't make sense, it's inevitable that we'll ask if the principles in the books are wrong, or if those principles haven't been fully explained. Then the question is, what should we do? How should we view this world where so many people talk about principles but do things without reason? There are ways. One is to live a pure life. My fists are hard, my swordsmanship is strong, my Tao is strong, and I use these to break things. Complex problems can be solved simply as long as I'm happy. If there are rules in the world that bind me, I'll break them with a punch. If there are great Taoists in the world that suppress me, I'll break them with a sword. Even if I can temporarily do it to my heart's content, I'll always think this way. I'll be unwavering and I'll always walk in this direction. There can be such people, but not everyone can be like this. At this point the old man stopped and looked at Qin Pingon. He said self-deprecatingly, "This old man is such a person." The old scholar continued. "One is to live very intelligently, doing things that save effort and worry. The word rules is used to exploit loopholes. If a scholar is like this, he'll be a cynic. Or he'll choose between reason and reason. He'll choose what suits his feelings and what doesn't suit the reason of the world. As a result, the world is bustling with activity for profit. If the word profit could be replaced with the word propriety, how good would the world be? The last kind is to live a very boring life. They think of complex problems in an even more complicated way. They break down the reason, carefully sort it out, and slowly think about it. Finally, they figure out a reason. It's possible that after doing things in a big circle, they'll realize that they're back to where they started. But is it really useless? There's still some. After thinking it through, they'll feel very comfortable in their hearts. It's like drinking a mouthful of old wine. It's warm and pleasant. The Confucian sages that we scholars worship are actually not as kind and beautiful as the world thinks. They're full of humanity. However, the true knowledge of Confucianism isn't that bad. Even if they don't agree with the 4 words human nature is good, it doesn't matter. They can still persuade people to be good. The barefoot old man strolled in a circle before finally stopping. This old man isn't sure if that old scholar is that person. But now that I think about it, if he really is that person, then it's not easy for the old scholar to be willing to talk to me about this calmly. After all, this old man ran to the central divine continent and smashed their place. The old man raised his arm and fiercely gulped down a mouthful of strong wine. He casually tossed the sword-nurturing gourd to the youth and laughed loudly into the distance. In the past I traveled far and wide. I have a belly full of bold words. I won't be happy if I don't spit them out. The old man stood at the edge of the cliff. He stepped out and looked at the sky. When I walk between heaven and earth, the sun is blazing and the moon is bright in the sky. You have to ask me, is the world bright enough? The old man turned his head and smiled. Qin Pingon. Do you think it's enough? Qin Pingon was just about to lower his head and take a sip of wine when he heard the question. He could only raise his head and say in a daze, "Not enough." The old man laughed loudly and stretched out his hand to point into the distance. When I walk in the pugilistic world, the river is surging and the river water is rolling. You have to ask me, is the river water enough to quench my thirst? Qin Pingon hurriedly took the time to drink a mouthful of wine. After hearing the old man's bold words, he also felt a little heroic. He held the wine gourd in one hand and punched his knee with the other. He joined in the fun and said loudly, "It's not enough." The old man said again, "When I walk on the peak of the mountains, the immortals in the sea of clouds have to ask me, is the wind at the peak cool enough?" Qin Pingon, whose face was flushed red, drank another mouthful of wine. With the strong aftertaste of the wine, his face was full of radiance. He laughed impudently for the first time. "Not enough, not enough. Far from enough. Not enough wine. Not enough wind. Not enough." Over at the bamboo house, the two little fellows looked at each other. The girl in pink was a little worried about her master. Would he turn into a little drunkard just like that? The little boy in green was full of doubts. Had the master gone mad? Had he become stupid from practicing martial arts? Does that mean I don't have to cultivate so diligently? Why don't I slack off for a few days? In the end, Qin Pingon and his chair both collapsed from the alcohol. From then on, there was a young drunkard in the pugilistic world. 204. The young Taoist who had left and returned, the fellow who made many young women and women of the small town yearn for hypocritically, began to set up his stall at his original location again. However, the small town was now extraordinarily lively. There was actually a fellow Taoist who was fighting for business next door. He wore a brand new Taoist robe and was 70 years of age, but his face was rosy, giving off the air of an immortal. Pin Book Network. The old Taoist sat behind a large table, giving off the air of an immortal. On the table was a large, glossy bamboo pot. Inside was neatly trimmed and beautiful bamboo sticks. Beside the table was a luxurious silk banner, with a couplet written on the side. "No yin and yang, no the 8 trigrams, no the heavens, no the earth, the matter of a single stick. You can spend money to avoid disaster, you can accumulate merit, it's just a few coins." This fortune-telling stall's business was booming. There was an endless stream of people from the small town who wanted to have their fortunes told. They all said that it was efficacious. Word of mouth spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100. In addition, the fortune-teller who had just arrived had set up a good business. Now that Longquan County had seen and heard with their own eyes and confirmed that there really were immortals in the world, they became even more sincere. It was said that a stick was a few coins, but no matter how poor a family was, they were still willing to take out a large handful of copper coins to share in the old immortal's auspicious air. The young Taoist stall's business was cold and cheerless. It was truly deserted. When the stall was set up, an oriole flew over from afar, then circled around and left. The young Taoist was a little sad. He looked pitifully at a few young women. They were all familiar faces that he had once chatted with. However, those young women who had come after hearing the news mostly gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. They purposely watched the handsome Taoist's embarrassed state, but they instead became happier. This made the young Taoist a little sad. In the end, he was really bored. Seeing that the stall next door didn't have any fortune-tellers for the time being, he just shamelessly went and sat down on a stool. Although the old Taoist's face was full of righteousness and his eyes looked straight ahead, he was actually rather weak inside. Fists feared the young and strong. If they really fought for business, his old arms and legs wouldn't be able to withstand 2 or 3 punches from this young man before him. The old Taoist had learned some superficial skills in fortune-telling. He was very good at verbal fights, but if they really fought, he would definitely kneel and beg for mercy. The young Taoist with the lotus crown sat down and smiled without saying a word. The old Taoist glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. It was a lotus crown that he had never seen before. In the Aquarius continent and the Southeast continent, other than a few large Taoist temples, almost all the Taoists on the mountain and the foot of the mountain wore a fishtail crown. This could not be messed up. Who would dare to wear it casually when it was a matter that concerned the orthodoxy of a sect? There was no need for the Taoist temple to step in. They would be arrested by the authorities and thrown into jail. The old Taoist was reassured. He was most likely a fledgling who did not even know the rules of entering the sect. He had heard of some superficial rituals and got himself such a nondescript Taoist crown. He might even be proud of himself, thinking that he stood out from the crowd and was different from the rest. The old Taoist calculated the distance between the stall and the county government and felt that he was sure to win. His momentum suddenly changed and his eyes lit up. In an instant he regained the style of an otherworldly master and stared at the good-looking young Taoist. He was very good at scaring people. As expected, the young Taoist revealed an uneasy expression. "Old immortal, could it be that you've discovered that my journey this time was not smooth just by looking at my face? Damn, I met a simple-minded person. This was good. If he was really a hothead, it would not be good." With his glib tongue, he was sure that he could win over this junior who had just entered the trade in 3 sentences. The old Taoist was secretly happy. He thought to himself, how could the business of the stall next to yours be smooth? The old Taoist pretended to be profound. "Since you're a junior, I'll draw a stick. I won't take any copper coins and will help you read your fortune for free." The young Taoist laughed and said, "How could I trouble you, old immortal? I'm just here to chat. It's fate to meet by chance." The young Taoist was saying polite words, but he had already bent forward and was about to reach for a bamboo stick. The old Taoist raised his eyebrows and placed his hand on the bamboo stick. The young Taoist resentfully retracted his hand and waved it gently. He laughed and said, "Haha, I saw that there was some dust on your bamboo stick and wanted to help wipe it off." The old Taoist smiled insincerely. It was obvious that he was not going to close the door and reject the customer. Not far away there was a woman with a child rushing to the stall. The old Taoist did not have the time to waste with a lousy colleague. The young Taoist could only stand up obediently and return to his stall. He held the back of his head with both hands and leaned back, looking at the blue sky. Further away, a young man with long eyebrows came slowly. Before the young man came, he only heard the old ancestor say that he was the master of his lineage. Even Mayor of the Xia family, who was much more ambitious than ordinary people, was still nervous. She only thought that it must be an old immortal with white hair who rode on the clouds. Maybe there were spiritual creatures following him if it was not a crane or a dragon. In short, it must be a big shot with immortal aura. However, when Long Mayor saw the unfamiliar face, she was stunned. The young Taoist was no stranger to the people of the town. He could tell fortunes for woodcutters, read the palms of ladies and women, write letters for people, and do everything. When it came to some happy events, the young Taoist was not careless. He just helped to recite a few auspicious words and then began to eat meat and drink wine. He was a strong young man who lived in the mountains and went into the water. He was not inferior at all and could make people feel sorry for the cost of food. His mother, the well-educated woman in charge of the Xia family, once brought the young man to have his fortune told. She drew a lot and said a lot of good things. The young Taoist was so happy that she turned her head and wiped her tears away. However, the young Taoist went overboard and said that he wanted to read his mother's palms with a sneaky smile. Mr. was so angry that she pulled her mother home on the spot. How could there be such a shameless pervert? After holding her mother's hand and leaving, the young Taoist turned his head and glared at the young Taoist. Just as Xianxia was about to bow respectfully, the young Taoist shook his head slightly and gestured for Xianxia to sit down. Xianxia sat on the bench obediently. The young man with long eyebrows swallowed his saliva and stood beside Xianxia with his head lowered. His mind was a mess. The old Taoist glanced and found that someone went to the stall next door. He almost rolled his eyes. There was someone who was blind enough to look for that young man to have his fortune told? What else could it be if it was not a waste of money? Xianxia did not know what to say. The title of Heavenly Lord was already in his bag, but he could not sit still. The young Taoist ignored Xianxia and raised his head slightly to look at Maya. He joked, I didn't lie to you back then, did I? Your lot was genuine and honest. The young Taoist did not know why he wanted to kneel and kowtow, but he could not. The young Taoist who called himself Zhou Xian at Qin Pingan's stall laughed. Don't be so nervous. You didn't do anything wrong back then. It's unreasonable for you to feel guilty. Why? Do you think you're wrong just because your ancestor seniority is higher? Then you'll have a lot to worry about in this lifetime. The further you go, the more you'll feel that you're wrong. Why bother? You wasted my lot. The young Taoist used to be a smart and sensible child in front of him. How could he be so timid at such a crucial moment? This made Xianxia a little angry. However, just as he was about to scold him, the young Taoist glared at him. Xianxia was so scared that he kept quiet and did not speak. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It turned out that raising eyebrows was not good for him. Zhou Xian chuckled, You really don't plan to keep him by your side? Xianxia sat upright and took a deep breath. He used his supernatural powers to straighten his heart and was no longer as timid as before. He replied, Under the protection of a big tree, it's both a blessing and a bad thing. It's hard for a second tree to grow. Zhou Xian nodded, That's right. After that, Zhou Xian rubbed his chin and chuckled, When I return, I can tell my master about this. I'll ask him to stop nagging about how his disciples are useless and that his master is at least half in the wrong. Xianxia finally calmed down his emotions and was immediately in a mess. He did not say a word with a bitter face. If he wanted to become a heavenly monarch, he might not even be able to keep his title as a Taoist. Of course, his master's master would not be angry over this. However, everyone knew that his master's second senior apprentice brother had an unpredictable temper. If that person were to get angry, who could withstand it? Zhou Xian waved to the young Taoist. Come. Help me look after the stall. I'm going to walk around and meet some acquaintances. How would Longmare dare to take over his place? He would not move even if he was beaten to death. Xianxia was relieved. He was really afraid that Longmare would stupidly sit down. Zhou Xian did not mind. Zhou Xian did not take it to heart as he instructed Xianxia, who had hurriedly stood up. I am not going to meet the others. Go and greet them and tell them not to stick their warm faces to cold buttocks. I am not in a good mood recently and I am afraid that I will not be able to hold back when the time comes. Hee. Also, if I want to meet your grandson in the future, there is no need for you to go through the trouble of bringing him here. Even if he is hiding in the blessed land below, I can still meet him. Xianxia lowered his voice and nodded, I'll follow your orders. Zhou Xian coughed and asked with a smile, Where's the child's mother? Why didn't she come? I haven't even had the time to read her palm. Xianxia, who saw the master of his lineage for the first time, stammered and could not say a word. The rumors that were secretly spread among the heavenly monarchs and Taoist masters were all lies. Longmare was completely stunned. Zhou Xian swaggered away. When he passed by the stall next door, he said enviously, Old immortal, you're really busy. The old Taoist nodded and smiled, but he cursed in his heart, Get out of here. Zhou Xian wandered all the way and finally entered the mud bottle alley. When he passed by the Chao family's ancestral house, the door was tightly shut. Chao Shi, the land sword immortal of the Hassa continent, was silently bowing in the house. The fiery red fox was lying on the ground in a pious posture, trembling. Zhou Xian was indifferent to this. He walked straight to a courtyard and jumped to look at the scene in the courtyard. The girl who was sitting in the courtyard next door, basking in the sun, stood up and frowned. What are you doing? Zhou Xian looked away and pointed at his own nose. He laughed and said, Girl, don't you recognize me? I stayed here last year. We know each other. Besides, you and your young master used to read fortunes at my stall. Don't you remember? The girl pretended to think carefully. Then she shook her head and said, I don't remember. Zhou Xian walked to the courtyard wall next to Qin Pingan's. He tiptoed and leaned against the wall. He sniffed hard. Girl, you're cooking. Smells so good. I can smell the aroma of food from here. GQ still looked innocent. She shook her head and said, No. Zhou Xian smiled and tilted his head slightly. He reached out and pointed at the girl. My nose is very sensitive. Girl, you can't fool me. The girl nodded and went to the kitchen. She took out all the firewood from the stove. The stove that was originally boiling hot was immediately extinguished, turning into a pot of half-cooked rice. The girl walked to the kitchen door and clapped her hands asking, "What about now?" Lu Chen gave her a thumbs up. "You win." The girl did not take it seriously and asked, "You're looking for Qin Pingon? What's the matter? I can pass a message for you." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I can find him myself. I don't dare to trouble you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I can't continue with my stall tomorrow." Kiku said, "Say it. I'm very familiar with Qin Pingon." After saying this, she pointed at the Fu character on the door. "Look, it's exactly the same as his. Qin Pingon gave it to me." "Little girl, you can't lie through your teeth. Do you really think that I don't know how to read fortunes?" Lu Chen could not help but twitch his mouth. He really did not know how Qi Jingchun could stand this girl back then. He was even willing to protect her. Lu Chen sighed. "Actually, I'm not looking for Qin Pingon today. I'm looking for you, Wang Zhu." GQ looked at the young Taoist expressionlessly. "Although my young master is not in the town at the moment, if you dare to bully me, Qin Pingon will avenge me. Also, I know Qi Jingchun. He's the scholarly sage. Aren't you afraid that he'll suddenly come back to life and beat you to death?" Lu Chen stretched out his hands and rubbed his cheeks. He said helplessly, "Let's not talk about whether Qin Pingon will avenge you. Qi Jingchun is dead. He won't come back to life." GQ raised her eyebrows slightly. Like a willow swaying in the spring breeze. Lu Chen placed his hands on the wall again and smiled. "Wang Zhu, I have an opportunity to give you. Do you dare to accept it?" Two green Taoist robe sleeves gently laid on the yellow mud wall. Like a dragon crouching and a tiger crouching. GQ crossed her arms in front of her chest as if to protect herself. She sneered, "Lecher, scoundrel, lecher, debauchee." Lu Chen retracted his hands and laughed out loud. Thinking back to those days, there were still millions of true dragons in the world. After being rewarded based on merit, they were responsible for overseeing all the lakes, rivers and seas under the heavens. Among them, there was the most famous female dragon whose status was already indescribably noble. How infatuated was she with him? How heartless was he in the eyes of the world? The young Taoist almost cried from laughing. No matter how great the great Tao was, it could not tolerate love. One only envied mandarin ducks and not immortals. There were books and mountains, but there were none at the top of the mountain. Lu Chen stared at the young girl who should not have appeared in this world. He remembered that he had once asked his master why the Pearl Grotto heaven existed even though the heavens were vast and unforgiving. The old man only smiled and said 2 sentences. "The crux of the problem is the law of the heavenly Tao. It's no longer enough to stand on its own, so it collapsed. The great Tao is 50 and the heavenly Tao is 49. Man escapes from one and all things are born." At that time, the old man was squatting beside the pond in the Lotus Grotto heaven. He scooped up a handful of water and sprinkled it on a slightly slanted lotus leaf. He sprinkled the water on a high spot and it flowed down with the momentum. It gradually diverged and finally returned to the pond. Then the old man raised a palm towards Lu Chen. There was a water droplet in his palm. When his palm was slanted, the water droplet began to flow slowly along the fine lines on his palm. It was crooked and diverged continuously. Every time it paused and changed its direction, it meant that it was walking on a different path. If the inconspicuous water droplet was replaced by someone who walked on the river of time, it meant that they had become a different person. A slight difference in thought. A step away there were 3 sects and hundreds of families. There were generals, ministers, peasants and pawns. Lu Chen collected his thoughts. The young Taoist outside the wall smiled at the young lady inside the wall. "You have to accept the opportunity that I've given you." The young lady laughed coldly. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Chen asked back. "Do you know who I am?" GQ's face darkened. "You're just a stinky Taoist. Can you bear the responsibility?" Lu Chen smiled. "My secular name is Lu Chen. That's enough to explain everything." GQ really did not understand this time. "What did you say?" Lu Chen returned to his usual expression. He leaned against the wall and laughed. "Miss, do you want me to read your palm? When you'll get married, whether you can give birth to a child early, whether you'll be a good couple, I can calculate all of that." GQ blinked her eyes and asked, "Can we just eat? Don't you want to read my palm?" Lu Chen flipped over the wall and snapped his fingers. "Yes." GQ asked again, "You don't mind the half-cooked rice, do you?" If mine, I'll cook the stove. The young Taoist rolled his eyes and walked into the kitchen openly. He began to add firewood again. He picked up the fire blower and began to blow with all his might. GQ stood at the entrance of the kitchen. She really wanted to smash the young Taoist's head with a broom. Inside a sword furnace in the blacksmith shop, Wan Jiao's forging did not stop. His momentum was even more shocking than before. Sparks flew in all directions again and again. The large room was dazzling and brilliant. The dense clusters of sparks continued to accumulate and did not dissipate at all. They also did not flow out of the room, making it so that there was almost no place to stand in the room. However, today not only had Wan Xiu entered the room, even Wei Ba was present. Due to the limited space, the man and the mountain deity could only stand side by side. Wan Xiu held a sheathless long sword in her arms. The blade was not sharpened and it did not look conspicuous at all. In the eyes of a fifth realm sword cultivator, it was probably just a brand new sword. As Wan Chen hammered, he turned to Wei Pai and said in a low voice, "I'll have to trouble you to send Xiu to Luopa Mountain. Elder Yang has already concealed the secrets of heaven. There shouldn't be any accidents." Wan Chen then reminded Wan Xiu, "When we reach Luopa Mountain after giving him the sword, don't say anything. Just ask him to quickly follow Wei Pai to Oxhorn Mountain and take that ferry to the south. Before this sword is sharpened by the dragon beheading platform, it won't show any signs. But if he encounters a big demon, it will still reveal itself. So ask that kid surnamed Chen not to court death on the way south. With his current martial arts realm, as long as he doesn't court death, he will have a chance to walk to inverted hanging mountain alive." Wei Pai was more considerate. "I still have a thick locust tree branch. When we reach Luopa Mountain, I'll send Qin Pingon to Oxhorn Mountain and make 2 scabbards for him." Wan Chen wanted to say something but stopped. Wei Pai smiled knowingly. "Don't worry. I've already used a camouflage on that sword cultivating gourd. Usually only a 10th realm Qi cultivator can see through it. It's not a big problem." Wan Chen continued to bury himself in his work, hammering the iron like thunder. This military saint was already full of anger. He couldn't wait for that little bastard to pack up and get lost. Wei Pai didn't dare to be careless this time. Not only did he recite in his heart, but he also made a gesture with his fingers and secretly operated the fate of the mountains and rivers in his territory. The two soon appeared on the 2nd floor of Luopa Mountain's bamboo building. Qin Pingon, who had received the news in advance, had already prepared his luggage. Because he had the flying sword 15 as a square-inch object, he didn't need to carry a basket. Every time he entered the mountain, he had to be lighter. Instead, Qin Pingon was not used to it. He was used to holding a hatchet to open up the mountain. Now he was only carrying 2 light flying swords. He was really not used to it. Wan Xiu gave him the sword and said the words that her father had instructed. Finally, she handed over an embroidered bag and smiled. "Qin Pingon, this is for you. It's a peach blossom cake." 205. The sword furnace on the banks of the Dragon Whisker River rumbled in the ears of the demons, making them feel like their guts were about to explode. Recently, almost all the cultivators in Longquan County could not help but cast their eyes on the blacksmith's shop, the newly built pavilions on the mountaintop, and the dangerously high chain bridge between the 2 mountains. Qi trainers often gathered to watch the scene of the sword being forged in the sword furnace outside the mountain. Even the felons of the Lu dynasty and the soldiers of the Great Li who were supervising the survivors of the perished country were discussing animatedly in their spare time, speculating whether or not Saint Wan Jiao would cause a natural anomaly once he succeeded in forging the sword. As the momentum of the sword forging over there suddenly increased, coupled with the agitation of the wild demons on the mountain, and even some of the demons who were not skilled enough, even with the invisible protection of the fate of the mountains and rivers here, still felt like they were in the furnace, suffering unbearably. As a result, everyone felt that they had definitely reached a critical juncture. The success or failure of the divine weapon would depend on this one move. In the bamboo building on the desolate mountain, Qin Pingon had already finished his preparations. He was ready to officially set off for the ferry on the Wutong Mountain. Last time, when Wei Pai led them on a tour of the territory under his jurisdiction, they had seen the Wutong Mountain. The entire mountain had been shaved off, leaving an empty space of 4 to 5 kilometers. At the time, Wei Pai had kept them in suspense, not explaining in detail the ferry used by the cultivators to travel leisurely and what the huge ship was. Wan Xiu's parting gift was a packet of peach blossom cakes. Qin Pingon naturally did not reject her good intentions. Actually, he had previously entrusted Wei Pai to bring up the matter of gifting the treasure tome mountain to Wan Xiu with Wan Jiao. In the end, Wei Pai returned to the bamboo building dejectedly and in a very sorry state. He said that after Wan Jiao heard about it, he took his anger out on Wei Pai and rewarded him with a single word: scram. Afterwards, he gave Qin Pingon a slightly longer reply: tell that kid to scram as far as he can. Qin Pingon could only drop the matter. He knew that he had misunderstood this matter. After all, the good intentions that truly warmed the hearts of people were not something that could be achieved with just wishful thinking. As a result, he set it aside for now. The little boy in green always said that for those of the Jianghu, gratitude and grudges were all about the green mountains and clear waters, and that the future was long. Qin Pingon felt that these words were truly charming and reasonable. Thinking that there would be a time when he would repay the Wan Xiu and Wan family in the future, he was in no hurry. However, Qin Pingon still spent a bit of effort and seriously discussed it with the little boy in green and the little girl in pink. Only when he felt that there wasn't much of a problem did he make up his mind to trouble Wei Ba again and have this Beiyue god hire 2 exquisite pastry chefs. After he left Longquan County, he would invite them to the New Year's shop in Riding Dragon Alley to solicit business. Finally, he had the 2 little fellows inform Miss Wan Xiu that in the future, if they wanted to eat the pastries from his shop, they would all be free of charge. As for the trip south, the little boy in green and the girl in pink both wanted to follow. One was afraid that without Qin Pingon's protection, someone's head would explode with a single punch tomorrow. The next time Qin Pingon returned to his hometown, they would have to go to his grave and burn incense for him. The other was the Imperial River water snake who had already broken through a realm. He hoped to return to the Jianghu and live a carefree and happy life. He wanted to regain all the face and heroic spirit he had lost in Longquan County from the outside world. The girl in pink completely treated herself as a servant girl. She was worried that there would be no one to serve her master all year round. She would feel very guilty if she stayed idle in Luapa Mountain. However, Qin Pingon did not agree to any of them. The little boy in green cried, threw a tantrum, threatened to hang himself, jumped off a cliff and knelt down. He had used all of them. Qin Pingon persuaded him in every way possible to let the little boy in green continue to stay in the bamboo building to cultivate. Fortunately, the little boy in green had a good relationship with the black snake on Chiduan Mountain. He often went to the black snake to brag and brag. He even forced the black snake to be his brother. Although the black snake had never transformed into a human form, the little boy in green could not compare with him in terms of shrewdness and ambition. After all, the Imperial River water snake who had left his hometown was only a teenager among the flood dragons. He did not have any upbringing and was more mischievous. He had never received guidance from a wise master or the cultivation of a sect. In the eyes of the girl in pink who had read thousands of books, even the Jianghu Brotherhood that Qin Pingon held in high esteem seemed a little childish and willful. However, after getting along for so long, the little boy in green had worn out many of his edges and corners. In addition, he was not a bad person. Qin Pingon was still at ease with him. He only reminded him not to bully the girl in pink. The little boy in green patted his chest loudly. He was a big man. How could he bully a little girl? Everything was ready. Wei Pai secretly pointed to the room on the 2nd floor and asked with a smile, "Is it about time? Do you want to say goodbye to the old senior?" Qin Pingon nodded and turned to knock on the door. "Let's go." The barefoot old man was sitting cross-legged in the room. His voice was filled with resentment. "Won't you reconsider?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "We can't delay. We have to leave immediately." The old man snorted coldly. "Coward." Qin Pingon was helpless. He turned to Wei Pai and said, "Let's go to Wutong Mountain." Wan Xiu stood by the railing and waved her hand lightly. Qin Pingon was still wearing the straw sandals he was most accustomed to. He held the newly forged sword tightly wrapped in cotton cloth in his arms. The vermilion blade strengthening gourd was tied to his waist and the scholarwood sword was on his back. He had nothing else on him. He wanted to say something to Wan Xiu, but he felt that it was unnecessary. He scratched his head and said softly, "Miss Wan, take care." The green-clothed girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. She smiled and nodded. Qin Pingon told the two little guys, "In the future, cultivate well in Luapa Mountain. If you encounter something, don't be impulsive. We didn't spend much on the mountain except for the money we spent to buy it. Don't worry about it. I've told Mountain Godway that if it doesn't work, we'll use our supernatural powers to move the bamboo house to Mount Biyun. You two will be fine if you hide inside. Moreover, the old senior will help take care of the bamboo house so you don't have to worry too much." For the first time, the green-clothed boy couldn't hate Qin Pingon for being so sentimental. The girl in pink grabbed her master's sleeve. Tears streamed down her pink face. She was reluctant to part with him. Qin Pingon turned his head. They left in a hurry this time. They couldn't go to their ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. They couldn't even go to their parents' graves. If Qin Pingon said that he didn't have any regrets, it would be a lie. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Qin Pingon knew his priorities. It should be known that his trip to the south this time to deliver the sword could be considered a joint scheme by Old Man Yang, Ruan Ting and Wei Ba. Among them, Old Man Yang was the golden Joss Flame little person. He made a deal with Qin Pingon, or more accurately with Mr. Qi, to help Qin Pingon stay away from trouble. As for the reason what was trouble? It was because Li Shixing had previously said that this place is not suitable to stay for long. Qin Pingon firmly believed this without a doubt. Wei Pai reached out and pressed Qin Pingon's shoulder. "You might feel a little dizzy." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Okay." After experiencing the tempering of the three realms, Qin Pingon was walking around the gates of hell every day. He was used to suffering. When he thought about not having to practice martial arts today, tomorrow and in the future, he felt a sense of relief. However, he also felt empty inside. Qin Pingon looked at Ruan Xiao and the two little guys. "Let's go." Wei Pai and Qin Pingon's figures suddenly disappeared without a sound. Not even a gust of wind appeared in the corridor under the eaves. Beside the railing, the girl in pink whispered, "Sister Ruan, my master will definitely miss you." The green-clothed boy threw an ordinary snake gall stone into his mouth and chewed on it. He said seriously, "Of course. Master calls Miss Xiao Xiao every day in his dreams. It's so embarrassing." Ruan Xiao naturally wouldn't take it seriously. However, she still smiled happily. Wei Pai and Qin Pingon appeared in a secluded forest at the foot of Wutong Mountain. Wei Pai had Qin Pingon wait for a moment. He quickly returned with a strange locust-wood scabbard. Could hold two swords at the same time. It was the style of a box with two swords. He had Qin Pingon put the long sword in his arms and the locust-wood sword on his back into the scabbard. Thus, Qin Pingon became a wanderer with two swords on his back and a wine gourd at his waist. He did indeed have the air of the Jianghu. Wei Pai walked around Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "Oh, you really look good." Qin Pingon grinned. He followed Wei Pai up the mountain. Because the 30 punches godly man's drumming style had become 31 punches, the extra punch caused Qin Pingon's fist intent to gradually become more restrained and steady. It was the same principle as putting the sword back into the scabbard. Wei Pai was still dressed in a white robe with large sleeves. Qin Pingon carried a sword on his back and a gourd on his back. One was elegant like an immortal while the other was young and chivalrous. Qin Pingon tried to hold it in but eventually couldn't. "Wei Pai, is the town very dangerous?" Wei Pai nodded and said, "Think about it. Many flood dragons are surging into a small pond at the same time. Of course, a casual movement of their heads and tails will cause huge waves. Any wave can crush a chi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms into pieces. As for you, although you're not someone that some big shots pay attention to, as long as you're in this chess game, even if you're an insignificant chess piece on the chessboard, your life and death will still be beyond your control. Therefore, Old Yang is right to ask you to leave Longquan County immediately. It's very good that you can think it through and don't object." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I originally wanted to go out for a walk. I can make use of this opportunity to hone my martial arts and strive to find the opportunity to break through by myself." Wei Pai asked curiously, "The old senior in the bamboo house is still sulking. Did you reject something?" Qin Pingon was unwilling to go into detail. After all, it involved the old man's privacy. However, Wei Pai had been running around and working hard during this period of time. In addition to his relationship with Alliance as well as Wei Pai's honesty, Qin Pingon didn't mind being able to pick some things that could be said. He said softly, I only know that an impressive Taoist immortal came to the town. The old senior said that he wanted to give me a great opportunity. He said softly, I only know that an impressive Taoist immortal came to the town. The old senior said that he wanted to give me a great opportunity. I wanted to watch the battle between him and that immortal from the side and comprehend the true essence of the fist intent. Qin Pingon paused for a moment. I asked the old senior what his chances of winning were. The old senior was very frank and said that there was no chance of survival and that he would definitely lose. This was because he had yet to return to the peak of martial arts. Even if he did, he wouldn't have any chances of winning. At the time I was very curious. Since he was going to lose, why did he want to fight this battle? The old senior said that his greatest wish in this life was to find a Taoist who was known to be the best at fighting. Only then would he have no regrets in life. Since that uninvited guest was very close to that truly invincible Taoist, he wanted to fight him first. He wanted to know how big the gap between the two of them was. As for helping me reach the fourth realm and giving me the opportunity, the old senior also said that it was just in passing. Qin Pingon said self-deprecatingly, of course I had my own selfish motives. I didn't want to cause too much trouble because of this battle and cause you Old Yang and Master Wan to work for nothing. I also didn't want Mr. Qi to be disappointed. So I also directly told the old senior my thoughts. Although the old senior was angry, he didn't beat me. He only scolded me for having guts smaller than a grain of rice. He scolded me and I advised him. No matter what, it wouldn't be too late to fight after returning to the peak of martial arts. Otherwise it wouldn't be fun. The old senior listened to me. Although he didn't say it, he probably felt that it would be a real pity if he couldn't punch with his full strength. So in the end he gave up on the idea of fighting. However, he didn't give me a good look. You heard it at the bamboo house before. He was still angry. Qin Pingon suddenly smiled knowingly. Actually, the old senior is no different from an old child. Wei Pai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If they fought, they would all be done for. Fortunately, Qin Pingon didn't covet the opportunity to reach the fourth level. Otherwise Wei Pai knew what would happen. The old man died without regrets. This shattered Lizhu cave shook the earth and mountains, revealing many unspeakable secrets. Then there would be a bloody storm. Qin Pingon, who was the first player in the game, would definitely not have a good ending. As for Wei Pai, Dali Imperial Tutor, Tui Dong, Ruan Tong, Xia Shi, Chao Shi, Su Ruo from Mo Clan, Old Jiao from Linlu Academy, Qing Shuidong, and so on, none of them would be able to escape. They were all wrapped up in it. Whether they lived or died was the same as Qin Pingon. They couldn't control themselves. It all depended on fate and luck. As for the 30-odd mountains, it was hard to say how many would be left in the end. However, a tall tree would attract the wind, and the cloud-splitting mountain, which was only one step away from becoming the northern peak of Great Li, would definitely collapse. It was not an exaggeration to say that the divine ability of a true immortal could move mountains and overturn seas. Wei Pai, who still had lingering fear, stopped and patted Qin Pingon's shoulder heavily. Qin Pingon, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have charged you a single cent for the herbs. Qin Pingon was stunned. Then he smiled brightly and said, it's not too late to pay me back now. Wei Pai pretended to flip through his sleeves. Qin Pingon quietly waited for him to pay. He didn't have the slightest intention to refuse. Wei Pai laughed angrily. Qin Pingon, this is boring. Qin Pingon laughed heartily and patted the wine gourd at his waist. This is enough. Wei Pai put his arm around Qin Pingon's shoulder and climbed up the mountain. I knew it. You Qin Pingon are never stingy with your friends. Qin Pingon held back for a long time. He could only squeeze out 2 words of thanks. Wei Pai pretended to be a girl in her boudoir. Saying thanks between friends hurts feelings. It's the same as talking about money between a man and a woman. Qin Pingon suddenly understood. He felt that he had to remember this principle and engrave it on a bamboo slip. In the future, when he reached Inverted Hanging Mountain and met Lady Ning, he definitely couldn't mention money. This was called applying what he had learned. Wei Pai was now a well-known existence. Coupled with the true authority of the immortals on the mountain, how many of them were as easy to talk to as Wei Pai? Therefore he was very popular. Even Qin Pingon could tell that the Qi refinement warriors and mountain splitters who greeted Wei Pai were close to Wei Pai from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way up the mountain, Wei Pai kept greeting him. He didn't stop, but he would smile and banter with them, causing endless laughter. During this period, There was a wild cultivator demon who was as good as the boy in green. He wanted to lead the way for mountain god Wei Pai. In the end he was chided and kicked away by Wei Pai. That wild cultivator wasn't angry at all. Instead he was proud of it. He looked at the handsome back view of the white-robed mountain god with a joyful expression. However, when they approached the ferry at the top of Wutong Mountain, Wei Pai laughed softly and said, "Qin Pingon, this seemingly sincere and amiable atmosphere is actually fake. You don't have to reject them, but don't take it too seriously." If Wei Pai was still the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain, it would be difficult to talk to them. Of course, it's ultimately a good thing that they can be so harmonious. Qin Pingon silently remembered it in his heart. At the edge of the ferry at Wutong Mountain, there was a high platform that had just been built. It was made of pure white jade. Dozens of qi cultivators in different attire had already gathered there. There were also some women and children in bright attire. The latter should be the celestial forces that had bought the mountain and came to observe. Now they were about to return home. When two groups of people saw Wei Pai and Qin Pingon, they took the initiative to greet them warmly. Wei Pai was very familiar with everyone's name and family. He treated them well and made them feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Qin Pingon didn't deliberately say anything. He just took in everything and felt some envy and admiration in his heart. This kind of amiable conversation with others was definitely not something that could be explained by Wei Pai saying that he was the mountain god of the northern mountains. Regarding Qin Pingon's trip to the south, Wei Pai used a casual tone to skim over it. He said that Qin Pingon had a relative in the south and that he was going to visit a few friends at the same time. For example, he Xiaoyang of the Shinho sect of the Southern Stream Kingdom and Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden. When Qin Pingon heard this, he broke out in cold sweat. If visiting relatives was a legitimate pretense, then casually claiming to be friends with the two Taoist nuns and sword cultivators, Qin Pingon was really embarrassed. He had met a mortal he once at the back of the Green Ox, but he had only given her a piece of snake gall stone. He was slightly more familiar with Lu Baqiao and had entered the mountain together with Qin Diwei and Qin Songfeng. Lu Baqiao's personality was very extroverted and he liked to call people brothers. But in reality the two of them were not even close. In the end, Wei Pai had bragged so much and Qin Pingon didn't want to expose him, so he almost suffered internal injuries. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. He Xiaoyang and Lu Baqiao were famous geniuses of the continent, especially He Xiaoyang, who was the Jade Maiden of the continent. She was the only one, so it would be a great blessing to have the slightest relationship with her. Up and down the mountain, who dared not to give face to a friend of the God Grandeur sect? Moreover, there was also Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden. Therefore, those people who couldn't be underestimated even if they were in their own country became more and more enthusiastic towards the ordinary-looking young man with a sword on his back. Some people even took the initiative to hand over their beautifully made name cards. Qin Pingon was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Wei Bian was happy to see this. His smile was profound and unfathomable. No one knew the exact relationship between Mountain God Wei and the young man who controlled the 5 mountains. There were many different opinions. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The Kuan ship is coming." Qin Pingon looked in the direction of the crowd's gaze. A huge monster broke through the sea of clouds and slowly slid towards Wutong Mountain. Qin Pingon opened his mouth wide. That huge monster with fins was actually a living creature, and it was extraordinarily huge. It was like a towering mountain descending from the sky and pressing towards the ferry port of Wutong Mountain. As the Kuan ship continued to descend, it gave Qin Pingon a huge sense of oppression. He felt even more insignificant. Qin Pingon couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a ferry that deities rode on. It was indeed extraordinary and had a shocking aura. A Kuan ship could cross continents and travel millions of miles, and this millions of miles was definitely not an exaggeration. Before the new ferry port was built at Wutong Mountain in the Longquan region, the entire northern part of the Aquarius continent was not qualified for the Kuan ship to dock. Only the southern stream country and the old dragon city at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent had ferry ports for the Kuan ship to dock. Of course, some powerful dynasties had ferry ports that allowed Qi refinement warriors to travel far and wide. However, most of the ferry ships were smaller in size and had limited passengers. The cargo throughput was far inferior to the Kuan ship that only existed in the North Continent. The Kun ship was only a small part of making money. The main purpose of the Kun ship was to sell heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were collected from various places. There would also be various rare and exotic beasts. The Kun ship was also divided into 3 classes. The first-class Kun ship had a huge back that was comparable to the size of a city in Dali. Under the meticulous construction of many Qi refinement warriors from the School of Mechanics, there were mountains, rivers, mansions, high-rise buildings, streets and markets. It had everything that one could wish for. Thousands of Qi refinement warriors could live on it all year round without feeling the slightest bit of inconvenience. Wei Pai laughed softly and said, "The Kun fish has a gentle temperament." After going through the specialized training of Qi refinement warriors, even if it were to be severely injured, it would be able to endure the torment and not flop around. Therefore, the Kun ship is relatively stable and safer compared to other large ferries. Some mountain tortoises and treasure-swallowing whales are also good choices for ferries. It is just that there are very few of them, and secondly, they have their own temperament. Qin Pingan's mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it. On the back of the Kun fish, not only was it flat and wide, there was also a circle of fences and tall buildings were built next to each other. This Kun boat, which took up almost half of the ferry, was not stuck to the ground. Instead, it hovered in the air a few feet above the ground. Its fins swayed slightly, creating gusts of mountain wind and dust. Fortunately, the platform at the ferry was located between the fins, so there was nothing unusual about it. Naturally, it would not be blown to the foot of the mountain by the wind. After the Kun boat stopped, a flight of stairs that was as wide as the streets of Peachleaf Alley fell from the gap in the fence. The bottom of the flight of stairs was embedded in a concave mechanism on the high platform, making the flight of stairs feel as stable as a rock. A group of people walked down the flight of stairs and talked to the person in charge of the ferry on Wutong Mountain. After a while, he smiled at Wei Pai and the rest in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent. "Everyone, after you board the boat, the goods from Oxhorn Mountain's Baozhai will take an hour to travel on the 2 flights of stairs on the Kun boat. If there is a slight delay and the boat cannot be sent on time, we Diao Mountain, as a 1,000-year-old sect in the Julu continent, will refund all your expenses." After saying this, the old man looked at Wei Pai. "Are you mountain god Wei?" Wei Pai smiled and said, "You flatter me." The old man laughed heartily and cupped his fists. "The Kun boat travels between the 3 continents once a year. I can only congratulate mountain god Wei in advance. Next time, if we are unable to come on time to celebrate, we will definitely prepare some gifts. I hope mountain god Wei will not decline." Wei Pai folded his hands and smiled widely. He joked, I won't decline. But if I find that the gifts are too little, I will come here and make a scene, so that you will not be able to send the boat on time." The old man laughed heartily. "It won't be too little. Kowtow to the mountain, kowtow to the mountain. How can we not take such a big mountain seriously? Even if we take 10,000 steps back, if the sect is stingy with the gifts, this old man will make up for it myself." Wei Pai smiled and nodded. "That's a good feeling." Then he patted Qin Pingan on the shoulder. "My best friend is Qin Pingan. He is one of the richest people here. He has disembarked from the boat in Southern Stream Kingdom. I hope that the boat owner can help take care of him. All the expenses that Qin Pingan spends on this Kun boat will be charged to me, Wei Pai. I will settle the bill with you next time." The old man waved his hand. "What bill? Leave it to me." Wei Ba smiled and said, "Why are you so polite?" The old man still laughed. This scene made everyone envious. Before Qin Pingan followed the crowd to board the boat, he turned around and cupped his fists to Wei Pai at the staircase. He did not say anything. Wei Pai cupped his fists and bowed slightly. Everything was conveyed without words. This scene fell into the eyes of the old man in brocade clothes who was discussing serious business in the distance. He knew more about it. Qin Pingan was finally alone and slowly walked up the stairs. He carried 2 swords on his back to subdue demons. The sword-strengthening gourd hung on his waist and Chu Yi and Chu Wu stayed in it. The flying sword Chu Wu, which was exchanged with an ordinary jade hairpin, was a rare item that could only be found by chance. The inconspicuous square inch was about the same length, width and height as the scholarwood sword named Subduing Demons. Qin Pingan liked it a lot. Now that he was a little familiar with controlling the sword with his mind, he was already familiar with putting things in and out. The feeling of having more things in his palm made Chen Pingon, a country bumpkin and a drunkard, feel better than being drunk. The square-inch item now contained the Seal of Silence, given by Mr. Qi, and a pair of Seal of Landscape. A mountain-shaking fist manual was temporarily kept for Gu Kan. A few Confucian classics given by the old scholar Wen Sheng. The bamboo brush given by Li Shixing was engraved with the words, "Small Wind and Snow Cone," and "Pen with Spirit." In addition to the brush, there was also a large number of blank talisman papers sent by Li Shixing's disciple Cui Ci. There were roughly 3 types. The yellow talisman papers with the most quantity, the golden talisman papers with the cloud seal script drawn on it, and the talisman papers with the least quantity that looked like yellowed book pages. There was also an introductory talisman Taoist book. The few prescriptions left by the young Taoist priest Lu Qin. A large pile of maps of the territories of the Aquarius continent was given by Wei Pai as a small addition to Qin Pingan's compensation for the medicinal herbs with the snake gall stones. Hundreds of jade copper coins were exchanged by Qin Pingan with the remaining ordinary snake gall stones from the little boy in green clothes. These coins were definitely not seen in the market at the foot of the mountain. They were used by the immortals on the mountain to do business. Of course, they were not as valuable as the gold copper coins. However, the so-called real gold and silver of the common people were not worth mentioning in front of these jade coins that would only be stored in the pockets of Qi cultivators. Some small bamboo slips and small carving knives that had not yet been carved. There was also a bag of white rice as well as bottles and jars used to cook rice. There were also oil and salt. A large number of fish hooks, a newly bought mountain-splitting machete, a change of clothes, 2 pairs of newly woven straw sandals, and other miscellaneous items. Of course, there were also pieces of silver and gold leaves. When traveling outside, a single coin could not kill a hero. Qin Pingan had deeply felt this during his first trip to the Great Sui Kingdom. Qin Pingan was halfway there when he could not help but turn back to look. The white-clothed mountain god who had been standing at the same spot all this while smiled and waved his hand. Qin Pingan waved his hand in farewell and continued to walk up. He only took down the scarlet gourd and silently drank a mouthful of strong wine. The straw sandals youth hoped that the next time they met, his friends and the mountains and rivers of his hometown would be safe. They would all be safe and sound. 206, 20,000-word chapter. The early bird gets the worm, the horse gets the fat without the night grass. Although the director said so, the poor young Taoist who woke up early in the morning and worked in the dark, even if the fortune-telling stall opened earlier than the stall next door and closed later, there was still nothing to eat, let alone get fat. This was because the people in the small town now believed that the old Taoist with the fishtail crown was the real immortal. His fortune-telling was accurate, and he would not come to eat and drink whenever he had the chance. Moreover, no matter who came to ask for a fortune, whether it was a young girl or a beautiful woman, the old Taoist master never looked sideways and was full of righteousness. He would not be like a certain person who always thought of ways to cheat the children of pastries to eat. When doing business, the most terrible thing was to compare goods. Therefore, the young Taoist master had experienced the fickleness of human nature recently. Not to mention getting rich, he reckoned that he would not be able to eat. Even the young girls who used to get along well with him not only did not read his palm, but also pretended not to know him every time they passed by the stall. The young Taoist master could only comfort himself. These cute young girls with the fragrance of the countryside, even if they were very distant to him on the surface, it was only because they were shy and embarrassed to greet him. In fact, they were full of love. Otherwise, every time they passed by, they would wear beautiful new clothes. The young Taoist master did not want to let down these young girls' feelings every time. With his sharp eyes, he would always praise them by their names, saying that today's hairpins were so beautiful, and the clothes were so fitting. Most of the young girls' footsteps were a little flustered and they walked away quickly. As for some bold women, they would either throw a flirtatious glance back or scold him. It was a pity that no one cared about the business of the fortune-telling stall. This made the young Taoist a little sad. Every day he would sit behind the stall, either wiping the bamboo tube with his sleeve, blowing a breath of hot air at the bamboo sticks, or holding the back of his head and shaking it back and forth. Or he would simply lie on the table and look sideways at the bustling stall next door. Comparisons are odious. Fortunately, the young Taoist had been sitting on the bench all day long, so he didn't get angry. From time to time he would take the initiative to chat with the old Taoist. This made the old Taoist, who was wondering if he should change to a place with good feng shui, feel a little relieved. In the end, even the old Taoist felt a little sorry for such a simple-minded junior. Thinking that this trip to the small town was quite fruitful, which was almost enough to cover half a year's expenses, he wanted to give a few words of advice. When there was no business coming to him, he waved his hand and asked the lotus-crowned Taoist to sit over. The young Taoist ran over and sat on the bench, his face full of enthusiasm and anticipation. "Old immortal, what can you teach me? Do you have any plans to impart to me?" The old Taoist picked up the small teapot beside him and drank a mouthful of herbal tea. He sighed and went straight to the point. "Have you just entered the business not long ago?" The young Taoist frowned and said, "It's not considered short, but my business is not as good as others." The Taoist orthodoxy was divided into 3 sections. The Taoist ancestor had 3 disciples, and each of them was the leader of a sect. They came from the same source but were different. Not only did they spread their branches and leaves in a certain continent, but their influence was so great that it was like the Confucian school that ruled the vast continent. Even in the vast continent where the Dali dynasty was located, the sects derived from the 3 sects of Taoism were deeply rooted. There were many Taoist temples in the world and the incense was strong. Every continent had its own Taoist master, heavenly monarch and perfected person occupying the blessed land. The old Taoist used his finger to point at this unlucky junior, and then pointed to the top of his head. "You've been in the business for a long time? Then you're really lucky that you haven't been caught and sent to prison. This poor Taoist asks you, why are you wearing this lotus crown? Don't you know the number of Taoist temples and sects in the Aquarius continent that are qualified to wear such a Taoist crown can be counted with one's fingers? The one leading them is the Divine Grandeur sect of the Southern Stream Kingdom, and their leader is the Taoist master of the continent, Old Immortal Qi. He had just been promoted to Heavenly Monarch last year. As for the other few Taoist temples, which one of them isn't a top-notch immortal mansion? Which one of them needs to go down the mountain to be a fortune teller, and then set up a tattered stall here, dealing with a bunch of country bumpkins and common women who reek of dirt? What, are you a Jade Archive immortal of the Divine Grandeur sect, or a registered Taoist from those few big Taoist temples?" The young Taoist waved his hand and said, Neither. Of course he who was called Zhou Xian was not one of them. The old Taoist was furious and was about to reprimand this impudent brat when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that there were 2 people standing at the stall next door, one old and one young. Although the middle-aged man looked sickly, he had a strong aura. He looked like an official and had the prestige of an official. The young man was dressed in white and had a jade-like face. He looked like a young master who was nurtured by a rich family. The 2 of them stood quietly at the stall as if they were patiently waiting for the young Taoist. The pity in the old Taoist's heart was instantly swept away. He looked at the young Taoist who got lucky and felt that he was even more of an eyesore. The young Taoist smiled and thanked them before returning to his stall to sit behind. "Why, are you here to draw lots or to look at my face?" The man sat on the stool and shook his head with a smile. "I'm not here to draw lots or to look at your face. Anyway, things have already come to this, so there's no need." The man looked at the young Taoist and hesitated for a moment. Then he took out the fist salute for the first time in his life and said frankly, "I'm the king of the mortal world. According to the etiquette of the world, I don't have to kneel to any immortal. Sect Master has graced our Dali's Dragon's Spring with your presence. I don't have to kneel and kowtow, nor can I use the Confucian salute to welcome you. I'll just treat it as a chance meeting in the Jianghu. I'll be bold enough to use the Jianghu's way to welcome Sect Master Lu. I hope Sect Master Lu won't take offense." Zhou Xian smiled and asked, "That's strange. You're an emperor, why don't you address yourself as I, or I?" The man smiled bitterly, "I really don't dare to do that in front of you." Zhou Xian joked, "I thought that the emperor of the Song clan in Dali was a hero who feared nothing. When Alliance killed his way to the White Jade Tower in your palace, you were very brave and refused to kneel. I was watching the show from afar in Nanjian Kingdom and I couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for you." Emperor Dali said self-deprecatingly, "If I kneel, the spirit accumulated by the ancestors of the Song clan will all collapse. How can I kneel? That's why I can't kneel even if I die." Zhou Xian nodded his head, then suddenly smiled and said, Are you here to wag your tail and beg for mercy because of the White Jade Tower, or are you here to denounce the sorcerers of Lu clan for tricking you? Emperor Dali smiled. Of course not. One is unwilling and the other is cowardly. I need to show up in person to confer the title of Northern Peak to Dali. Actually, on the way here, Su Ruo of the Mo clan did not hesitate to send me a message through her natal flying sword, advising me not to appear in front of the sect master. Imperial tutor had similar thoughts. Both of them were very direct and did not hold back. Especially our Dali imperial tutor, he knew my temper best and was afraid that I would offend the sect master. Lu Chen casually sized up the terminally ill Emperor Dali and said, I'm very curious about one thing. Alliance's punch broke your longevity bridge. Not only did he help you escape the fate of being a puppet, but he also left you with a short life. Are you grateful or resentful? Emperor Dali said frankly, both. It's hard to say whether I'm grateful or resentful. In the vast world there have been rules since ancient times to restrict the rulers. Qi cultivators of the middle 5 realms are not allowed to be the ruler of a country. Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms are not allowed to sit on the dragon throne for more than 60 years. In addition, the people of the emperor are indeed congenitally unsuitable for cultivation. That's why I couldn't resist the temptation and was bewitched by Mr. Lu, who helped to build the White Jade Tower. I took an unorthodox shortcut and secretly cultivated to the 10th realm. In fact, it was a big mistake. It was because I wanted so badly to hear Dali's horse galloping at the coast of the South Sea outside Old Dragon City. At this point, Emperor Dali was full of vigor, like an old patient who was on his deathbed. Such a day really comes. I believe it will be louder than the spring thunder in the sky. Lu Chen was non-committal. It's not easy for you to clean up your house in such a short time and have the courage to reject the Lu clan of the Central Divine Continent. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that the main branch of the Mo clan suddenly chose the Dali dynasty. But no matter what, your position as an emperor is full of ups and downs. Emperor Dali was not surprised. Although immortals had to abide by the complicated rules set by the Sage of Rites when they came down, the young and handsome Taoist in front of him was not an ordinary Taoist. The reason why Dali insisted on coming to the small town and wanted to see the young Taoist with his own eyes was because he was in awe and admiration. It was the simplest and purest of emotions. He looked up to the high mountain and looked up to it. Although he could not reach it, he yearned for it. If he could really walk up to it and see it with his own eyes, it would be a great blessing in life. Emperor Dali suddenly showed a hint of luck and anxiety. With the sect master here, will I be able to escape? Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. In the dazzling galaxy that flows in the human world, you belong to the brighter kind. Of course, I can extend your life. Let alone 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years is not difficult. But if I can change your fate, I'm afraid you will have to give up your ancestral property and follow me to another world. Only then can you live. Otherwise, do you really think that the Sage of Rites rules are just for show and that the statues in the Confucian temple are all dead people? Emperor Dali sighed and did not speak for a long time. Lu Chen threw a sideways glance at the young man who had an old-fashioned expression and said smilingly, Song Jisun, or should I call you Song Mu? What a coincidence, we meet again. Then do you know that Qi Jingchun thinks highly of you? Back then, you were the key person who inherited the heritage of the literary lineage. It's not as simple as Qi Jingchun casting a spell on me. Otherwise, my K.R. would never have taken away the copper coin that you threw out. It's a pity that you are quite lucky. You were just a little bit short of luck and lost it just like that. Lu Chen stretched out his bent thumb and index finger, leaving only a small gap. He said sarcastically, the few books that Qi Jingchun gave you contain the real heritage of the literary lineage. You are not willing to take any of them with you. You must know that there is righteousness in heaven and earth. But the illusory righteousness has its own spirituality. You can't blame anyone for not being able to accept the things given to you by others. Song Jisun's state of mind was in a mess and he was sweating profusely. Emperor Dali shouted softly, Song Mu. Song Jisun finally regained some clarity. But his body was still trembling and he was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Chen continued to tease, Kid, are you panicking? Are you regretting it? Song Jisun, have you ever thought that you can bear the consequences of holding something good with both hands? As for why Qi Jingchun died in the Pearl Grotto Heaven incident, aside from the fact that your Sir Qi wanted to die and was unwilling to hide in the Grotto Heaven left to him by the old scholar, The most important thing was the retaliation of the heavenly axiom. Kid, as long as you are touched by it, it means that you will not have peace for a long time. Even if you become Emperor Dali, so what? Even if Dali's cavalry trampled the coast of the South Sea, so what? Emperor Dali pressed a hand heavily on the young man's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't think too much." Zhou Xian was no longer aggressive. Languid, he said, "People always like to regret the good things that passed by them. They are busy envying other people's encounters and fortune. It's really funny and fun." Emperor Dali retracted his hand. His palm was already sweaty and his face was even paler. "Master Lu, can you let Dali go?" Zhou Xian was stunned. He slammed the table and laughed. "My words have come true." Zhou Xian first looked around, then squinted his eyes and looked up. He smiled and said, "How is it? It's not that I'm forcing you. Don't worry, whatever happens in the future will depend on, let nature take its course. I don't have the time to waste here. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for Qi Jingchun, I wouldn't be willing to live under someone else's roof in your territory." The old Taoist at the stall next door was in a daze. Ever since the young Taoist took a seat at his stall, the old Taoist had been dozing off. Moreover, there was no business coming, so the old Taoist just sat there alone. However, the old Taoist himself was not aware that the lines on his palm had quietly changed. His lifespan had quietly increased along with the lines. This was a blessing that he was completely unaware of. The bad mood that the young Taoist was in because of the Lu family finally turned for the better today. Thus he casually showed mercy, for once. Emperor Dali left with Song Jisun. The man had mixed feelings and did not dare to look back. Zhou Xian sighed with emotion. The creation of heaven and earth is wonderful beyond words. The sages of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought, as well as the heroes of the 1,000-year-old clans, were actually very busy. They were all making their own arrangements for the upcoming era of great battles. All of this was like the spring wind and rain, bathing the common people in the secular world. Good and evil will be repaid, and good and bad will bring about their own blessings and misfortunes. The young Taoist snapped his fingers and the world became clear again. He turned to look in the direction of the mountains in the west. Go. Everything from now on has nothing to do with you." The old Taoist shuddered and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He looked around blankly and did not notice anything strange. He sighed. He was old after all. He had to admit that he was old. He could no longer withstand the bone-chilling cold of late spring. Then the old Taoist realized that the young man was once again sitting on the bench in front of his stall with a smile on his face. He looked like he was all ears. The old Taoist thought about how a huge business had been taken away by a dog. How could he be willing to teach this young man priceless advice? Wouldn't that be digging a hole for himself? Who would he cry to if his business was taken away in the future? He waved his sleeves impatiently. Scram. You don't have any wisdom or comprehension. I can't teach you. Zhou Xian pressed his hands against the stall and said shamelessly, "Don't. Old immortal, please enlighten me so that I can advertise in my own territory in the future." The old Taoist frowned and then relaxed. He smiled and said, "The words of an old man can't be bought with money. Do you understand the rules?" Zhou Xian said in surprise, "Can I owe you first?" Seeing that there was no one around, the old Taoist couldn't care less about his immortal-like demeanor. He glared at him and said, "Scram." Zhou Xian fished out a piece of silver with a troubled expression. It was just a piece of silver. He placed it on the table. "Old immortal, you're really not a deity. Why do you still have the stench of money?" The old Taoist grabbed it and kept it in his sleeves. He coughed and began to talk about his experiences in the martial world. He only talked about the superficial things. It was useless even if one listened to it. He was determined not to talk about the words of an expert that one needed to be in the martial world. However, the young man sitting across the table didn't seem to understand at all. He listened to the old Taoist's boastful talk and was surprised. His face was full of respect as he deeply agreed with the old Taoist. From time to time, the young Taoist would suddenly slap his thigh and act like he had learned a lot. This scared the old Taoist quite a bit. Unknowingly, the old Taoist's changed palm lines were restored to their original state without a single difference. Gains and losses in the world one doesn't know nor feel. During the Lantern Festival in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, the city was filled with lights. It was as bright as day. Almost all the scholars of the Cliff Academy went down the mountain to join in the fun that night. The teachers of the academy didn't dislike this. If young people always stayed in the study room and shook their heads, they would lose their vitality. Without this kind of teaching, if they were too restrained and inflexible, the seeds of learning in the fertile fields would definitely not be able to grow into towering trees. Li Huai wanted to go, but after shouting here and there, only Yu Lu was willing to go. Li Baoping said that she had already gone to every nook and cranny of the Great Sway's capital. If she went to the foot of the mountain now, how could she be looking at the lanterns? She was clearly looking at people. It was boring. Furthermore, she still owed the teacher a few articles for her to copy as punishment. Lin Shui said that he, Xia Lingyue, had now become Xia Lingyue. He had also become Cui Dongshan's disciple and disciple's disciple. He had a lot of magic weapons that only immortals could use. Li Huai kept pestering him, so Xia Lingyue took them out to show him. After Li Huai really saw them, he felt that they were not as cute as his painted puppets. He was not envious at all. Xia Lingyue said that night that he wanted to cultivate, so he couldn't accompany Li Huai to the Lantern Festival. In the end, only Yu Lu, who was easy to talk to and had the least to do, went down the mountain with Li Huai. At the foot of the mountain they met the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Zhou Xian. The three of them went together. Zhou Xian often came to Cliff Academy to hang out and chat. Zhou Xian really couldn't keep up with the thoughts of the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. Lin Shui was also cold and cheerless. Xia Lingyue was often ordered around by the ancestor of the Kai family, to serve tea, do the laundry and sweep the floor. It was not the treatment that a cultivation genius should receive. It was worse than the treatment of a servant girl. Therefore, Zhou Xian was the most familiar with Yu Lu. From time to time he would accompany Yu Lu to fish by the lake. On this lantern festival in the Great Sui Kingdom, the emperor and his ministers rejoiced together. For this occasion, Li Huai specially put on the black jade hairpin engraved with the words Huayin. When he walked, he held his chest high and walked with his head held high. Yu Lu and Zhou Xian guarded Li Huai on both sides. It was not that they were afraid that someone would bully Li Huai. It was just that Li Huai, this little brat, seemed to have a strange and unique temperament. A country bumpkin was a country bumpkin, but he was lucky. For example, right now he was able to have the former crown prince of the Lu dynasty and the current prince of the Hong family of the Great Sui Kingdom protect him. Li Huai's Lantern Festival was worth it. In the library of Cliff Academy, Lin Shui was reading in the middle of the night. Suddenly he felt uneasy. He sighed, put down the book, walked to the window and thought of a charming girl. Lin Shui silently told himself that he had to study hard, practice hard, and in the future. At the thought of some beautiful scenes, Lin Shui, who usually didn't smile, had a warm smile on his face. The handsome young man became more and more handsome. In the schoolhouse where the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket lived, there was also a light. However, in addition to reading, she also had to copy books. After dipping the pen in ink, Li Baoping looked serious. She raised the arm holding the pen high, shouted softly and started to work quickly and violently. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. To be able to write regular script at such a fast speed, it was not bad. He copied the guy who was familiar with the technique. After filling a piece of paper, she would casually wipe it away and silently say, "Go away." An old teacher who was in charge of patrolling the academy tonight stood at the window. After seeing this scene, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He felt helpless and distressed. The old teacher happened to be one of the girl's teachers. He quietly turned and left, not disturbing the girl's great task of copying books. However, the old man was thinking whether he should let little treasure bottle copy less books in the future. Mao Xiaodong, the deputy headmaster of the academy, was silently playing chess in his room. In fact, after so many years of wandering, one of the few things that the old man hated most about himself was that he could not bear to give up this hobby. He had given up playing chess several times, but every time he accidentally saw others playing chess, he could not move away. The more he watched from the side, the more uncomfortable he felt. He secretly complained that the player was really bad. When he saw a good player, his heart was itching. When he went back, he could not help but review the whole game. Then he would continue to scold himself for not being able to control himself while playing chess happily. Some chess friends of many years liked to joke about this. They joked that Mao Xiaodong's withdrawal from chess was closed-door training, and his comeback was out of closed-door training. Mao Xiaodong refused His Majesty's invitation tonight and did not go to the palace to watch the Lantern Festival. He silently played chess. The old man was taught to play chess by a certain bastard with the surname Cui. What was even more infuriating was that no matter how hard he tried to find the best chess manuals, spar with national players, and study the theories of various schools of chess, he had done everything he could, but his chess score was still rising slowly. He could not beat Cui no matter what. The old man put away the chess manuals and chess pieces. He took the ruler from his waist and rubbed it carefully. Cui Dong from the academy, who showed himself as a teenager, had talked to him once. Then he talked to Emperor Dali again. Finally he talked to the storyteller, the 11th state Qi trainer. When he talked to Mao Xiaodong, the old man advised him not to be wishful thinking. If he revealed his identity so early, he might die in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. At that time the academy would be implicated. Mao Xiaodong was very direct. If the Great Sui Kingdom mistakenly thought that the Cliff Academy was involved and the two sides could not reach an agreement, then Mao Xiaodong would be the first to kill. He would kill Dali's imperial tutor in the Great Sui Kingdom. Mao Xiaodong sighed and said, "How can a scholar become a businessman?" In a quiet courtyard, the young man in white, Cui Dongshan, sat under the eaves. He listened to a string of iron horses hanging under the eaves. It tinkled in the quiet spring night. Cui Dongshan suddenly turned to the young girl kneeling beside him. "Do you have a grandfather?" The young girl was stunned. How to answer this question? Was there a hidden secret? Otherwise, who didn't have a grandfather in the world? She felt that it must be a trap to test her will. Just as the young girl was thinking carefully about her words, Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "So you have one too?" Xianxia was speechless. What a joke. In the end, the two of them looked up at the night sky together. The bright moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Rich and poor families had it. It was very comforting. As the wife of the head of the Li family, the wife of the head of the family, Li Hong, and the mother of Li Shixing and his two siblings, she was not very easy to talk to. However, she was fair in her rewards and punishments. She was very prestigious in the family and was already a level 10 immortal. The Li family's ancestor, who never put on airs with this daughter-in-law who was good at running the family, could not find fault with her. In the rich and introverted Li family's mansion, there were many servants and maids. There were children of all kinds of surnames. Their ancestors had been close to the Li family for generations. Moreover, the head of the Li family for generations had always been very compassionate to the servants. Zhu He and Zhu Lu, father and daughter, were an example. So much so that the old people in the mansion joked that Zhu Lu had the body of a maid and the life of a young lady. The head of the family, Li Hong, was a person who did not care about anything. She liked to collect porcelain pieces and read books. Except for the occasional chat with her eldest son, Li Shixing, she did not show up much. As the head of the family, she did not read many books and knew how to read because she had to check the accounts. The Li family had a long-standing tradition. Every year during festivals, children of the age of a child would memorize idioms with a certain word. If the elders of the Li family saw them and asked them, the children would be able to answer smoothly and they would receive a wedding gift. Last year on New Year's Eve it was Jia. This year on Lantern Festival it was Tao. On the day of the Lantern Festival, the head of the family would let her personal maidservant carry a stack of red envelopes and money. On the way, she would meet children who were waiting for rabbits. She would open her mouth and ask them with a smile. Then the children would have the answers that they had already prepared. Each and every one of their voices was childish, clear and melodious, making the graceful head of the family smile endlessly. For example, peach blossoms and plums did not speak but formed their own paths, peach blossoms and almond-shaped faces, and so on. These were all very beautiful sayings. Even if one of the children blurted out ordinary peach blossoms and ordinary plums, which was a very derogatory idiom, the head of the family was not angry. She still smiled and gave the child the wedding gift. It was just that when the head of the family heard that the child would return the favor, her smile seemed a little forced. When she heard that the child would return the favor, it was clearly a slightly positive statement. Although the meaning was not very good, it was still better than ordinary peach blossoms and ordinary plums. However, the head of the family was full of anger, which scared the child so much that he did not know what to do. After asking the child's surname in a stiff tone, the child's surname was Chin. Although the head of the family finally let the maidservant give the child the wedding gift, when she left, her face was as cold as ice, which was not common. Everyone in the Li family knew that the head of the family, Li Hong, favored the youngest daughter, Li Baoping, the most. The emperor loved the eldest son and the people loved the youngest son. As for the eldest son Li Shixing and the second son Li Baozhen, the servants could not see any obvious selfishness. Li Hong also drank with Li Shixing and Li Baozhen impudently. However, perhaps because Li Baozhen was the youngest son, and because Li Baozhen had a naturally likable personality, Li Hong's wife understood everyone's feelings. On the other hand, Li Shixing was more silent and old-fashioned. He did not like to talk much since he was young, so the head of the family was much closer to Li Baozhen. Ever since Li Baozhen left home to travel to the capital, the head of the family often sent letters to the capital, asking when he would return home. The letters were frequent. Every time Li Baozhen talked about interesting things in the capital, the head of the family would laugh out loud. However, every time she put down the letter, she would be melancholic and worried that her youngest son would be wronged in such a big place like the capital of Dali. The second son's letters would be neatly stacked in a red lacquer box. Li Hong even teased her wife about this. Baozhen was such a smart child that even if he went out he would not suffer any losses. She should be worried about others. Today Li Shixing returned from the school. When he returned to his courtyard he found his grandfather standing by the small pool. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time, so he quickly walked over. The old man took the lead and walked into the house. "Let's talk in your study." When they arrived at the small study room, the old man motioned for Li Shixing to sit down and talk. He smiled and said, "Baozhen's personality is too jumpy. He is so far away from home and he is the youngest son. It is normal for your mother to be worried about him. Don't think that she is biased and feel sad about it." Li Shixing smiled and said, "Of course not." The old man said slowly, "Xianxia asked for 3 people and I'm not surprised that you're one of them. Your father must be blind not to know your talent. I even think that you're no worse than he Xiao Yang of the Divine Grandeur sect. So what if you're the Jade Maiden of a continent? What's so great about you? My grandson has no sect to cultivate you. Otherwise you might be the golden boy. When the time comes, you will become a celestial couple. This is not bad." At the end of his words the old man laughed. Li Shixing was a little helpless. His grandfather's temper of competing with others could not be changed. In order to become the first cultivator of the 10 realms in the Liju Cave Heaven, the process of breaking the realm was actually quite dangerous. However, no one could persuade him. Li Shixing also could not persuade him. If he had not secretly divined a good divination, Li Shixing would not have dared to let his grandfather rush into the life and death closed-door training. The old man sneered and said, "As for Ma Kushuan, I really don't want to speak ill of him behind his back. His family is originally a nest of thieves and evildoers. I don't think he will have a great future. The best is as good as water and the toughest is easy to break. Since ancient times he does not know how to hide his strength. So what if he broke 3 realms in 1 year? If he has the ability to break 3 realms after reaching the sea-viewing realm, he can do it again." Li Shixing was silent. The old man suddenly asked, "Why did you give the snow wind all, and those talismans to Qin Pingon?" The old man laughed angrily and said, "You should have left half for yourself. Believe it or not, that kid does not know the value of those papers and brushes at all." Li Shixing smiled and said, "It seems that Grandpa does not care about the bottle." The old man was deflated and said angrily, "Who said so? If I don't care about the bottle, who will? Alright, I gave it away. I just casually mentioned it. Do you think I will let you take it back?" Li Shixing smiled knowingly. The old man saw the smile on his grandson's face and stretched out his finger to point twice in the air. "You can give away the family heirloom as you wish. Grandpa will not stop you, nor will I force you to go back on your words. However, it will not stop me from scolding you for being a wastrel." Li Shixing's mouth was full of smiles. The old man put his hands on the armrests and said with a bit of fatigue, "Grandpa only has this little ability. Back then I risked my life to reach the 10 realms. There is no hope for the 5 realms. Shixing, Grandpa will not be able to do anything for you in the future." Li Shixing quickly stood up and said softly, "Grandpa, don't think like that. You can't do better than that." The old man stood up and walked around the table to help his eldest grandson straighten his lapel. "Whether you go to the Julu continent or not, whether you will abandon Confucianism and follow Taoism in the future, you will always be my good grandson. There are countless reasons to be a person in this world, but I believe that my grandson will be righteous and always will be." Li Shixing's eyes were a bit dry. He nodded vigorously and took 2 steps back. He bowed deeply and said loudly, "Teaching by example and teaching by word and deed, my Li family will not lose to anyone." The old man murmured, "Of course you are, and so is the bottle." The only person he missed was Li Baozhen, who was recognized as the most intelligent. Dali Chongchun Palace. This was the only top sect in the Dali dynasty where female cultivators were the majority. Therefore the once powerful Empress Dali chose to cultivate here. She lived in seclusion and was accompanied by Prince Song He. Emperor Dali's number of children was not surprising. He had a dozen or so children, which was not a lot, and there was no need to worry about incense. Since the death of the Empress Dali, the position of the Empress had been left vacant by the Emperor. There were objections from all levels of the court, especially the officials of the Ministry of Rights. They had privately advised him several times, but they were all put aside by the Emperor. In addition, Dali's border army had been invincible in the past few years. It had largely diverted the attention of the civil and military officials in the court. Therefore, other than the scattered discussions, there was no large-scale discussion about the candidates for the Empress of Dali and the Crown Prince. However, with the trend of going south, the civil and military officials of Dali dared not say that half of the Aquarius continent was within their reach, but they did have the qualifications to think about it. Therefore, the selection of the Empress and the Crown Prince inevitably made people's hearts waver. This was not only for the sake of Dali's country, it was also a huge gamble. Whoever had the best foresight, the earlier they placed their bets, whoever would be able to occupy an important position in the future Dali court. But now the family affairs of the Song clan were really complicated and confusing. Even the most astute and capable old foxes in the court did not dare to act rashly. The vassal King Song Zhengqiang had a high prestige in the military. Now that he was openly regent, and it was the emperor's own idea, it was simply inconceivable. Could it be that the emperor intended to abdicate the throne to his younger brother, and not pass it to any of the princes? However, although His Majesty did not take care of everything personally, he was diligent in governing and was willing to delegate many important government and military affairs, but he was definitely not a lazy and incapable ruler who slacked off on the court. Anyone who dared to think so was either a madman or a fool. And in the Dali court where stars gathered, there was really no madman or fool. Then on the 15th day of the first lunar month, when the atmosphere of the new year was still very strong, on the night of the Lantern Festival, when the streets were empty and every household went out for the Lantern Festival, Dali's capital ushered in an unforeseen change without warning. The palace city, the imperial city, the inner city and the outer city, the entire capital of Dali, outside some rich and gorgeous houses, some inconspicuous common people's houses and many time-honored restaurants, shops and Taoist temples almost at the same time, a group of Dali's elite soldiers, high-ranking military secretaries who were good at close combat, men of sacrifice secretly raised by the Yamen of the Ministry of Rights, and many Qi cultivators, including the Qintianjian, appeared together and forced their way in. If anyone dared to stop them, they would kill without mercy. If no one showed up, under the guidance of the Qintianjian officials, they began to dismantle all kinds of things such as the towering memorial arch, the peach talisman hanging outside the door, the stone lion at the door, the plaque in the ancestral hall, the memorial tablet and so on. There were all kinds of things. That night, Song Zhengqiang, the king of the vassal state, personally sat on the horse path in the outer city from nightfall to daybreak. He placed a chair and sat there with his eyes closed to rest. Beside Song Zhengqiang stood the Mo family's master who left the White Jade building. The only time Song Zhengqiang made a move that night was to intercept and kill a streak of rainbow that tried to escape. The king of Dali smashed the white rainbow with a punch. After that, Song Zhengqiang and that figure fought fiercely in the northwest area of the outer city. Their fists were magnificent, and bursts of light shone everywhere, illuminating the night. It was even brighter than thousands of lights combined. After the battle, more than 1,000 houses and buildings were destroyed, and nearly 10,000 people were killed or injured. After this earth-shattering battle, His Majesty the Emperor had gone to the capital of Dali. The atmosphere became extremely delicate. Even if the king of the vassal state suddenly sent someone to announce to the whole city that from today on, Song Zhengqiang was the new emperor of Dali, not many central officials would be shocked. In the capital, everyone was in danger. In the Changchun Palace, which was not far away from the capital city of the Li dynasty, great Qi refinement warriors of the ancestor generation were returning to the sect from the capital city one after another. Although they reeked of blood and had a murderous aura, everyone looked calm. Therefore the Changchun Palace was still as peaceful as before. In a hut halfway up a mountain, a woman who took off her luxurious palace dress looked at the flying figures landing in various places of the Changchun Palace. She was a little sad and resentful. She was sad that she was reduced from a chess player to a bystander, and she was the kind of poor person who was far away from the chessboard. She was even more resentful that she missed this grand event that was destined to be recorded in history. The woman gritted her teeth. A handsome young man walked to her with a smile, gently held her hand and comforted her. "Mom, the wind is so strong outside. It's warm in the house. It's not too late to wait until the wind is weak." The woman held her son's hand tightly and narrowed her beautiful eyes that were filled with sharpness. She said in a low voice, Mother will definitely take back the things that should belong to you by double." The young man had a face that seemed to be born naive and pure. He looked innocent and said, "But Mom, didn't His Majesty tell us that no matter how big or small the thing is, it's up to him whether he wants to give it or not, and it's not up to us whether we want to take it or not?" The woman's lips trembled slightly as if she was about to cry. Her long eyebrows raised as if she was looking forward to joy. In the same Changchun Palace, in a tall building on another mountain, a humble girl from a boat family was listening to her master talk about the tragic battle that had just happened in the capital of Dali. The girl held her cheeks and leaned on the table, listening attentively. There was a porcelain bottle on the table, containing 2 or 3 peach blossoms that the girl had just cut from the tree. But in the end, for some reason, the girl recalled the scholar in green that she had met in her hometown. He looked clean, like a spring leaf floating on the surface of the big swamp of Red Candle Town in the night of revelry and debauchery. But she also thought of the man in white who passed by her on the path of Chiduan Mountain. She only remembered that he seemed to be sad at that time. The girl was absent-minded, and then the supreme elder of the Changchun Palace gently knocked on her forehead. The woman smiled and said, "Miss your hometown?" The girl was a little guilty and blushed. Her face and peach blossoms were both red. In the vast sea between the Aquarius continent and the Julu continent, there was a big fish swimming north. The family of 3, who was originally the most inconspicuous in the streets, was now on the big fish crossing the sea that was piled up by immortals on the mountain. Even if they only lived in the most simple and crude inn, it was still quite eye-catching. In addition to the mother and daughter, one was a mature secular woman with a plump body. The girl was graceful and charming, and her eyes were full of spirit. Even if they couldn't be officially married and needed to swear an oath of eternal love, they were definitely more than enough to be a servant in an ordinary sect. Therefore, on the back of the big fish that was as vast as a small town, even if the family of 3 almost never went out to enjoy the sea scenery, it still made some unorthodox and itinerant cultivators covet it. The journey across the 2 continents was quite long. If they could find something interesting to do, why not? Fortunately, there were many eyes and eyes. Because this big fish that carried countless goods across the continents was guarded by a 9th realm immortal master and a 7th realm martial artist. Therefore, some young and strong Qi refinement warriors who were ready to make a move did not dare to be too unsightly. In the beginning, they thought that money could move people's hearts. No matter how they looked at it, the family of 3 did not seem to have any background. Even if they were the relatives and family of some immortal master, most of them were from unorthodox small sections. Otherwise, they would not have lived in the cheapest rooms. Therefore, someone took the opportunity of polite greetings and knocked on the door. When they sat down to drink tea, they revealed some subtle hints. In the end, the woman was so scared that her face turned pale. On the contrary, the woman's daughter sneered and said to wait for her father to come back. At that time, there were many people standing in the corridor outside the door. Among them, there was a senior Qi refinement warrior of the middle 5 states. Moreover, he was a swordsman with a sword hanging at his waist. Of course, this kind of thing did not need to be done personally. It would be too cheap. As for the first bite of the 2 plates of wild vegetables, he would definitely be the one to taste it. As for what would happen after that, it would depend on his mood whether he wanted to reward the lackeys around him. In the end, when the simple and honest man who went to buy food came back and heard this, he neither trembled in fear nor slammed the table and glared at them. After putting down the lunchbox with the simplest lunch, he only said that they would go out to talk. The woman wanted to cry but had no tears. The girl held her mother's hand and said that it was fine. Father was here. The woman burst into tears at once and said something that made the girl's heart ache. I am afraid that your father will be beaten up. After the man stepped over the threshold, he gently closed the door. Like grabbing a chicken, he grabbed the man's neck with one hand and lifted him into the air. He walked step by step towards the group of Qi refinement warriors from the Zhou whose expressions changed slightly. Beside the swordsman of the sixth state, who was the most silent, someone was just about to say something threatening when he realized that his throat was boiling hot, as if a piece of charcoal had been stuffed into it. His face was flushed red and he covered his neck with both hands. He could not say a single word. The man casually threw away the dying Qi refinement warrior in his hand and asked the swordsman, "What is the surname and given name of your ancestor? What is the name of your sect?" The swordsman sneered and said, "We didn't do anything. According to the rules of this fairy, you will be thrown into the sea without permission." The man simply could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He broke the swordsman's longevity bridge with a punch and forcibly uprooted the natal flying sword that did not even have time to make a move. He gently clenched his fist in the palm of his hand and instantly crushed it. The swordsman fell to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. The rest of the cultivators knelt down almost simultaneously and begged for mercy. However, all movements and sounds had long been isolated outside the door of the house by the man's martial arts. The man said indifferently, "Tell me the origins of this swordsman and your respective names and sections. After taking a punch from me, I will naturally find trouble with your ancestor in the future." Someone had a slight thought and deliberately made up a name and sect. The man's martial arts cultivation was close to divinity. He could clearly see the ripples in the hearts of Qi refinement warriors. He immediately shattered the foundation of the Qi refinement warriors' longevity Dao with a punch on the spot. The man said angrily, "Since I can kill you with a punch and am still willing to talk to you nicely, then all of you should listen carefully." The rest of the people looked as if their parents had died. The cultivator of the 9th state and the martial artist of the 7th state who were overseeing the fairy rushed over quickly. The cultivator was an old man with a dignified aura. The 9th state was the Qi refinement warrior's golden core realm. There was a saying on the mountain, "Only by forming the golden core realm can one be considered one of our generation." He was a prodigy who had successfully broken through to the 8th state, the Dragon Gate realm. Therefore, the golden core realm was also known as the finishing touch, that turned something rotten into something magical after the carp leaped over the Dragon Gate. The entire sea of Qi condensed into a golden core that revolved around the various parts of the Qi refinement warrior's body. The concept of forming the golden core differed between cultivators. Some genius cultivators had a majestic aura when they formed the golden core, even causing a phenomenon in the world. The size of the golden core realm cultivators' golden core rooms differed greatly. The quality of the rooms also differed greatly. However, there were also special situations such as big but empty, and small but wonderful. The will of the heavens was unpredictable, nothing more than this. The pure martial artist of the 7th state was a burly old man who was 8 feet tall. He had a large saber hanging from his waist. The old cultivator of the golden core realm was enraged when he saw the miserable state of the corridor. He was about to use the rules to suppress the other party. The martial artist of the 7th state reminded softly, "Elder Hong, this person is at least a martial artist of the 8th state." The burly old man did not forget to emphasize his tone, repeating the 2 words, "at least." The old cultivator quickly observed the distance between him and the man. In any case, it was definitely not more than 100 feet. This made him feel rather troubled. Fighting to the death with a pure martial artist of the 8th state at least within 100 feet was not interesting at all. Fortunately, the man was not overbearing. Instead, he roughly explained the situation. Afterwards, some ignorant fellow felt that he had a basis and shouted in grief and indignation, "Old immortal Hong, the sword cultivator on the ground is Tang Xiufeng of the Green Sprouts Peak." His life-bound flying sword was forcefully pulled out of Tang Xiufeng's body by that madman and completely crushed. This is a great enmity of life and death. The Green Sprouts Peak will not let him go. If not for this reminder, the old cultivator of the Golden Core realm would not have been able to make up his mind. In the end, when he heard this, he hurriedly sized up the miserable state of the sword cultivator on the ground. The old cultivator gulped. Now he could finally be sure that the ruthless man was not only a martial artist of the 8th state, at least of the far travel realm, but he was also at least of the 8th state's completion realm. It was very likely that he had touched the threshold of the peak state. Otherwise, he would not have been able to so easily destroy the life-bound flying sword of a middle 5-state sword cultivator. The old cultivator bowed and said, "Don't worry. We will handle this matter impartially. We will definitely give you justice." The man nodded. Then he thought for a moment and said to those dumbstruck fellows, "Then I owe you that punch for now. I'll go back and find your old ancestor to collect the debt." The man looked at the old cultivator and the martial artist of the same path. He frowned and said, "Don't kill me to silence me. I have my own plans for this matter." The old cultivator smiled helplessly and said, "We won't do that." The man did not say anything else. He walked back to his room and knocked on the door that his daughter had purposely locked to comfort her mother. He said, "Its father." The girl opened the door with light steps. The man entered the room and closed the door behind him. The woman quickly stepped forward with tears still on her face. "How are you? You weren't bullied, right? Did you get hit anywhere? Do you need some ointment?" The man scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "No. The person in charge of the matters on the ship just happened to pass by. I hurriedly told him about it. Guess what? He was very reasonable and chased those people away. He even told them not to come close to the 3 of us in the future. So it's fine. Like I said, there are still more good people out there." The girl Li held back her laughter. Father's trip this time was not in vain. He has learned how to lie. Only then did the woman relax slightly. She patted her chest with all her strength and trembled. "Thank goodness." The man only smiled and stared quietly at his wife. The woman's thoughts went astray. She fiercely pinched the hard flesh on the man's waist and complained in a low voice, "Your daughter is still here. You can't control your dog eyes." The man was resentful and still scratched his head. At night, the bright moon shone above the sea. The girl Li stood by the railing and looked at the full moon in the distance. Old Yang once said that she was talented. Li Huai was blessed. What is talent? That is something that Li Lu knows. When she made that provocative move towards Dolly Imperial Tutor at Cliff Academy, it was not that the girl did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was precisely because the girl knew the immensity of heaven and earth the most. In the room next to the girl's room, the woman was also a big-hearted person. After the matter was over, she immediately did not feel wronged. She ate and slept as usual. Right now she was already snoring loudly. Li lay next to her. Listening to the woman's thunderous snoring, he gently held her hand. The man slowly closed his eyes. He never said any sweet words. He also could not say those words. Fortunately, his wife did not like to hear those words. His wife was good, his son was good, his daughter was good, but as a father he was not good. The man closed his eyes and smiled, secretly happy. The Book Lake was known for its abundant spiritual energy. The lake had thousands of miles of blue waves and beautiful scenery. There were more than 1,000 islands scattered around the lake. About half of them were occupied or rented by chi cultivators of different ranks. The largest island, Verdant Canyon Island, was the residence of Lu Jimao, the immortal of the river Severing. Lu Jimao cultivated an unorthodox Tao. Although his title of immortal was not officially bestowed by the dynasty and was only flattered by his friends on the mountain, Lu Jimao's Tao was profound and had already been proven in numerous battles of life and death. Because Lu Jimao's reputation was terrible, the so-called friends in the Tao could only be considered as casual acquaintances. The disciples in the sect were mixed with good and bad. There were no young talents who could shoulder the burden. However, Lu Jimao was still able to occupy the verdant canyon island of the Book Lake. It could be said that he stood tall in the eyes of tigers and wolves with his own strength. After Lu Jimao's trip to the north, he was proud of his success. This was because he had brought back a little guy who was declared to be his last disciple. He was just a kid with a strong head and a strong head. At first, everyone thought that he was a little country bumpkin who had gotten lucky. The kid also laughed and laughed as if he was completely unaware of those disdainful and gloomy gazes. Especially Lu Jimao's first disciple, who disliked the last disciple of his master the most. Later, after spending a long time with the kid in the Verdant Canyon Island, he knew that the kid was a little bad guy. Not only was he good at pretending to be stupid at a young age, but he was also very vengeful, quite like his master Lu Zhimao. He proved the old saying that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. At the end of last year, a big disaster happened on the Verdant Canyon Island that shocked the whole Book Lake, and this kid was one of the culprits. Although Lu Zhimao was the dominant force on the Verdant Gorge Island, there were also a few small sects that were affiliated with him. In addition, Immortal Zhejiang had also invited some guests who shared the same tastes as him. He enjoyed himself all year round, but once he made a move, he would eliminate them completely. As for the masters of the nearby islands, they were also a group of ruthless people who were not sure whether they were good or evil. They were all wild and rogue cultivators who killed their way out. The kid named Gu Kan was accompanied by his mother, who was an ordinary woman who could not cultivate, but she was really attractive. Therefore, among Lu Zhimao's guest ministers, some of them had the idea of taking the woman as a concubine. The old guest minister with a sharp mouth and a monkey's chin was very strong. After more than 100 years of management, he vaguely became a mountain of his own. Even Lu Zhimao had to be patient with him. In his life, he liked to sleep with beautiful women. As a heating stove, his maidservants wore clothes different from the other maidservants. Their lapels and necklines were wide open, making it easier for him to reach inside. Those charming maidservants were jokingly referred to as open lapel ladies. Lu Zhimao's performance was very subtle. He neither refused nor agreed but pretended to be deaf and dumb. Then one day, under the influence of alcohol, he strode into the house where the woman lived. He kicked the door open, entered the house, and carried the woman home to have fun. He laughed wantonly and no one dared to stop him. At that time, Lu Zhimao's first disciple just found an excuse to send away the woman's only son, Gu Kan, and deceived him to go to the back mountain of Xianxia Island. He said that he was going to teach him a secret Taoist incantation at the waterfall. As a result, when the old guest just carried the beautiful woman back to the mansion and was about to throw the fleshy beauty on the bed and eat her alive. At that moment, not only the Verdant Canyon Island but all the great chi cultivators in the entire Book Lake felt something strange. For a time the lake water was surging, the big waves hit the sky and the chi was chaotic. It was extremely terrifying. It was to the extent that two cultivators of the ninth realm who had been in seclusion for a long time had no choice but to break out of seclusion to find out exactly who it was that dared to incite public anger and stir up trouble, disrupting the abnormally dense fortune of the mountains and rivers of Calligraphy Lake. Then all the chi cultivators looked at the Verdant Canyon Island with stunned and shocked hearts. A flood dragon, full of dragon chi, slowly raised its huge head near the Xianxia Island in the Book Slip Lake and stared at a certain house. On the top of the Verdant Canyon Island, a child with a face full of hostility stood side by side with the woman he should respectfully call second senior sister apprentice. The child's eyes were full of hatred. He looked at the horrible flood dragon that came out for the first time and ordered, "Little Loach, eat all of them. Don't leave any one of them, don't let any one of them escape. If my mother is wronged even a little bit, I will kill you." Then on that day the guest, along with dozens of flirtatious ladies, more than 100 people, were all swallowed into the stomach of the yellow flood dragon. The ground was covered in blood and countless broken limbs and bones were scattered everywhere. It was simply purgatory on earth. At first, a dignified guest of the ninth realm cultivator did not believe in the supernatural. He fought desperately with the huge monster in the sky above the mansion, but he still could not defeat it. He used all his magic weapons, but he still could not shake the beast at all. It only made the beast more violent and murderous. Finally, it jumped out of the lake and flew into the sky, biting the guest who tried to escape in half. The upper half of the guest's body was cut off at the waist and fell into the lake. It was then bitten by the yellow flood dragon that followed it. Finally, most of its body was submerged in the lake and its head and neck came out of the water. It slowly chewed with its big mouth, making a terrifying sound. This action was full of provocation to the whole Verdant Canyon Island. Its pair of cold eyes, which were bigger than lanterns, emitted a mischievous smile that was similar to a human's. The child on the mountaintop grinned and said, Good little Loach, go and eat that bastard senior brother. Whoever dares to stop you, eat them together." Even the woman who tipped off Gu Kan standing next to the child felt a chill. She was really frightened by the murderous nature of her junior brother Gu Kan. Lu Jimao, the immortal river severing, suddenly appeared on the mountain top and said with a pleasant face, "Although your senior brother is wrong, I will punish him well. Can you let him live?" Gu Kan smiled, "Master, you can either kill me and let the little loach fool around here, or you will have one less disciple." "Master, you have dozens of disciples. It is not a big deal to lose one. In the future I will help you make a name for yourself. Not to mention the death of the senior brother, even the death of the second senior sister is not important." The child with a bright smile raised his head high and looked straight at the old man. He asked with a smile, "Master, what do you think?" Lu Jimao's face was gloomy and uncertain. In the end he suddenly laughed and patted the child's head with a kind face. "Child, you have your master's style back then. Good, very good." Gu Kan smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry, master. In the future, whoever you want to kill, I will be your last disciple. I will definitely listen to you. Anyway, the little loach also likes to eat people, especially the immortals on the mountain. They are very nutritious and the little loach is very happy. Sai, the little loach is really something. It grew so fast after leaving its hometown. Even your big white bowl can't hold it anymore. It can only be raised in the big lake. Master, do you have a bigger bowl?" Lu Jimao smiled and shook his head. The child chuckled obediently. Only the second senior sister was creeped out. The giant creature, nicknamed Little Loach by Gu Kan, then ate the eldest senior brother of the Green Gorge Island, who was begging for his life. Its huge body plowed out many gullies on the island. Not only did the flood dragon eat the man, but it also ate the nearby onlookers who were not afraid of death, or the servants and maids who did not manage to escape in time. The flood dragon probably thought that some ordinary people were not tasty, so it tore their bodies apart and threw them aside. It returned to the Book Slip Lake with its mouth full of blood dripping on the ground. That night, the child accompanied the frightened woman to admire the moon in the yard. Gu Kan ate the mooncake and said vaguely, "Mother, don't be afraid. No one will dare to bully you in the future." The woman looked around, then lowered her eyebrows and held the child in her arms. She lowered her voice and said, Can, don't be so fierce when you talk to your little loach in the future." Gu Kan nestled in his mother's warm arms. Only at this time the child was not so angry and gloomy, and was slightly like a normal child. He grinned and said, "Don't worry, the little loach and I have the same mind. It knows that I am good to it. We have a good relationship. Even the one surnamed Lu." The woman quickly reached out to cover the child's mouth, picked up the mooncake with one hand and said softly, "Eat the mooncake and talk less." Gu Kan patted his stomach. "Mother, I really can't eat anymore. I am not a little loach who thinks about eating all day like a big rice bucket." The woman smiled softly and gently stroked the child's head. Looking up at the moon, the woman's eyes were a little wet. Ken has grown up and can protect mother. The child suddenly felt wronged. He pouted and said to himself, "Chin Pingon, I told you in and out of the town except for you there are bad people. You didn't believe me." Gu Kan broke away from the woman's arms and jumped to the ground. He crossed his arms and said like an old man, "Mother, I promised Chin Pingon that I would find 17 or 18 women like GQ for him. Next time he comes to Xianxia Island I will give them to him. Mother, what do you think?" Thinking of the boy in Mud Bottle Alley, the woman felt guilty and warm in her heart. She covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. Okay, as long as you are happy." Gu Kan suddenly became sick and lost his previous momentum. "Mother, if Chin Pingon is not happy but angry, what should I do?" The woman joked. "Oh, my Can is afraid of someone?" Gu Kan blushed and hummed, "I am not afraid of Chin Pingon, I am." Speaking of this, Gu Kan, who was still a child, suddenly had red eyes. He lowered his head and wiped his eyes fiercely, sobbing, "I just think that if Chin Pingon is here he won't let anyone bully us. I just miss Chin Pingon. He will help me with everything. Only Chin Pingon is a good person in the world." The woman didn't know how to comfort her son because she also began to cry. The moon bends over the 9 continents. Some are happy and some are sad. The Qin family of Yingyin was the master of the collection of memorial archways in the world. As a result, the world's Confucian scholars only gave the 2 words mellow scholar to the Qin family of Yingyin. This branch of the Qin family that moved from the central continent to the South Hassa continent was actually not eye-catching during the Great Migration. Because at that time this branch of the Qin family of Yingyin was only one of the 8 branches of the Qin family of righteousness in the central continent, and it had the least branches. After all of this took root in the South Hassa continent, especially when the old ancestor who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders appeared, it ushered in earth-shaking changes. A learning palace and an academy were all built on the land of the Qin family of Yingyin. Numerous memorial arches were erected in succession along with the outstanding performance of the Qin clan disciples of Yingyin generation after generation. They accomplished great feats, established their careers and wrote books and sayings. Therefore every guest who entered the Qin family of Yingyin, whether it was a scholar who traveled here to study, a scholar who came because of the reputation of the Qin family of Yingyin, or an emperor who stayed here, had to first pass through the path filled with memorial archways and buildings. Without exception, when faced with this glorious family business, they would feel shocked and even feel inferior. The disciples of the Qin family of Yingyin were so proud that even if the old ancestor passed it down personally, no one felt embarrassed when the sun on his shoulders that he read was borrowed for 100 years. A tall young man whose hometown was far away in the Aquarius continent was studying here. He was personally brought here by Qin Wei, a direct descendant of the family. In the family, no one mocked the young man for his poor background. They didn't even deliberately treat him with enthusiasm after knowing that he was talented. From beginning to end, they were calm and treated him with respect. This made the tall young man surnamed Lu feel more at ease. The young man was Zhou Xian, the sunny young man who had once told his best friend that he must not die in such a small place like his hometown. Then after he left his hometown, he quickly saw mountains that seemed to be taller than the sky and an endless blue ocean. There were countless colorful flying fishes with wings soaring on the ocean and various monsters appearing in the sea of clouds. There were even mighty sword-riding immortals that flew freely in the sky. In the beginning he was not worried. He was worried that this Qin family of Yingyin was like the Su family of Qingfeng City and the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain. They secretly coveted his sword manual, the strange sword manual that allowed him to practice the sword when he was awake and in his dreams. But Lu Xianyang quickly dispelled this thought. Because when he stepped into the Qin family of Yingyin, a scholarly old man, who was said to be the treasure-managing ancestor of the Qin family of Yingyin, gave him a folding fan made from the divine cloud bamboo of the Azure Immortal Mountain. This divine cloud bamboo was extremely rare and was one of the best materials for the ghost whip. As long as it was a monster that lived underground, all of them feared the magic tools made from the divine cloud bamboo. An extremely high-quality cuttlefish. This creature was raised by an immortal family in a brushwasher and lived by eating ink. After 100 years, a golden line would grow on its back. After 500 years, it had a chance of becoming an ink dragon, a treasure of calligraphy that scholars yearned for. Almost all scholarly families would raise this creature, but the requirement for ink to eat cuttlefish was extremely high. Otherwise, they would rather starve to death than be willing to accommodate it. Finally, there was the wind of flipping through a book. Lu Xianyang clearly remembered that even the arrogant Qin family's first wife's daughter, Qin Duan, was greatly surprised when she saw that breeze. She even felt a bit of jealousy. Lu Xianyang naturally liked this, but it was far from being wild with joy. Lu Xianyang knew that his foundation was still that sword manual. So Lu Xianyang went to the Qin family school on time every day and stayed in the courtyard to cultivate his sword techniques. Since the tall young man had seen the mountains and rivers, the next step he wanted to rely on his own ability to ride his sword over the peak of the mountain, to ride his sword to the end of the river. There would be a day when he would meet that fellow surnamed Qin again, and he would be able to boast to him about the vastness of the outside world. Sometimes Lu Xianyang was worried that if he returned to that small town one day, would Qin Pingon be an old farmer who had already married and had children? Of course Lu Xianyang would not disown him as a brother just like that. But Lu Xianyang was very afraid that at that time, the two of them would be sitting on the back of the green ox, chatting. After talking about embarrassing childhood stories, they would have nothing to say in the end. There were some words that came from the bottom of his heart. At that time, Lu Xianyang had purposely left in a hurry, purposely avoiding Qin Pingon. Because he was afraid that when they parted he would fail to live up to his expectations and cry. He would be laughed at by Qin Pingon and others and would look down on Lu Xianyang. Moreover, those words came from the bottom of his heart. At that time Lu Xianyang was still a bit awkward, so in the end he did not say anything. Now Lu Xianyang was very regretful. He should have openly told Qin Pingon that other than the matter of burning porcelain he was inferior to him. Lu Xianyang had taught Qin Pingon so many other things. Fishing, using a wooden bow, setting traps in the mountains, crossing over mountains and ridges. Which one of these things Qin Pingon had done better than him, Lu Xianyang? The Yingyin Qin clan's residence was hundreds of miles in circumference. When Lu Xianyang was free, he would go to that road in one breath. He would pass by many memorial arches, walk to the bank of a large river, and sit on a stone cliff that was similar to the back of a green ox. He would sit there in a daze for half a day. For a tall youth who was diligently practicing the sword, this was a very extravagant thing to do. In the dusk of this day, Lu Xianyang sat there for another 4 hours. After he abruptly returned to his senses, he planned to stand up and return. There were still tens of miles to walk on the return journey. Moreover, within a radius of 1,000 miles, if there were no accidents, no one was allowed to ride the wind in the air. Generals, ministers, and officials had to dismount from their horses. This unshakable rule of the Qin clan had been passed down for thousands of years. After leaving the clan, there might still be some Qin clan disciples who were arrogant and willful outside. They might even do some bad things that went against etiquette. After all, the clan was too big, and it was inevitable that there would be crooks mixed in with the honest folk. However, as long as they were in the clan, no one dared to overstep the rules in the slightest. Especially when it was time to worship the ancestors every year, countless Qin clan descendants would rush back. The road was filled with pedestrians. Yes, pedestrians. Moreover, the adults were almost all dressed in scholarly robes, with jade pendants hanging from their waists. They were simply dressed. Lu Xianyang had seen it once from afar. The sound of jade pendants being struck rang out. This was an eye-opener for the youth. It was even more shocking than seeing mountains and rivers. As soon as Lu Xianyang stood up, he saw a thin white-haired Confucian scholar slowly walking up the stone cliff. Lu Xianyang bowed with his hands folded in front. The old Confucian scholar, who he couldn't tell if he was a gentleman or a sage, stood still and returned the greeting with a smile. If it was anywhere else in the Hassa continent, gentlemen and sages were quite rare. However, in the Qin clan of Yingyin, where there were many talents, if one didn't have a sage, he would be embarrassed to go out and greet others. The old man stood beside Lu Xianyang and looked at the rolling river. He gently stomped his feet on the stone cliff and said with a smile, "Do you know the name of this stone cliff?" Lu Xianyang had to stop and shook his head. "I don't know." The old man smiled and said, "It is recorded in the books that there is a strange stone on the river cliff of the Qin clan of Yingyin. It is called the Mountain Ghost. There was once an immortal poet who recited a poem here. Unfortunately, it didn't spread. It is a pity. Who will lift the cup? Laugh at me for being drunk. Before the cuttlefish can rise, the mountain birds cover the cup. At 4 o'clock, the mountain ghost blows out the lamp and whistles, startling the children of the world." The old man continued to recite the poem that had never been passed down. His face was full of melancholy and nostalgia. "God gives my heart to you, waiting for thousands of miles to carry you, whipping the Luan and Phoenix, reciting a poem about my travels." In fact, this poem is not the best among the many poems of that immortal poet. However, I was standing beside you at that time, and the immortal poet was standing beside me. I was young at that time. After hearing it, I felt that it was really good. Even after so many years, I still feel that it is good. Lu Xianyang couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. He didn't want to spoil the old man's mood, so he could only remain silent. However, the old man turned his head and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Lu Xianyang had to answer honestly, "I don't know." The old man smiled and nodded. Lu Xianyang continued to remain silent. The old man asked again, "Are you studying here? What do you think of the atmosphere?" Lu Xianyang thought for a moment and said, "Very good." The old man still asked, "What's good about it?" Lu Xianyang was a little helpless and said perfunctorily, "Everything is good." The old man laughed heartily. Lu Xianyang looked at the sky. He really had to go back. Just as he was about to salute and bid farewell, the old man was like a person who loved to ask questions the most in the world. "I see that you are someone who practices the sword. Do you have any doubts about practicing the sword?" Lu Xianyang wasn't afraid or suspicious. After all, this was the territory of the Qin family in Yingyin. However, it was a taboo to talk about things with strangers. Of course, he knew this, so he smiled and shook his head. "Never." The old man smiled and said, "Good." After saying this word, the old man felt a little rueful. As one of the countless secondary saints' disciples, it was only right and proper for him to say this word. Now that this fellow had used this word as his catchphrase, it was truly a little absurd. Yet he seemed to be able to say it more smoothly than the old man. Zhou Xian bid farewell and left. The old man watched the tall young man leave. After retracting his gaze, he looked at the river. His sleeves were slightly swaying in the wind. He was also once an elegant young man. He had also traveled far away with his sword. Night fell. The crescent moon hung on the branches. There was also a small bright moon on the old man's shoulder. The old man's surname was Qin and his name was Chunin. On a city wall that towered into the clouds, there was a large word carved with sword aura. It was a wide road. On this road, there was a raging bonfire around 6 young people. The oldest was only in his 20s and the rest could only be considered young men and women. Without exception, all of them were sword cultivators. They either had a sword hanging on their waist, crossed their knees, or carried on their backs. The light of the bonfire shone on their young faces. Everyone was in high spirits. Although they weren't old, they all had sword aura flowing around them. They couldn't hide their surging killing intent. Among them, the most outstanding were a man and a woman. The man was the oldest young man. He wore a blood-stained long robe, but he gave people a sense of purity. Although he wasn't extraordinarily handsome, his clean and gentle temperament, coupled with the sword aura that was so condensed that it was almost solid, made people feel even more amazed. The young woman was full of heroic spirit. Her eyebrows were like narrow knives, showing off her sharpness. She sat cross-legged with her sword across her knees. She supported her chin with one hand and looked to the south of the high wall with a sharp gaze. The battle between the two sides had come to an end for the time being. The next attack in defense would definitely be more tragic. A fat young sword cultivator had a round face. When he smiled, his eyes would narrow into slits. He looked harmless, but his killing intent was the strongest. He drank hard liquor and handed it to the one-armed girl beside him. He wiped his mouth and laughed. If it wasn't for the 6 swords that Alliance threw, we might not have survived this time. Hee, next time, even if Alliance wants me to warm his bed, I'll wash my ass clean and agree. The fat young man patted the sword at his waist heavily. The sword's name was engraved with 2 words, Purple Lightning. When the sword was unsheathed, purple lightning lingered around it. It was extremely sharp and extraordinary. The other 5 swords were named Sutra, Jinyu, Haorenqi, Hongzhuang, and Yunwen. The one-armed girl beside the fatty had a wooden expression on her face. She silently drank her wine. Her slender figure carried a large sword on her back. She didn't choose the elegant name and beautiful body of the sword, Hongzhuang. Instead, she chose the thickest and largest sword, Jinyu. The oldest one, who looked more like a scholar than a sword cultivator, chose love at first sight, Haorenqi. The one-armed girl threw the liquor jug to the young man sitting opposite her. His face was dark and full of scars. He was wearing Hongzhuang. The young man with a ferocious and ugly face took the wine jug, raised his head and took a big gulp. He then took another big gulp. Immediately he was scolded by a handsome young man. Dong damn you. Can't you leave some for your ancestors? The ugly young man was still stubborn and was about to drink a 3rd mouthful. The handsome young man beside him was so angry that he wanted to give him a punch. He was the only one who had 2 swords. One was Sutra and the other was Yunwen. They were stacked on his thigh, but the Yunwen sword seemed to have lost its scabbard. The ugly youth lifted his arm to block the fist. But after being struck by the fist, his body swayed and wine spilled all over his face. His ferocious nature erupted as he turned and glared at the handsome youth. The handsome youth also responded with equal harshness. What, do you want to fight? If it weren't for you, would the little cricket die in the south for you? The ugly young man's eyes turned red and his lips turned blue. The girl with narrow eyebrows shouted, "Both of you shut up." After she spoke, the ugly young man and the handsome young man stopped causing trouble. The former quietly passed the liquor jug to the latter. The girl stood up and said coldly, "Give me both the Yunwen sword and the liquor jug." The handsome young man handed over the sword and the liquor. She walked to the edge of the road. Below her was the cliff. The strong wind was strong, and the chaotic sword aura and fierce sword intent were everywhere. Moreover, in this desolate land where benevolence and morality were useless, there were 3 moons in the sky. There was a full moon, a half moon, and a crescent moon. Therefore there was no reason to speak of here. Everything depended on the sword in the hand. The girl held the sheathless long sword in one hand and the liquor jug in the other. She poured the liquor on the long sword and said softly, "Little cricket, drink." The 5 people behind the girl said in their hearts almost at the same time, "Little cricket, drink." After the handsome young man was sad, he quickly dispelled the sadness in his heart. In this place, as long as there was a war, which day would there be no deaths? He asked tentatively, "Ning Yao, previously we each had a sword, so the 6 of us were just right. Now that the little cricket is gone, do you want to take the Yunwen sword?" "No need." The girl with cracked lips tossed the long sword she had drunk from back to the handsome youth. She faced the south. All the way to the south, there was a locust-like army of the demon clan. They were constantly swarming over from the sky and camped together. Soon they would launch the next round of attacks on the high wall. The girl suddenly thought of something and laughed for the first time. "Hello, my father's surname is Qin Pingon. My mother's surname is also Qin, so my name is Qin Pingon." Ha, this idiot. 207. Thanks to Wei Ba, Qin Pingon was able to live in an extravagant and luxurious place. The roof was carved with jade and there were many rooms. The decorations were exquisite. Qin Pingon felt that the place where the emperor lived was nothing more than this. Other than that, there were also 2 maidservants on the Kun boat. They were called Chun Shui and Qiushi. One of them was plump while the other was slender. They had completely different figures, but they were twin sisters. They had similar appearances. They were in charge of serving the important guest, Qin Pingon. They were submissive and spoke softly, which made Qin Pingon feel very uncomfortable. Qin Pingon could not accept the kindness of these beauties. He still took care of everything himself. No matter how the 2 girls persuaded him, Qin Pingon still insisted on his own view. When night fell, Qin Pingon asked for a basin to wash his feet and put his calloused feet into boiling hot water. The 2 girls stood not far away with resentment in their eyes. Qin Pingon only felt uncomfortable all over. It took him a lot of persuasion to persuade them to go to the outer room to rest. Qin Pingon felt relieved. He stepped into the basin and looked around. 2 young ladies were sitting in the outer room. Their heads were close to each other as they chattered softly. They used the dialect of their hometown in Julu continent to talk about their boudoir. They were curious about the young man's identity and how he could make the Lord Steward look at him with a whole new level of respect and reward him with a heaven character waist token. They were talking about the local customs of Great Li, as well as the interesting stories of the Eastern Vase continent under their feet during the New Year. They were talking about how some of the fairies in the mansions wore robes of red clouds and the green robes of Green Immortal Mountain when they appeared this year. They were talking about how the pearls and hairpins produced by the Dragon Palace on their heads were truly dazzling and beautiful. There was a celadone basin on the table. It was filled with layers of fresh fruits. The fragrance of the fruits came from various mountains in the northern continent. They were bought at a high price and emitted a faint spiritual aura. The twins, who had different charms, only dared to steal a few glances at them. They didn't dare to reach out and take them. When the sound of Qin Pingon's footsteps could be heard, the 2 girls immediately stood up and stood respectfully, waiting for his orders. They glanced at the young man who was still wearing that pair of straw sandals. Even though he was in the house, he was still unwilling to take off the sword sheath on his back. The corner of the girls' eyes slightly met each other. Both of them had a smile on their faces. It was just interesting they did not dare to mock him. Moreover, this Kun boat from the Diao Mountain carried people and goods across the 3 continents and back every year. As the first-class maids of the heavenly house, the 2 girls had seen many strange Qi cultivator masters. They even felt that the young Dolly VIP might be in his 40s or 50s. This was too common on the mountain. When traveling, the younger the character, the more careful one had to be. They must not provoke him easily. Qiushi took the foot basin and went out to pour some water. Smiling, Chun Shui asked Qin Pingon if he wanted to listen to the zither music. Tonight, there was a fairy from the Yellow Millet Pavilion who had a good relationship with the Diao Mountain on the Kun boat. She would be playing the zither on the Kun boat tonight. The VIP of the Heavenly House could go to a private room without paying. Qin Pingon was still carrying the subduing demons made by Ruan Liang. Of course, he was unwilling to show his face in public. He politely refused. This made Chun Shui a little disappointed. After all, if the VIP Chen Pingon was willing to go, even if he was just pretending to be elegant, she and her sister Xianxia really liked the zither music of those fairies. They could take the opportunity to cleanse their ears. Most of the Yellow Millet Pavilion in the Juluzu were female cultivators. Almost all of them were good at zither, chess, calligraphy, painting and tea. The fairies who had studied a certain craft to the highest level would be praised for brightening the eyes, clearing the heart, and cleansing the ears. The zither music of the fairy on the Kuan boat could cleanse the ears. Firstly, the music that flowed out from her hands was pleasing to the ears. Secondly, the cleansing the ears matter was real. When the music of the zither entered the ears, it could indeed cleanse the dirt accumulated over the years. Chen Shui and Xiaoxia had been involved in cultivation for 7 years. Limited by their ordinary qualifications, they were now only second-realm qi cultivators. They were not even the nominal disciples of the Diao Mountain. Therefore, even if the cleansing effect of the music of the zither was small, the two girls were still unwilling to miss the chance to accumulate cultivation. Chen Pingon did not know the details. Or it could be said that with his cautious character, even if he knew the truth, he would not listen to the music of the zither. He was a pure martial artist who had never seen a zither before. Moreover, he had a precious treasure with him. How would he dare to show off? The two girls didn't need to do anything, but they needed to stay in the same wing of the heavenly room. Then the three of them just looked at each other like this. Chen Pingon became more and more envious of Wei Ba. If Wei Ba was sitting in his seat, the two of them would definitely be talking and laughing. How could there be such an awkward atmosphere? In fact, Chen Shui and Xiaoxia were not embarrassed. Instead, they felt that it was novel. After all, guests like the young man in front of them were rare. In the past, there were also strange guests, but they were eccentric and eccentric. For example, there were guests who were so strange that they had to clean every corner of the house. They wiped the beams and the bottom of the bed. They were so busy that they were unwilling to help. It was as if a little bit of dust would fall on their hearts. There were also guests who were afraid of the dark. They would take out huge bright pearls from their fengtsuan items and place them on the table and the bed. The light was so bright that it was dazzling. There were also withered old men who brought along a group of stinking mummies. The mummies were all women, but they were all dressed in red and green. They applied makeup and could move freely, but they could not speak. The scene was so horrifying that the two maidservants were so scared that they slept in the wing. They did not dare to close their eyes to sleep for the entire night. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would become one of the mummies by dawn. Chen Pingon felt that staring at them was not a good thing. It was also not good for him to practice the sword furnace dance in front of outsiders. He could only brace himself and break the silence. Using the Aquarius continent's language that was not fluent, he asked, Chen Shui, Xiaoxia, where is your Diao Mountain in the Julu continent? Once he started the conversation, Chen Pingon found that the atmosphere was much more harmonious. The two girls seemed to be naturally good at chatting. After that, it was almost not his turn to interrupt. He only needed to listen attentively. So much so that when Chen Pingon politely invited them to drink some fruits to quench their thirst, the girls agreed with a red face. One lowered her head to eat while the other explained to Chen Pingon about Diao Mountain. When one was tired, the other girl took over and let Chen Pingon listen with great interest. It turned out that Diao Mountain was a big local sect in the Julu continent. It was located in the southwest. Although there were no upper 5 states qi cultivators guarding it for 2 decades, according to the rules, they had to remove the title of sect, and demoted from Diao sect to Diao Mountain when the founder opened the sect. However, the ancestors of Diao Mountain were truly prosperous. During their peak, there were 2 upper 5 states immortals who could summon the wind and rain. Their names shook the entire continent. Although the 2 founders who revived the sect were both at the first stage of the upper 5 states, the pure jade state, which was commonly known as the 11th state cultivator, no matter what, one sect had 2 pure jade state, which was still an extremely glorious existence. Although the 2 girls were not true disciples of Diao Mountain, they had an extremely strong sense of honor. They told Chen Pingon many legendary stories of the sect's founders. There was someone who encountered a group of deep-sea beasts during a cross-continent voyage. He fought with all his might and retreated. His sword was so bright that it surpassed the bright moon on the sea. In history, there was another founder who was best at thunder techniques. He traveled from the southwest all the way to the northeast border of the Julu continent and earned the nickname of Lord of Heaven. He killed countless demons and devils. Until today there were countless people in the Julu continent who were grateful. They erected memorial tablets of merit in their homes and incense continued to burn for generations. Qin Pingon had only heard of these glorious stories. He was only slightly fascinated and did not think too much about it. However, he was very interested in the 11th state of the pure jade state. He could not help but ask about it. As there had been an upper 5-state cultivator in the sect, even though the servant girl Chun Shui was a 2nd-state qi cultivator, she still knew many things. She told him some of the things she knew. She said that the legendary pure jade state could be said to be the culmination of qi cultivation and return to one's original state. Their body and spirit were close to perfection and they were as pure as gold and jade. They did not need any magic weapons to protect themselves. They were naturally immune to fire and water and evil spirits. Under normal circumstances, their lifespan ranged from 500 to 1,000 years. Therefore, the changes of dynasties in the mortal world and the changes of the mountains and rivers were difficult to arouse the interest of pure jade state cultivators. When Chun Shui said this, Qiu Shi, who had finished eating a green fruit, accidentally burped. Her face was slightly red and she was embarrassed. Her elder sister Chun Shui glared at her. In order to make up for her mistake, Qiu Shi quickly explained to Qin Pingon, "Young Master Qin, I also heard that after entering the upper 5 state, qi cultivators no longer have to worry about leaving the grotto heaven and blessed land. The filthy qi in the heaven and earth would corrode their bodies like rivers flowing backwards. The accumulation of one's own spirit energy would gradually reach a bottleneck. Therefore, there is not much difference between cultivating in the mountains and cultivating in the mountains. It is far more flexible and casual compared to the immovable state of the 10th state Yuanyin cultivators." At this point, Qiu Shi's eyes were filled with infatuation as she said, "All the female qi cultivators in the world dream of entering this state. As long as they reach the 11th state, they will have a chance to change or rather beautify their original appearance. Moreover, it is guaranteed that they will not have bad luck. Therefore, many women who were originally at the 10th state, even if they were white-haired old women, can return to their youth. Moreover, they will retain their youth and their appearance will not change even in death." Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Why is it taboo for the commoners to disfigure one's appearance, but the pure jade state can guarantee that one will not have bad luck?" The maidservant Qiu Shi was speechless. She knew the truth but did not know the reason. The glory of the upper 5 state was not something that a 2nd state qi cultivator like her would know. Her elder sister Chun Shui was more meticulous and was more willing to think about the reason. She smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, I dare not say what the truth is. However, I have some thoughts that I would like to share with you for your reference. For the commoners in the mortal world, their appearance is a fixed thing from the moment they were born. It is indeed related to one's luck. Therefore, it is not without reason that the commoners at the bottom of the mountains are afraid of disfiguring their appearance. However, the disfigurement of a qi cultivator is actually not that easy to appear after ascending to the middle 5 state. As for why the pure jade state can change one's appearance without destroying one's luck and fate, I feel that it is because..." At this point, the maidservant Chun Shui stretched out her hands and made a gesture of building a house on the table. For cultivators of the lower 5 state like me and Qiu Shi, qi cultivation is like building a house. There are only 1 or 2 pillars and everything is just beginning. If one's appearance is disfigured, it is equivalent to breaking a pillar. There is even a possibility of the house collapsing. Then Chun Shui made a gesture of waves. However, the immortals of the middle 5 state and upper 5 state have already built a sturdy house. It is even a building complex that is similar to a palace in the mortal world. If one's appearance is disfigured, even if a few pillars of the house are broken, it would not have much of an impact. As for the pure jade state female qi cultivators, changing their appearance might be like renovating the exterior of a building, or like covering the roof with a new layer of glazed tiles, making it even more beautiful. Does young Master Qin understand what I am saying? Qin Pingon nodded and said, "It makes sense." Chun Shui blushed slightly. "These are just my random thoughts. Young Master, please don't laugh at me." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I feel that it makes sense." Qiu Shi blinked her eyes and said with a face full of regret, "However, my sister and I have never seen the old immortals of the pure jade state in our lives. We have never even had the chance to see them from afar." Chun Shui's gaze was slightly deep. "It is good that they are not well. Once the immortals of the upper 5 states start fighting, even if they are in the middle 5 state, they are not much better than ordinary people. Xianxia pouted. It is good to see them from afar. Chen Shui said helplessly, our eyesight is just that little. It is far from the power of the treasures of the upper 5 state immortals, right? If we are not careful, we will not even know how we disappeared into thin air when we die. With regards to this, Qin Pingon did not interrupt. Everyone had their own preferences and aspirations. Moreover, they were not familiar with each other. There was no need to criticize. At the bow of the Kun ferry, suddenly someone opened his mouth wide and pointed to the extreme west. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly called out to his companions and shouted with all his might, "Look, look!" In the vast sky, a hole of unknown size was forcefully torn open. Something fell as if it was punched down from the sky. Although the falling speed was extremely fast, faster than any high-quality magic treasure, because the dome of the sky was really too high from the ground, as long as one inadvertently looked in that direction, they would be able to see this shocking and spectacular scene. It was like a comet dragging a bright and long tail, rushing towards the land of the mortal world. The entire Kun ferry was in an uproar. After Xianxia ran out to ask, she hurriedly told Qin Pingon to quickly go to the observation deck of the sky room to take a look. They must not miss it. Qin Pingon brought Xianxia and Xianxia through the study room. They pushed the door open and came to the observation deck outside. As expected, they saw the extremely dazzling falling meteor in the far west. At the place where the sky broke open, there was a loud and clear voice with incomparable carefreeness. It slowly spread to the hearts of the Qi cultivators in the mortal world. Alliance, how is my punch? These words, you have to listen to them whether you want to or not. How domineering. It was believed that countless Qi cultivators, demons, ghosts and gods in the world would raise their necks and turn to the west at this moment. They would be shocked by the prowess of this poor priest, and the strength of that punch. Qin Pingon also opened his mouth wide. What, Alliance, you were beaten down by someone? That meteor crashed into the land of a big continent in the west and created a huge pit. Then it bounced back. Due to the strength of that punch, the height of the rebound was almost as high as Mount Sui in the central divine continent. The figure at the apex of the sky seemed to be looking for direction. Finally, it flashed and disappeared. Almost no one in the world could catch the figure. Those who had the ability to follow the figure could be counted with one's fingers. But without exception, they were all used to it and were too lazy to care about it. At most, they were silently deducing the changes in the heavenly secret. The young man with 2 swords on his back murmured, "This punch is a bit fierce?" In the end, someone slapped the young man's head and said in exasperation, "Fierce my ass." 208. Qin Pingon turned around and saw a familiar face. The man was no longer wearing a bamboo hat. Qin Pingon looked at the man in a daze and was speechless for a moment. The 2 maidservants, Chen Shui and Xianxia, were shocked. They were annoyed that this man did not follow the rules and was too reckless. The Kun boat was a small world, and had its own rules. For example, private fights were not allowed. If there was a dispute, they had to inform the Kun boat deacon. They were not allowed to use spells or supernatural powers without permission. If a mortal teacher boarded the boat, they were not allowed to humiliate him. There were many rules and regulations. However, the sects that had the ability to purchase the Kun boat for cross-continent trade were, without exception, the top forces on the mountain. Every ferry was usually arranged with high-level cultivators and pure martial artists. At the same time, they hired a large number of itinerant cultivators who were good at fighting. This was the most important thing. At the end of the day, the rules were dead and the fists were alive. Therefore, in each corridor there were decorative pink and green branches on the walls. There was a spiritual creature called the time cicada that did not sleep day and night. It could store the scenes that it captured. Even the slightest ripple of chi activity could not escape its senses. If the time cicada was killed, it would release an ear-piercing cicada cry. Therefore, the Kun boat was used to monitor thieves. One had to know that there were all kinds of chi cultivators. Moreover, when it came to cultivation, the ripples in one's heart would be expanded endlessly. If an itinerant cultivator did not have a top-notch orthodox formula to concentrate and calm his heart, he would often be extreme in good and evil. He would do whatever he liked. In addition, cultivation was a bottomless pit. Even if one had a mountain of gold or silver, One would not be rich without a windfall. Moreover, there was a saying that wealth came from danger. Naturally, there was no lack of people's evil intentions. Qin Pingon snorted and then laughed happily. He was Alliance. The man was travel-worn. He was barefooted and his sleeves were rolled up. He looked a little tired, but his eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was high. He was very different from the man who led the donkey and carried the bamboo blade. At that time, the man who called himself Alliance was frivolous and spoke nonsense. He always gave people the feeling that he was an unreliable scoundrel who liked to boast. At this moment, the man did not have the bamboo hat that he used to travel in the martial world, the silver blade strengthening gourd and even the bamboo blade. When he suddenly appeared in front of Qin Pingon could not see the depth of Alliance. He even felt that Zhou Xian and Alliance could fight. But what did it matter? To be able to see Alliance again so soon, Qin Pingon smiled so much that he felt like drinking. Alliance stood on the observation deck and saw the twin sisters. His eyes lit up and he immediately leaned against the railing and took on a pose that he thought was suave. He placed his hand on his forehead and then stroked his hair. "Ladies, nice to meet you. My name is Alliance and I am a swordsman." Zhou Xian has a calm temperament and she doesn't say a word. However, her younger sister Zhou Xian is a bit hot-tempered. Moreover, it was the man in front of her who broke the rules first. The slim girl named Zhou Xian frowns and says confidently, "I don't care who you are. On this Kuan boat, unless there is an emergency in the Sea of Clouds, no passengers are allowed to use spells or break into other people's rooms without permission." After saying this, the girl sneered and said, "Alliance? What, are you the great immortal that fell from the sky? If that's the case, will you accept me as your disciple? I'm begging you." Alliance smirked and said, "I have been in Jianghu for so many years and I have never had a real disciple. I can't help it. If one's swordsmanship is a bit high, it will make people feel inferior. They won't even have the thought of becoming my disciple. Young lady, you are the first one to ask so directly. I like it." Zhou Xian was just about to say something sarcastic when her elder sister Zhou Xian grabbed her arm. Zhou Xian is after all a well-trained maid of the heavenly room. Although she is annoyed by the man in front of her who doesn't follow the rules and has a glib tongue, she still stops herself from saying anything. Chunshui is much more meticulous than Qiushi. The man in front of her is a friend of Qin Pingon, and he has not done anything outrageous. Of course, they have to talk about the rules when they visit the Mount Jiaokun boat, but they will never say it in a stiff and rigid way. Otherwise, the lucrative business of visiting the Mount Jiaokun boat would have been taken away by other families. When they are outside, harmony brings wealth. Zhou Xian looked at Qin Pingon and asked with a smile, "Young master, this Alliance is your friend, right? Is he a guest staying in another room on the Kun boat?" When it comes to Alliance, Zhou Xian feels awkward. As for whether this Alliance is Alliance, Zhou Xian doesn't believe it even if she is beaten to death. It's like an alley full of chicken dung and dog dung. If a guy with the same name as the richest man of a continent walks into the alley and visits, who would think that he is the richest man? Qin Pingon just said, "He is my friend." Realizing that Zhou Xian is still waiting for the answer to another important question, Qin Pingon had a flash of inspiration and said with a smile, "He is also a friend of our Dali's Beiyue god, Wei Pai." The mystery in the hearts of the two girls suddenly became clear. It turns out that it was the Beiyue god of the Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent who pulled the strings to build the bridge. No wonder the Dali mountain has to give face. As Dali has swallowed the entire northern territory of the Aquarius continent, they have shown their dominance. Even the Julu continent has heard of them. In addition, before the Kun boat sets up a ferry at Dali's Wutong mountain, it has to pass through the territory of Dali. Zhou Xian, as a girl carefully cultivated by the Dali mountain, is not used in cultivation. Instead, she is used as one of the facades of the Dali mountain. She is used to treat people well and build good karma. Maybe one day she will be taken in by a deity on the mountain. Once she is taken in as a beautiful concubine, the two sects will have a relationship. This is one of the original intentions of the Dali mountain. Therefore, Zhou Xian knows a lot about the situation of the Dali dynasty. Not only did Shunsui know the importance of Dali's Beiyue main god, but her younger sister Akashi also knew the importance of it. Since there was such a relationship, then the rules of the Kun boat, which were originally more flexible, could be loosened even more. Xianxia pulled Qiuji along and bowed gracefully. Then they bid farewell and went to the main hall, leaving the observation deck to Qin Pingon and the uninvited guest. After Qiushi stepped out of the study room, he asked softly, "Sister, should we inform Steward Ma?" Susukino shook her head and said, "No need. Don't paint a snake with feet. The Steward Ma thinks that this relationship can work. He will definitely make a big fuss about it. If that man is really a friend of Dolly's god Beiyue, he may have a good chat with the ship owner, but he will probably dislike us for being insensible. Think about it, who likes people who gossip behind their backs?" Qiushi understood the meaning behind her words. She said gloomily, "Sister, are you thinking of leaving Dolly Mountain?" Chunshui's eyes were gentle. She smiled and pinched her younger sister's delicate earlobe. "Water flows downwards and people walk upwards. When we are successful in the future, we can then repay some of the sect's kindness of raising us. Otherwise, it will not be a good thing to serve tea and water to strange people all day long. Have you forgotten that we are Qi refinement warriors too?" Qiushi's face was full of worry. She leaned on the table and sighed. "Sister, I will listen to you. I am too lazy to think so much." Chunshui leaned over and whispered in her younger sister's ear. It was unknown what embarrassing words she said, but Qiushi's face immediately turned red. She was so embarrassed that she straightened her back and scratched her sister's armpit. The two sisters then played and played. From time to time, they would turn their heads to look at the study room in case young Master Chen saw them fooling around. Even if the two sisters revealed their true feelings, they were still gentle and timid. At the observation deck, Alliance stuck his head out at the door, as if he was looking for the attractive figures of the two sisters. It was good to have a look. Qin Pingon held back his laughter and asked, "Are you fighting with someone?" Alliance nodded. "Yes, a shameless guy. In Taoism he is an old bastard who is the best at fighting other than the Tao ancestor. Bah, he is just relying on the time and place and his protective Dharma artifact. Don't worry, I will go back and give him a punch." Qin Pingon had a stomach full of words, but they were all scared back. Alliance retracted his sneaky gaze, turned and walked to the railing. He sized up Qin Pingon and clicked his tongue. "Kid, it has only been a few days since we last met. You have almost 1,000th of my Alliance's elegance. You can do it, you can do it. You are amazing, amazing." Qin Pingon did not know what to say. It was not easy for him to hold back a polite sentence. "Come and play often when you are free?" Alliance was deflated and said angrily, "Damn you, there is no one who looks down on me, Alliance, as much as you. What, in your mind only I, Alliance, have the right to be beaten? You don't know that stinky old Taoist in feathered clothes, he was killed by me with one punch." It was just that Alliance did not have the nerve to say these inside stories. After all, he had lost the previous punch. He, Alliance, was not that old scholar who had the nerve to say these things. Everything would have to wait until he defeated his opponent. When the time came, he would only say to this kid, "Back in the day I beat up an old Taoist until he pissed his pants." Qin Pingon, I am not lying to you. I, Alliance, never boast. Speaking of which, that shameless old Taoist really took in the second disciple of the Taoist ancestor who was called really invincible. Alliance did not like him, but when it came to fighting he really could not find fault. Seeing that Alliance did not bring a sword, he also gave up the divine weapon, one of the 4 great celestial swords. The two of them fought purely with their fists and Taoist techniques. In the higher place of the green underworld, they fought each other while killing the sky demons. It was really satisfying. Sooner or later he would beat that stinky old Taoist until he admitted that he was really an enemy. Alliance glanced at the red wine gourd on Qin Pingon's waist and laughed. "Well, you can still drink now?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I still can't drink that much. I can only drink a little at a time." Alliance glanced at the sky. "Qin Pingon, we can still talk for a while. Pick the important things to say." Then Qin Pingon roughly explained the recent situation. Alliance gave him a thumbs up. "In that case, don't worry and go down south. Take this trip to the Jianghu well. Hurry up and become stronger. In the future, come to the heavens to play. The human world is very good. In the heavens there are many strong enemies. It is also very exciting." Qin Pingon was a little guilty. "Alliance, although I have a sword on my back, I have not officially started practicing the sword." Alliance grinned and said, "When you practice the fist to the extreme, it is equivalent to practicing the sword. Don't be anxious." Qin Pingon wanted to say something but he stopped. Liang patted Qin Pingon's shoulder. Don't think like that. It was indeed Qi Jingchun who told me about the old sword on the stone arch bridge. However, he later changed his mind and said that he had chosen someone else who was more suitable than me. I wasn't angry because I knew Qi Jingchun's temper better than anyone else in the world. However, I was also curious as to who could enlighten Qi Jingchun. That's why we met each other. After that, I felt relieved because I figured out one thing. I'm afraid that even if I walked to the stone arch bridge in your town, she might not choose me. When we were on the hillside, I told you that I was already in the bag. I was just bragging. Hearing that, Liang's face turned pale and he looked at Qin Pingon with a serious expression. Qin Pingon was stunned. Alliance also knows how to brag. Alliance smiled and squinted his eyes. His whole face was squeezed together as if a mass of warm sunshine was folded together. He laughed heartily and said, "Why? You don't allow me to brag for once? Just like this time I was punched down to the mortal world. Isn't it embarrassing? It's so embarrassing. But Alliance, still came to see you, Qin Pingon, didn't I?" Why? Qin Pingon was confused. Why? Alliance pointed to the sky. The real powerhouse is not about being invincible. It is about being alive. No matter how badly you lose, you don't die. Instead, it is about being able to stand up every time and angrily punch and sword again. Alliance pointed to the south and said with a smile, "After the inverted hanging mountain of the stinky Taoist, there is the great wall of sword chi. Alliance, have been practicing swordsmanship there for many years. Do you think that I am invincible every time? Absolutely not. The number of times I have been chased away is even worse than a stray dog. Of course, in a one-on-one fight, Alliance, am not afraid of anyone in the world. If I can't withstand those big demons shamelessly ganging up on me, I will run and curse. After I have escaped with great difficulty, I will secretly kill my way back, take the head and leave. I will throw the big demon's head in front of those little bastards at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even without me, Alliance, saying anything, they will all scream. You don't know that the little girls and beautiful women over there, their eyes can eat people up. I'm quite embarrassed." Qin Pingon could not help but say, "I believe the previous ones. But I don't really believe the last one." Alliance said awkwardly, "You can see through it but you don't say it." For a moment there was silence. Alliance raised his head and looked at the big hole in the sky in the west. It was slowly closing. Qin Pingon suddenly asked loudly, "Alliance, do you want to drink?" Alliance was stunned. He laughed and said, "I will owe it to you first." "Then let's leave it at that. When you reach the Great Wall of Sword Chi one day, if there is a bastard who uses this embarrassing incident to laugh at me, remember to tell him that Alliance guarantees that he will soon punch that Taoist second brother into the heavenly firmament." Alliance shouted softly, "Let's go." The Kun ship shook violently. It slowly sank for hundreds of feet before it finally stopped its downward momentum. There was a rumbling sound in the sky. Then, that streak of rainbow light rose to the top of the Kun ship where the Qi refinement warriors could not see it. There was an even more shocking explosion that caused the hundreds of miles of cloud sea to shatter. Alliance disappeared completely just like that. In the next moment he appeared in the sky above the Aquarius continent and the Central Plains. There was another loud sound and he flew past the East Sea of the Central Plains, as well as the towering Sui Mountain. A god in golden armor who was sitting cross-legged in the void opened his eyes. He also passed by the White Emperor City amidst the colorful clouds outside the small grotto heaven of the Yellow River. There was a big fiend who stood on the city wall and looked at the figure that flashed past. This repeated again and again. Under the hole in the sky he rose rapidly. At the moment before the sky closed, Alliance went back and forth and broke through the sky. Qin Pingon stood on the observation deck and was unwilling to move for a long time. It was hard to say whether Alliance was invincible or not. He was really cool. 209. Alliance came and left in a hurry. Qin Pingon did not feel that Alliance was not the ferocious person in his mind after being punched into the mortal world. Instead he felt that this Alliance was especially handsome. However, Qin Pingon still felt a little regretful that he had not seen Alliance use his sword with his own eyes until now. After Qin Pingon retracted his gaze, he took off the sword-nurturing gourd called ginger gourd and drank a mouthful of wine gently. He could not help but lament. after practicing a million fists, I should seize the time to practice my swordsmanship. After placing the wine gourd back, Qin Pingon was no longer so reserved. He took a deep breath and smiled. He actually started to practice the sword furnace stance openly. The mighty sword immortals who passed through the sky above the small town rode the wind and looked at the strong winds in the sky. They rode on their swords and looked at the ebb and flow of the tides. The old man surnamed Cui punched out, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. The sword immortal of the wind snow temple Wei Jin arrived before the person, causing the world to shine brightly. Some beautiful things, if revealed by others, would be learned after being envious. As for whether or not one could learn it, one would have to work hard to figure it out. It was such a simple matter. After waiting for a long time, coupled with the violent tremors previously, it had caused everyone on the Kun boat to feel uneasy. Chen Shui was afraid that an accident had happened at the observation deck. She took the risk of attracting the disgust of the esteemed guest and walked through the study room to the doorstep. She found that the cultivator who was on good terms with Dali's god Beiyue had disappeared. Chen Shui could not help but curse in her heart. This fellow was really elusive. Realizing that Qin Pingon seemed to be cultivating, Chen Shui hurriedly turned around silently and did not say a word. When she returned to the main hall, she even deliberately lightened her footsteps. It was a big taboo to disturb the cultivation of a qi cultivator or a pure martial artist on the mountain. The closed-door cultivation of a qi cultivator from each continent would be the top priority of the entire sect. More than 100 years ago, a young elder who was trying to break through the bottleneck of the 10th state in his closed-door cultivation of the 9th state was careless in his closed-door cultivation of the 9th state. During the closed-door cultivation, a young elder who was trying to break through the bottleneck of the 10th state was careless in his closed-door cultivation of the 9th state. His mortal enemy sneaked into the mountain and destroyed his foundation of Tao. He could only stay in the golden elixir state for the rest of his life. Not long after that, his state of mind decayed and he completely collapsed. A senior in the sect who had a good reputation became extremely violent. She often tortured and killed his concubines and maids. She even crippled a proud disciple who was in the viewing sea state and almost broke the longevity bridge. In the end, the patriarch of discipline who had always favored her and regarded her as his own child had to personally take action and detain her in the prison at the back of the mountain. After that, the patriarch of discipline who had not left the mountain for 100 years, made a shocking decision. She went to the ancestral hall and took the sword of the founder of the Ding Mountain. She went down the mountain with the sword and broke into the enemy's sect. After killing the enemy with her own hands, she returned with serious injuries amidst laughter. She died less than a year after returning to the sect. Regarding this matter, especially the revenge of the patriarch of discipline, the disciples of the Ding Mountain only dared to discuss in private whether it was worth it. However, the patriarch of discipline's heroic spirit was praised by even the immortals outside the Ding Mountain. They felt that she had the demeanor of the founder of the Ding Mountain. After that, many people treated the Ding Mountain, which had been stripped of its sect, with kindness. Steward Ma, who was in charge of all the affairs of the Heaven Room, was a chubby old man. He wore jade rings of various colors on his hands. He needed to personally explain to the distinguished guests in each room that the strange movement of the Kun ship was not an attack. It was just a mischievous play of the Kun fish. It was a once-in-100 years occurrence. As for the guests in the other rooms, the Ding Mountain did not bother to waste their saliva to explain anything. Qiushi opened the door. After hearing that Qin Pingon was cultivating on the observation platform, the smiling steward Ma asked the girl to pass on the message. Don't forget it later. Before Steward Ma, who was standing at the door, left, he looked over the slender shoulders of the young girl in front of him and looked at his sister, Chen Shui, whose figure was even more plump. Chen Shui, who was standing gracefully beside the table, could see the curve of the young girl's buttocks even from the front. The old man reluctantly withdrew his gaze and joked, "Qiushi, you should eat more. Look at how thin you are. It's not good for a girl to be too thin. If you can't bear to spend money, it's okay. Brother Ma still has this little bit of money." Qiushi agreed with a smile. After she closed the door and sat beside her sister, she could not help but roll her eyes and say, "What an old pervert. When I let him look at me, it's like a slug crawling on the back of my hand. Sticky and disgusting. Elder brother Ma? Sister, I really want to punch his dog eyes out." Chen Shui joked gently, You're good-looking, but you don't allow others to look at you. You have such a temper. Do you really think you're a fairy from a celestial sect? He wondered if Fairy Xiaoxia was close friends with Fairy Lu from the Golden Millet Pavilion on the ship. Can you help me introduce you? Xiaoxia glared and said angrily, Sister, how can you make fun of me like this? Chunshui suddenly said, This Mr. Qin from Dali Longquan is easy to talk to. Xiaoxia blinked her watery eyes. Why? Don't tell me you're really going to recommend yourself. He's still a child. Sister, do you like him? Chunshui said helplessly, What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoxia giggled. I know. You like that immortal Han from our Diao Mountain. That's right, he's the direct disciple of the sect leader. He's talented and good-looking. Most importantly, he's friendly to everyone. He made a name for himself in the 2 times he went down the mountain to sharpen his skills. During the triennial Diao Mountain celebration, you watched from afar as he sparred with others. That's really like the spring breeze blowing and the snow melting. Chunshui leaned forward, inadvertently pressing her chest into a shocking curve on the edge of the table. She reached out and patted her sister's forehead. You're at the 2nd realm and I'm at the 2nd realm. Both of us combined are not as high as his realm. He was already at the cave-dwelling realm 3 years ago. Maybe when we go back this time he'll be at the sea-viewing realm. Xiaoxia smiled and grabbed her sister's hand. She imitated Steward Ma's tone and demeanor and said flirtatious words. Oh, Miss Chunshui, your little hand is so white. You're really a natural beauty. Other fairies who don't do any household chores all year round may not be as beautiful as you. Chunshui covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly as her sister held onto her with one hand. It was difficult to travel on the mountain roads, but there were always some happy things. For example, the 2 sisters relied on each other for survival. Since they were young, they had led a generally peaceful and worry-free life. In their free time they could even secretly think about some high and mighty people and things. Qin Pingon had already walked to the threshold that connected the study room and the main hall. After seeing this scene, he did not want to disturb the warmth and quietly retreated to the observation deck. From the beginning to the end, there was no sound or presence. The sisters who were Qi refinement warriors of the 2nd realm did not notice at all. Qin Pingon simply practiced the walking stance on the observation deck. The goal that he set for himself was to practice 1,000,000 punches. It was not counted as 1 punch but 1 complete 6-step walking stance. If he focused solely on speed, even if it was not imminent, he would still have about 2.5 years left if he could spend half a day, which was about 12 hours, on this trip to the south to practice the walking stance tirelessly. Including the number of times that he had accumulated during his year of traveling in the Great Sui Kingdom, he would still have about 2.5 years left. However, Qin Pingon decided to go slow. This was because the 18 stops that Alliance imparted to him was a completely different scene from the previous 6 stops after breaking through the 6 stops. After that, it was like the flowing river, slow and vigorous. It did not allow Qin Pingon to mess around. Furthermore, the saying more haste, less speed, was a principle that appeared many times in books. Qin Pingon did not dare to take it lightly. Therefore, if there were no accidents, he was afraid that he would not be able to achieve the goal of practicing 1,000,000 punches even if he successfully reached the inverted mountain. This made Qin Pingon feel somewhat helpless. Initially, he was still thinking that he had at least accomplished one thing the next time they met. Qin Pingon was now able to walk the stance. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Even if he was thinking about something in his heart, it would not affect the tempering of his body and soul. Practicing punches was like reading books. After reading more than 10,000 books, his writing was like a god. The principles in the books were indeed the teachings of the sages. It was really not a lie. When Qin Pingon was resting for a while, he leaned on the railing and looked at the sea of clouds. As the sun set in the west, the sea of clouds seemed to be covered with a layer of golden clothing. The golden light sparkled and it was a magnificent sight. It made one feel relaxed and happy. Previously, when the 2 girls introduced the various parts of the house, the sea of clouds in Qin Pingon's eyes was like a huge white cotton. Moreover, it was divided into 2 layers. When the Kuan boat sailed in it, it seemed that the sky was not high and the earth was not far away. It was very interesting. Qin Pingon slowly retracted his gaze. The building he was in was the tallest. The other buildings were much shorter. On the observation deck of some buildings, there were scattered Qi refinement warriors who were also admiring the sea of clouds in the sunset. Outside the tall and sturdy railings, there were even more people taking a stroll. Some children were running around under the care of their elders, letting out waves of laughter. Then Qin Pingon saw a back view. With his current eyesight, he could clearly see that the person was carrying a bag on his back. Under the bag was a wooden sword. He was wearing an old Taoist robe and his hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. The young man slowly turned sideways and looked down at the land. He stretched out his hand to cover his eyes and looked absent-minded. Although there was an invisible array protecting the land on the back of the Kuan fish and the railings were emitting faint ripples that were not easy to detect, there was still a breeze blowing past. The lips of the ordinary-looking young Taoist were cracked. The wind blew past his sideburns and gently fluttered. He was also carrying a wooden sword on his back. The young man from Mud Bottle Alley was standing on the observation deck high up. He lived in the heaven room. The maidservants would talk about the stories of the immortals in the pure jade state. Below him was the smallest land in the world. There were probably many chi refinement warriors from small sects, especially those who struggled in the mountains and lakes. They were like rootless duckweeds, drifting with the waves. They would never know which 5 states were which in the upper 5 states. And the young Taoist from an unknown place was silently standing on the railing at the lowest level. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. He was weighing the remaining money in his purse and whether it would be enough for him to get off the boat in the Southern Stream Kingdom. Qin Pingon took a few steps back and continued to practice his fist. Leisurely and carefree, the fist style was simple and unadorned. Qin Pingon had been practicing his fist moves on the observation deck until late at night. He practiced until the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. When he finally returned to the main hall, he found the maidservant Xianxia sleeping on the table. Chunshui sat quietly beside her and smiled as she looked at the study room. When she met Qin Pingon's eyes, she quickly reached out to pat her sister's shoulder. But Qin Pingon waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. Chunshui hesitated for a moment but still patted Xianxia awake. When the girl woke up, she quickly turned her head and wiped her mouth to avoid embarrassing herself in front of the guests. The rules of the Kuan boat had a lot of leeway for the friends of Dali's god Beiyue. But to the maidservants they were not polite at all. Qin Pingon sat at the table and grabbed a fresh emerald green fruit from the celadone bowl. It was similar to an unripe mandarin orange, but after peeling it, it tasted especially sweet. He then handed one to each of them. Chunshui wanted to refuse and was unwilling to take it. Seeing her like this, Xianxia could only angrily refuse as well. However, Qin Pingon forcefully placed the fruit on the table in front of them. They no longer insisted. After all, this was an evergreen orange that was a specialty of the fresh grass mountain in the Julu continent. After eating it, it was equivalent to the spiritual aura that they had accumulated over 10 years of hard work. There were no shortcuts in cultivation. That was said to the genius chi cultivators. It told them to guard against arrogance and rashness, to be down to earth and to climb to the sky step by step. However, there were clearly shortcuts everywhere in cultivation. This was the consensus of all the rogue cultivators and ordinary outer sect disciples of immortal families. As long as they had money, eating was cultivation. If they had talent and family background, they would live in a blessed place with abundant spiritual energy and uninvited. Even sleeping was cultivation. Just like Chunshui and Xianxia, the salary that they painstakingly accumulated every month would either be exchanged for spiritual fruits similar to the Juluzu orange or low-grade elixir pills. Every mouthful would make their heart ache. Or they would look further. Year after year, besides diligently cultivating chi, they would have to think a lot and spend all their money. They would grit their teeth and buy a suitable magical weapon for themselves. And it would definitely not be the kind of magical weapon that promoted killing. Firstly, it was destined that they would not be able to afford it. Secondly, it was meaningless. It was a spiritual weapon that could cleanse the turbid air. Bit by bit, the genius chi cultivators flew up the mountain in a spurt of energy and broke through the realm every few days. It was enviable. On the other hand, they climbed up step by step. They belonged to the kind that could only be envied by others. After a few exclamations, they continued to bury their heads in cultivation bitterly. However, after seeing the magnificent scenery on the mountain, who would be willing to go down the mountain to be a rich man or a housewife? Of course, some chi cultivators who were completely disheartened would go down the mountain. There were also some who were doing quite well and had a good life. This was like the golden scholars and silver scholars in the secular dynasty's officialdom. Compared to the Qi cultivators on the mountain who were neither high nor low, the former was indeed more comfortable. For example, after going down the mountain, they would be recruited by the imperial court. They would find a place with beautiful scenery and occupy the mountain as a king. Or they would be guarding the house in a big city and be a guest. Of course, it was not bad. However, these Qi cultivators who seemed to be majestic were ultimately disappointed people. Compared to the scholars who did not pass the imperial examinations and lived in seclusion in the mountains, they were not much better. Xianxia chewed the juluzu orange softly and was slightly distracted. Her bearing was not inferior to that of the ladies from the scholarly families. She was not like her younger sister Xiaoshi, who was happy and felt that it would be a waste not to eat. Only fools would not take advantage of the benefits. Qin Pingon was the first to finish eating. He noticed that Xiaoshi was staring at the orange peel on the table. He asked, "Orange peel is still useful?" Xiaoshi answered casually, "Young Master Qin, when you are cooking, tear a few pieces of orange peel and throw them in. It smells really good." Qin Pingon's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, "I like this. My culinary skills are really not bad." When he was traveling to the Great Sui Kingdom, he could not cook without rice. Otherwise, Li Baoping and the rest would not be thinking about the old assistant minister's family banquet all day long. Even when they were drinking fish soup, they were listless. Qin Pingon smiled as he grabbed 2 oranges and passed them to Xianxia and Xiaoshi. "You two eat the oranges. Remember to leave the orange peel for me." Xianxia and Xiaoshi looked at each other. They did not understand the cause and effect of this. Could it be that this young man who was holding the Kuan ship's heavenly jade pendant was so lazy that he liked to cook personally? The Confucian sages taught that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Did he not care about this? Qin Pingon did not care about how others looked at him. He kept the 3 sets of orange peel and put it in his sleeve. He did not dare to keep it in his square-inch space. Then he urged the sisters to eat quickly. Since the guest was so not particular, even Xianxia did not feel any burden when eating the oranges, not to mention her sister Xiaoshi, who was used to being carefree. Qin Pingon smiled slightly. Xianxia suddenly felt warm in her heart. So this was the case. So this was a young man who warmed people's hearts with the spring breeze. In the end, Qin Pingon put the orange peel into his sleeve and went to sleep in the bedroom. The 2 maidservants rested in the side room of the study room. As long as Qin Pingon rang the silver bell at the bedside, they would be immediately summoned. Moreover, the string of bells was not an ordinary thing. If filthy and evil wind leaked into the room, the bells would ring by themselves. Qin Pingon took off the sword case that contained the demon-vanquishing sword and placed it against the wall of the bed. He lay straight on the bed that was so comfortable that he was not used to it. However, one of his palms was still on the sword case. Then he began to consciously slow down his breathing, using the breathing method taught by Old Yang. In fact, the 2 flying swords in the blade's strengthening gourd, Chu E and 15, had already been enlightened and gained intelligence. Even if Qin Pingon slept like a log, they did not need sleep and could defend themselves in a dangerous situation. However, Qin Pingon still did not dare to sleep too deeply. Just like that, Qin Pingon slept until dawn. When Susukino tiptoed out of bed and got dressed, she gently opened the door on her side. Qin Pingon immediately opened his eyes. Because Qin Pingon had long discovered that there was a slight difference between Xianxia and Xiaoshi's footsteps. When outside, no matter how careful one was, it was not excessive. The maidservant Xianxia did not knock on the door to wake Qin Pingon up. Instead, she cleaned the room in an orderly manner outside. It was not until Xiaoshi woke up and the sound of footsteps that Qin Pingon stopped the sword furnace and put on his straw sandals. When he got out of bed and walked a few steps, he silently returned to the side of the bed and slightly increased the strength of his footsteps as he walked towards the door. After opening the door, Xianxia, who had changed her clothes today, bowed her head. When she turned her body slightly, the clothes became more and more fitted to her plump figure. Qin Pingon was stunned and immediately blushed. Fortunately, his skin was dark and it was not too obvious. It was not that he had any thoughts, but he felt that Xianxia's clothes were indeed beautiful. It seemed to be called brocade, but it showed off her figure too much. At this moment, Qin Pingon secretly made up his mind. If he were to find a wife in the future, he would not wear this when he went out. It would be too disadvantageous for him. Xianxia asked Qiushi to go to the kitchen and bring over the food box. It was time for breakfast. She then asked Qin Pingon if he wanted to go out for a walk today. She also introduced some of the places to play on the ferry. On the back of the Kun fish, there was a rouge flower field that almost every cross-continent ferry in the world would have. She intentionally or unintentionally skipped over it. In addition, there were all kinds of shops, restaurants, gambling dens, weapon shops and courier stations for flying swords. There were all kinds of things, and it could be said that although a sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. When Qin Pingon heard this, he was speechless. It was not the least bit worse than his hometown. The three of them ate a sumptuous breakfast together. Qin Pingon still did not intend to go out for a walk. He felt that he could stay in the study room and read after practicing his boxing. Xianxia and Qiushi certainly did not have any objections to this, but Qiushi still felt a little regretful. In fact, if the guests in the room shopped on the Kun boat, they would be rewarded. In the history of the Kun boat trade in the mountain, there was a shocking and astonishing act. There was a maidservant who became rich overnight because of this. The guest she took care of at that time was only staying in the last guest room, but she still did her best and was meticulous and considerate without any neglect. In the end, she did not expect that the inconspicuous young man was actually the only son of a top celestial family. The day before he was about to leave the boat, he took the maidservant and passed by a shop. He did not even enter the door, and just like that he bought all the goods in the first-class Kun boat in one breath without even blinking his eyes. Just by sharing the profit, it was already an astronomical amount of wealth. This was probably the saying that life was impermanent, but there were green mountains everywhere. Qin Pingon lived such a boring life. Xianxia was still the same as before, but Qiushi was a little bored. That young master was really boring. Every day he would either walk back and forth in a strange boxing posture on the observation deck. It was light and slow, and there was no momentum at all. It made her feel sleepy just looking at it. Or he would stand there and look at the sea of clouds in the distance, or at the sunrise and sunset, motionless. He could stand there for 2 hours without moving. At most, he would read and practice his calligraphy in the study room. In the beginning, Qiushi would help him grind the calligraphy. However, after looking at Qin Pingon's monotonous handwriting for a long time, she really did not have any interest. On the other hand, her sister, Xianxia, always stood beside the young man. Occasionally, she would sit not far away from the desk when her legs were sore. Qiushi had even secretly laughed at her sister for this. This was called, "The red sleeve adds fragrance to the hand grinding the calligraphy." If this was in the novel of the scholar and the beauty, after a while, the two of them would fall in love and roll up together. Xianxia was so angry that she laughed and pinched her sister. Every day when Qin Pingon was eating, he would ask which empire the Kun ship was above. He would also ask Xianxia and Qiushi to introduce the customs of those empires. After their detailed explanation, he knew that although the Aquarius continent was the smallest continent in the vast world, it still made Qin Pingon feel that there were many countries. Just the surname of the emperor was enough to cover all the surnames in the 100 surnames. And the southern stream country was located in the center of the Aquarius continent. It was not far from the Lake Viewing Academy of the 72 Confucian Academies. Speaking of the Confucian Academies and Academies, Qin Pingon curiously asked why the Aquarius continent and the Cliff Academy only had 2. Qiushi held onto his stomach and laughed out loud. He was extremely happy. His other hand pointed at the ignorant young lad and said, "Because your Aquarius continent is truly too small. Our Julu continent has 6 continents, not to mention the vast central plains." Xianxia secretly stared at her sister. Qiushi could not help but laugh. Young Master Chen's question is really funny. Qin Pingon sat behind the desk and scratched his head. So the vast world was so big. On this day, Qin Pingon was walking on the observation platform. He looked at the clouds aimlessly. Suddenly, he saw the young Taoist with the wooden sword on his back. Xianxia came beside Qin Pingon and followed his gaze. She said gently, "Looking at the style of the Taoist robe, it should be the Taoist of the ancestral court's Dragon Tiger Mountain in the Central Plains. But the Taoist on the other side of the fence must be an outer disciple. Otherwise he would not be dressed like this." Xianxia wanted to say, "Otherwise he would not be so shabby." But when the words came to her mouth, she could not say it. After spending more than 10 years together, the esteemed guest of the heavenly room, young Master Chen, was actually quite shabby. And Chen Shui was sure that the young man came from a poor background. He was not the kind of person who traveled the world incognito. The aura of wealth needed to be influenced by what one saw and heard. Furthermore, the young man had never pretended to be rich. Towards this precocious servant girl, she did not show it on her face. But deep in her heart, there was an indescribable sense of loss. She continued to smile and said, "There is a popular saying that has spread throughout the vast world. There is no exception in the mountains. Wherever there is a demon, there will be Master Zhang of the peach tree." Qin Pingon nodded. Unknowingly, the shabby Taoist with the peach tree sword on his back turned his head and looked over. Looking at the scenery above, the young Taoist with meager cultivation could vaguely see the young man with the wooden sword and the beautiful servant girl beside him. He was a little dazed. Poor hungry. (210) Qin Pingon had the title of a distinguished guest, but he was not a noble or delicate person. Therefore he did not need the two maidservants to serve him. Qiushi put her mind outside and was like a well-informed messenger every day. She talked about the interesting things that happened on the Kun ship recently. As for whether Qin Pingon liked to listen to her, she did not care. Anyway, this shabby young man from Dali was easy to talk to. The young girl chattered non-stop. She said that there was someone at the gambling house who gambled on stones and won a rare jade that contained a rare chalcedony. After it was cut out, it shone brightly and was worth at least 30,000 snowflake jades. He was rich. At pockmarked Lu's weapon shop, there were two groups of rich people who were willing to spend a lot of money. They took a fancy to the same spiritual weapon. Because they were angry, they competed and the price kept rising. In the end, there was a guy who boarded the ship from Dali's Wutong Mountain Ferry. He was even more extravagant. A sky piercer that was originally priced at 8,000 snowflake jades cost almost 20,000 snowflake jades. This made the young girl envious and distressed. Who would spend money so extravagantly? Did he really think that money came from the wind? There was also someone who was drunk at Apricot Blossom Lane. He cried loudly and shouted the name of a lady at the top of his lungs. He made a lot of noise in the nearby customers. In the end, he was dragged away by the manager of Apricot Blossom Lane and was given a solid beating. In the end, he went there again the next day. He did not dare to make a fuss. He just squatted on the street outside Apricot Blossom Lane and ate a dry biscuit. He looked at the pavilion of the lady he liked with snot and tears. He was a young cultivator of the fourth realm. It turned out that he spent a lot of money and took a fancy to a beautiful lady who was like a white lotus flower. For the past 2 months he spent his time with her. This was nothing. It was rumored that the cultivator was infatuated and had not touched the lady's hand until now. He was really a gentleman. When Qiushi talked about this, she talked non-stop and exaggerated. She was more interesting than a storyteller. However, Qin Pingon only heard about it and did not care. Qin Pingon's interest was not on the boat but on the ground. One day in the twilight, in addition to the fact that the Kun ship had encountered a strong gale and had to lower the altitude of the ship, Qin Pingon discovered that on a piece of land, there was a blazing fire and smoke rising from all directions. Pillars of smoke floated in the air like saplings in a field, twisting and turning. Chen Shui knew a lot of inside information about the Aquarius continent. She had looked at the geographical map in the study room and quickly got the answer. It was a bloody battle that involved the fate of both countries. The two dynasties that had been at odds with each other for generations, after a long war that lasted for hundreds of years, finally staked everything on one throw. They mobilized the entire power of the country and a large number of Qi refinement warriors. After this battle, both sides would definitely suffer heavy losses. As a result, in the entire northern region of the Aquarius continent with Lakeview Academy as the boundary, apart from the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family, there were fewer and fewer dynasties that could go up against the Song clan. Chen Shui looked at the land that was in misery and suffering and sighed softly. If the battle was tragic, there might be another ancient battlefield in the Aquarius continent. After a few decades, when the atmosphere stabilizes, there should be sages from the Martial Mountain or the Wind Snow Temple guarding it. It would become a brand new military territory. Qin Pingon looked at the ground that lit up from time to time. During this period, even from the observation deck, There were fingernail-sized gold and silver armored soldiers that were fighting with the giant beasts that came out from the ground. Qin Pingon guessed that it should be Qi refinement warriors with supernatural powers that were fighting with each other. Other than that, there were many scenes that made Qin Pingon feel that his mind was blank. A group of red-crowned cranes cried and slowly rose, emerging from the sea of clouds. They flapped their wings and flew higher into the sea of clouds, like a moving picture scroll. There were wild geese flying in formation to the south. There was also a rolling cloud pillar with lightning and thunder. Qi refinement warriors that were flying in the air hovered outside the cloud pillar, using their unique magic items to absorb the lightning and kept it in their bags. There were also great Qi refinement warriors that were riding on Qingluan. Their speed was much faster than the Kun ship. In a flash, they disappeared and their bodies were surrounded by precious light. Qin Pingon heard that the Kun ship had a letter shop that specialized in transmitting messages through flying swords. Its function was similar to a relay station in the mortal world. Therefore he wrote 2 letters and asked Qiushi to deliver them. As there were no secrets in the letters, the most important thing was to inform the person that he was safe and sound. He also mentioned some strange things that he heard from Qiushi. It did not matter even if it was seen by others. However, the price of the letter shop was too expensive. A letter sent to Longquan County in Dali would cost 10 copper coins that were specially used by the immortals on the mountain. A letter sent to Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom would cost 20 copper coins. Qin Pingon was so scared that he had to give up the idea of sending a letter to each person. The recipient of the letter in Dali was Wei Pai. The recipient of the letter in the Great Sui Kingdom was Li Baoping. The recipient of the letter in the Great Sui Kingdom was Li Baoping. Qin Pingon stood on the observation deck. Under Chuanshui's guidance, he discovered that there was a small building near the fence. From time to time, there would be flashes of light that were hard to detect. Chuanshui smiled and explained patiently, "Mice have their own paths. It is the same for flying swords to transmit messages. At a certain level in the sky, it is the most suitable for flying swords to travel long distances. The resistance is minimal. Therefore there are Qi cultivators who take this as their foundation. At this height they diligently open up a special passage. After the flying swords in the world fly to the sky, they will all go to this winding path. As long as one is a disciple of a bigger sect, they will all know this rule. Therefore once they travel with the wind, they will take the initiative to avoid it." Qiushi had just returned to the study room. She leaned against the doors and giggled. It is not that there are no silly unorthodox Qi cultivators who have just learned how to fly in the sky with great difficulty. Just when they are thinking of flying freely in the vast sky, they end up with a bloody nose and a swollen face. They are considered lucky. If they are unlucky, their eyeballs and necks will be pierced. They will fall from a high altitude and die on the spot, turning into a pile of mud. How pitiful. Qin Pingon asked a very layman's question. Is there no one in the world who is so free as to intercept the flying swords? Qiushi nodded and said, "Of course there is. There are many Qi cultivators who are not clear-headed. However, this winding path of flying swords is commonly known as the cloud pattern path. There are cloud pattern cultivators who specially keep an eye on this area, hoping to rely on this to make a fortune. They can't wait for fools to cut the path and steal the swords. A few flying swords are not worth much, but once they catch the thief they can forcefully ask for a huge sum of compensation. If the thief is a pauper, they can ask for the compensation from the secular dynasty that he is from. If he is an unorthodox cultivator who has not been recorded in the archives and is penniless, then there is no other way but to admit defeat. Anyway, the loss is not great." Speaking of this, Qiushi looked envious and said, "The Qi cultivators who are in charge of the cloud pattern path are all very fat. Every time these fellows board a ship for a long journey, at the very least, they will stay in a medium-sized house." Chunshui said gently, "Actually, the immortal clans that have been passed down for thousands of years usually do not use flying swords to send messages. There are many mysterious secret techniques in the world that can allow people to chat as if they are face-to-face. For example, if you use a technique to rub a pair of mother and son elm coins and then open your mouth to speak, the other elm coin placed elsewhere will automatically vibrate and make a sound. The other party will then be able to hear you." Qin Pingon clicked his tongue in wonder. Qiushi looked at Qin Pingon, who had a serious expression and was listening attentively. She thought to herself, How did this pauper manage to get acquainted with Dolly's Beiyue god? How big of a pile of dog poop did he have to step on for this to happen? Fortunately, Qin Pingon was poor. He was short-sighted and would ask more questions. He would never puff himself up at his own cost. On the contrary, this made the innocent Xianxia feel that this was very good. If he did not have money and still liked to flaunt his wealth, then he would be pitiful and annoying. After chatting for a long time, the two sisters would inevitably mention their hometown, the North Continent. The North Continent had many swordsmen and there was no other swordsman. Swordsmen had great killing power, so naturally there were many people who were domineering. To give a simple example, the Pasua continent was located in the south, and the Aquarius continent was located in the south. Hence, they were commonly known as the South Pasua or the East Aquarius continent. The North Continent was clearly the northeast of the vast world, but it still called itself the North Continent. This made the Jadeite continent, which was located in the north, could only be called the Jadeite continent. Even Chun Shui, who had a graceful temperament, would be slightly arrogant when talking about the Julu continent. It was just that she didn't notice it herself. Xianxia was even more so. She liked to talk about how our North Continent was, and how your Aquarius continent was not. When she talked about this, the girl's eyes lit up and she was in high spirits. She was like a proud little Oriole. Then one day Qin Pingon finally prepared to leave the heavenly room. This made Chun Shui overjoyed. Xianxia was so happy that she jumped up and down. She kept calling him young Master Qin and bowed to him to express her gratitude. This made Qin Pingon feel guilty. Xianxia sent a big news. Tonight, at the bow of the Kuan boat, there would be a flower and bird banner that had been passed down for generations. It would allow one to see the scene from 10,000 miles away. Qin Pingon was not too surprised about this because on that snowy night, the green-clothed little boy had brought out a bowl of water. In the water screen he could clearly see Fairy Sujia's figure riding on her sword. Qin Pingon did not go to broaden his horizons. He had no choice. Because the people and things that the flower and bird banner was going to show were all related to Qin Pingon. Xingyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden were going to have a life-and-death battle. This news came suddenly without any warning, causing the entire Aquarius continent to be caught off guard. And even if it was just a few words that spread to the north and south of the continent, it was enough to send chills down people's spines. The two Aquarius continents' top sword cultivator sects, 3 generations of sword cultivators, each sent out a person to fight. For the younger generation there would only be victory and defeat, not life and death. For the middle generation there would be victory and defeat and also life and death. Everything depended on the intentions of the two sides. But who did not know that in Aquarius continent, once the two sects met outside the mountain gate, there would be a possibility of them fighting to the death. At this crucial moment that involved the honor of the mountain gate with Xingyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden's temperament, they would most likely fight to the death. And the two oldest ancestors of the two sects would only fight to the death. Killing intent sword. It was as though before the sword was drawn, the spectators could already smell the thick stench of blood. And Xingyang Mountain's younger generation sword cultivator was Fairy Sujia, a cultivation genius who possessed a high-grade blade-strengthening gourd. On the Wind Thunder Garden's side, there was a direct disciple of the Garden Lord. He was not famous and could be said to be a nobody. He was not even as famous as his junior brother Lu Baqiao. But how could Wind Thunder Garden treat this battle as a game? Qin Pingon led them downstairs to the bow of the ferry. The long painting of flowers and birds passed down by the ancestors of Daodiao Mountain had various vivid and lifelike colored birds flying around on the painting. They would even let out a variety of clear and ethereal sounds. When the painting was fully stretched out and hung high above the bow of the ferry, it was 50 to 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. It looked extremely huge up close. But if one stayed in a room in a tall building and looked at it from afar, even though there were many Qi refinement warriors on the ferry, they would still be able to see it clearly and would still feel unsatisfied. Moreover, the sword of a sword cultivator was as fast as thunder, as subtle as hair, and as powerful as thunder. The subtle will and Qi contained in swordsmanship was fleeting. Of course, it was best to observe it from a close distance. Therefore, the seats were divided into 3 classes. In the first row of seats, not only were there fruits and snacks prepared, but there were also beautiful maidservants whom the fairy had spent a lot of money to train and nurture, as well as a few popular courtesans of Apricot Blossom Lane. As for whether the three groups of people were willing to accept the kindness, it was hard to say. After that, there were guests like Qin Pingon who stayed in the sky room. If he was in a good mood, he could bring along the maidservants in the room. Naturally, there was no problem for him to go alone, as they were not allowed to use spells and supernatural powers without permission, and it was too unreasonable to be suspended in the air. Everyone wanted to occupy a higher vantage point, and it would be more chaotic. They might even cause trouble. Therefore, the fairy strictly forbade the guests from flying in the air. There was no room for discussion. Therefore, most of the people carried chairs and stools. In fact, it was no different from the people in the market who came to watch the temple fair. Chen Shui and Qiushi were young, but they were familiar with this. With the help of the consul, they reached their seats without any obstructions. The seats were excellent. This caused the young man in straw sandals to attract a lot of curious gazes. Could it be that he was a direct descendant of a rich family with a bad temper and liked to pretend to be poor? Otherwise, if he wore a pair of straw sandals, were he going to do weeds or plant rice in the fields? There were 3 red sandalwood chairs, and between the chairs was a table. On the table was a small plate of tea called bitter sparrow tongue. It was a famous specialty of the Zhou Lu continent. There was no need to boil the tea with spring water, and the tea leaves could be chewed raw. When it entered the mouth, it was slightly astringent and gradually became bitter. After about half an hour, it changed completely. It was sweet and clear and far surpassed the tea. Therefore, it was jokingly called half an incense tea. The curtains of the battle had not been drawn, and the 3 of them had nothing to do. Thus, Chen Shui explained to Qin Pingon, who was chewing the tea leaves. It turned out that this tea could clear the liver and improve the eyesight. It was the favorite of the rich families in the 3 continents. Scholars who did not lack money liked to gift this kind of spiritual tea to each other. Therefore, in some dynasties and countries that worship tea, this tea promoted a trend of elegant bribery. It was not just a few tales of bitter sparrow tongue, but a big box of gifts. When officials were demoted or friends sent off, they would sell everything they had to gather some bitter sparrow tongue. It was a beautiful meaning of, after suffering comes happiness. Other than that, there were all kinds of exquisite pastries and spiritual fruits. The price was not cheap, but compared to the bitter sparrow tongue, which was hard to get. The connection between the top and bottom of the mountain was much closer than Qin Pingon had imagined. There might be a natural chasm between the two, but there were bridges built on top of it. All kinds of gifts demanded reciprocation, and among them were huge profits. Qin Pingon listened attentively to Chen Shui's words while observing his surroundings quietly. The most important thing was that the 3 groups of guests in front of him were, without a doubt, the rich immortals on the mountain. The fairy came from the Zhou Lu continent. Although there was a possibility of traveling back and forth business, most of them were natives of the Zhou Lu continent. This was because almost all the children were the same. It was just that their long swords were replaced with short swords. However, regardless of whether it was a woman or a child, as long as it was a sword, it was not flashy. There were almost no superfluous decorations. The scabbard was not inlaid with rare treasures, and there was no gorgeous sword tassel. In front of Qin Pingon was a big family. An extremely tall woman sat on the main seat. Her cheekbones were high, and she was definitely not a beauty. However, she had a domineering aura. She habitually pursed her lips and liked to squint her eyes when she looked at people. Beside her was a courteous and elegant man who ran errands. He had a dignified appearance, and his face was like jade. However, as long as he spoke to the woman, his face would be full of smiles and his back would be bent. He did not look like the head of the family. If it were not for the fact that the seat under his buttocks could not be deceived, he would look more like a playboy secretly kept by a licentious lady. In his arms was a child of 4 or 5 years old. His appearance was like that of a man, and he was very likable. However, his bearing was completely like that of the woman, which was not so cute. There was an old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin. She was the family's teaching nanny. Beside her was a pretty maid. Her temperament was exactly the same as the old woman's, very cold. There was also a tall and muscular middle-aged man who sat on the chair to the left of the woman. Occasionally, he would turn his head and look at the courteous man. A hint of sarcasm seeped out from the corner of his mouth. If he looked at him, not only would the man not hide his contempt, he would openly pull the corner of his mouth open. As for the man who was the head of the family, he actually took the initiative to nod his head and smile. Qin Pingon took the opportunity to admire the painting to take in all the details. Xianxia could not help but stare blankly for a few more times. Soon his arm was pinched by Qianxia. Unexpectedly, the tall man leaned back and turned his head. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Xianxia was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and did not even dare to breathe. After the man turned his head back, Qianxia was so angry that she stepped on Xianxia's foot. The latter was in so much pain that he drew in a breath of cold air. He looked at his sister with a face full of resentment. On the far left, an old man in a scholarly robe sat alone. He wore an old mink hat on his head. He took off his boots and sat cross-legged on the wide chair. It was somewhat comical. On the right there were two young sword cultivators, one male and one female. They did not look very old. They were in their early 20s. As for their real age, it was hard to tell. The young man held his sword horizontally across his knees and gently patted the scabbard. Other than the long sword hanging from the woman's waist, there was no pearl hairpin in her hair bun. It was actually a small sword without an edge. It was just that the small sword's hilt hung a snow-white bead the size of a soybean. It was shining brightly and righteously. Wasn't this clearly announcing to the world that he had a unique treasure on him? Perhaps this was the boldness of a skilled person. Qin Pingon could only explain it in this way. In short, none of the three groups of people who occupied the best positions at the front looked like they were to be trifled with. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and held his breath. He stared at the picture scroll without blinking. Jingyang Mountain moving ape guardian. One of his enemies. And it was the kind of enemy that he had to take revenge on. Wind Thunder Garden's Lu Baqiao could be considered an old acquaintance. He seemed to have fallen in love with Xingyang Mountain's fairy, Sujia. At that time, Miss Ning even asked a question that made Lu Baqiao very embarrassed. Qin Pingon sat on the chair and suddenly thought of something. He asked Qianxia and Xianxia to eat the bitter sparrow tongue tea leaves. But this time even Xianxia shook his head vigorously. Qianxia secretly pointed at the Kuan ship's deacon who was standing at the periphery in front. Qin Pingon understood and asked, "Can I take some back? Or can I only sit here and eat the tea?" Qianxia blushed and said timidly, "Young master, you can take it away, but it seems that no one has done so before." Qin Pingon grinned and generously grabbed a few grams of tea leaves and put them into his sleeve pocket. He slightly emphasized his voice, "Such good tea leaves. In the future when I return to my room I will chew it carefully and eat it properly." Qin Pingon quietly waited for the arrival of the great battle. But at this moment in his heart lake, there was a soft voice that he was not familiar with. It called out to him, "Qin Pingon." Qin Pingon subconsciously wanted to look around, but he quickly restrained this impulse. With his excellent memory he quickly thought of a person. Back then when he saw her for the first time at the back of the Green Ox in his hometown, Qin Pingon felt that she and a companion beside her were like a pair of immortals who walked out of a painting together. They were a perfect match. She should be called Xiaoyang. It was said that she was a famous Taoist fairy in the Divine Grandeur sect. She was also the fairy that the little boy in green admired the most. He liked her even more than Sujia. He once said that if he had the chance to touch Xiaoyang's hand, he would not hesitate to shorten his life by 100 years. The voice continued to softly sound in Qin Pingon's heart. "Can you come back now? I have something to discuss with you. Usually there are many people around, so I can only take this opportunity to talk to you." Qin Pingon weighed the pros and cons. He glanced at the red wine gourd at his waist and said in his heart, "Okay." Qin Pingon got up and told Qianxia that he had to go back to his room. He would be back soon. Qianxia wanted to help lead the way, but Qin Pingon smiled and said that it was not necessary. It was such a short distance, how could he go wrong? Qin Pingon took the key from her and silently left the crowd. There was a sea of people on the benches and chairs. At the end there was a down-and-out Taoist priest with a peachwood sword on his back. He really did not have the strength to fight for the territory. Moreover, he had a shy character that stood aloof from worldly affairs. He stood at the end of the crowd and was helpless. He also held a stool in his hand, but he found that the long benches and chairs were full of spectators. Some of them even had children riding on their shoulders. Even if he stood on the stool, how could he see the scene of the painting? He was only in the third state and was far from reaching the middle 5 states. The Kuan ship crossed the continents from the Jelu continent to the south. The journey was long and it was difficult to even get off the ship. Only the Qi cultivators of the cave state in the middle 5 states could barely start to ride the wind. If one wanted to jump off the Kun ship and ride the wind to land freely, even the average sea-viewing state would not be able to do so. Only the great cultivators of the 8th state, the Dragon Gate state, could not be restrained by the heaven and earth and could ride the wind in the true sense. The reason why he was so poor on this trip to the south was that there was a little accident. Firstly, he was hot-headed and bought 2 talismans that was very expensive to him. Secondly, he relied on the dangerous battle to kill demons and demons to get a pearl. He wanted to sell it at a fair price. He did not expect that on the Kun boat the shop was willing to buy it, but the price was too low. The young Taoist priest originally wanted to rely on this income to get through the difficulties. If there was a little surplus, he might be able to live in a middle-class room. Man proposes but God disposes. A hero can't be killed by a copper coin. Moreover, he was not even a hero. He was just a pitiful person who wanted to kill demons and demons, but things did not go as he wished. The real celestial master Zhang would not accept money and agree to go catch demons. However, he caused a well-off family to fall to the point where the family was ruined. The 2 surviving children of that family were simple and ignorant. They did not blame him for his lack of ability. However, the young Taoist priest would blame himself. At the thought of this, the young Taoist priest, whose eyes were slightly red, put down the stool and sat there. He placed his hands on his knees and carried a peachwood sword on his back. The young man was a little lost. He suddenly felt that he had given up the imperial examination and focused on seeking the Tao. In the end, he apprenticed himself to a master and rushed down the mountain excitedly to get rid of demons and demons. Was he wrong from the beginning? Thinking of the real sadness, the young Taoist priest who felt guilty raised his hand and clenched his fist to beat his chest gently. It seemed that only by doing so could he feel better. Then he suddenly found a hand in front of him. On the hand was a delicate jade pendant engraved with the word heaven. He looked up and saw a young man with a dark complexion. The young man smiled and said, "I live in the room with the word heaven. If you really want to go in and look at the picture scroll, I can lend it to you. When you reach the 2nd row, just find the girl's name Chunshui Qiushi. Just say, you are Qin Pingan's friend. They can easily recognize you because you are sisters and look very similar." The young Taoist priest opened his mouth and stood there stupidly without saying a word. Qin Pingan stuffed the jade pendant into his arms and turned to trot away. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Remember to return it to me after you sit down over there." Qin Pingan thought as he ran. This young Taoist priest was too stubborn. He just couldn't see the picture of flowers and birds clearly. Why was he so sad? Qin Pingan, who happened to pass by earlier, was stunned. A big man like him actually wiped his tears. Could it be that he was like Lu Baqiao and the little boy in green, also an admirer of Fairy Sujia? But these were not the real reasons why Qin Pingan handed over the jade pendant. Qin Pingan only remembered when he was 5 years old. On that winter evening, he walked over and over again in the clay bottle alley where the doors of every house were closed. He also secretly cried. Anyway, everyone was on the ferry. This Taoist priest who looked poorer than him could not run away. Moreover, even if he really lost a jade pendant, he could temporarily put it on Wei Pai's account. He could return the money to Wei Pai next time. He believed that Taoist priest Jishan would not mind giving him a little more since he had already done him a big favor. In the worst case, he Qin Pingan had money in the 15 square inch object. In the study of Qin Pingan's temporary residence, there was a young female Taoist priest in a loose Taoist robe. She sat behind the table and gently turned the pages of paper full of regular script. Her face was extremely beautiful. The Taoist priest held her cheek with one hand and turned the paper with the other hand. Her posture was languid. At this time, the woman might be the one who moved Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple the most. She could make the youngest sword immortal in the Aquarius continent drink a pot of good wine and a pot of strong wine, but he still could not get rid of his sorrow. He drowned his sorrows with wine and became more sorrowful. He was a sword immortal who had traveled all over Jianghu and seen all the mountains and rivers. (211) The young Taoist was sweating profusely as he held the jade pendant and squeezed into the crowd. Along the way, he attracted a lot of abuse. When a deacon standing near the heaven room noticed the young Taoist, he walked over with a straight face. Just as he was about to scold him, He saw the young Taoist open his hand and reveal the exquisite jade pendant of the Heaven Room B. The deacon immediately showed a pleasant expression and asked in a low voice, "Are you the guest of the Heaven Room B?" After half a month, the deacon had a rough understanding of the appearance of the guest of the Heaven Room on the Kuan boat. That was why the deacon asked. The young Taoist plucked up his courage and said, "I am Zhou Xian, currently traveling the world to gain experience. Although I am a distant branch of the Zhang family of Mount Longhu, I have yet to be officially recorded as a Taoist certificate of the lower sect of Mount Longhu and the Xianxia sect of the Julu continent. I am friends with Qin Pingon who lives in room B. I came late because of something. I am going to look for the two ladies Chunshui and Qiushi." After saying that, the young Taoist felt a little regretful. He felt that he was too impulsive and rude. He should not have accepted the jade pendant without knowing what was good for him. The young Taoist was meticulous and reserved. When he thought about problems, he liked to go into a dead end. For a moment he was a little dazed. He felt that he was like this in everything. When he learned martial arts he was hot-blooded. When he killed demons he was swayed by his emotions. Now he was still like this. When the young Taoist with the peachwood sword was feeling regretful and fearful, the deacon was relieved and smiled even more. He turned to the side and stretched out his hand, indicating that the young Taoist could go forward. The middle-aged deacon said respectfully, "Please follow me, Immortal Master Zhang." After that, they walked near the seats and listened to the situation. Chunshui took the initiative to give up her chair and Deshang added a red sandalwood chair. When the young Taoist sat down he felt like he was dreaming. As the graceful servant girl had just left the chair, there was still some residual warmth left after he sat down. This made the young Taoist uneasy. He was thin-skinned and blushed a little. He quickly moved his butt and only dared to sit on the edge of the chair. It was as if he did not do so, it would be blasphemous to the girl. When Qiushi saw this scene he found it funny. Although Qiushi felt it strange that Qin Pingon had something to do with this down-and-out Taoist priest, she didn't show it on her face. She sat on the newly added chair beside the young Taoist priest. As a maidservant who came from a big immortal sect, she had learned how to observe people's expressions. If Qiushi could see it, Qiushi certainly wouldn't miss it. She slightly pursed her lips. For no reason she compared this Taoist priest at the edge of Mount Longhu, whom she had seen many times on the observation platform with her guest Qin Pingon. They were both born poor and traveled far away by boat. It was also their first time seeing the big world. The younger Qin Pingon was obviously much calmer and wouldn't be so uneasy. The young Taoist priest felt uneasy and suddenly remembered something. He quickly turned around and handed over the jade pendant. "Miss, this is Qin Pingon's jade pendant. I'll return it to you." Qiushi didn't take the jade pendant without permission. She gently said, "Young Master Qin will be back soon. I'll have to trouble Immortal Master Zhang to return it yourself." Being stared at by a pair of rippling eyes at such a close distance, the Taoist priest blushed abnormally again. He sheepishly withdrew his hand. He didn't have the demeanor of an immortal master at all. The young Taoist was abnormally thirsty. Unfortunately, he only saw a plate of tea leaves and no tea. He was too embarrassed to ask for tea, so he could only hold it in. Qiushi, who had always found this young Taoist priest amusing, grabbed a piece of bitter sparrow tongue herbal tea and put it into her mouth. She mischievously said, "Immortal Master Zhang, this is how tea leaves should be eaten. There's no need to trouble yourself with a stove." Qiushi was a little helpless, but she couldn't scold her sister for being rude and impetuous. However, she knew very well that if he was a narrow-minded and extreme person he would hold a grudge. Fortunately, the young Taoist had a gentle personality. He only blushed and stretched out his 2 fingers to pick up 2 pieces of tea leaves. He put it into his mouth and gently chewed. Then the young Taoist priest's expression became unusually interesting. It was like a child eating a sour orange or Chinese gold thread for the first time. He couldn't wait to tremble a few times. Qiushi covered her mouth and laughed. It was too interesting to tease this young Taoist priest. Qiushi was a little puzzled. The young Taoist inadvertently revealed a detail. Using 2 fingers to pick up an object, the index finger was below and the middle finger was above. This was obviously the action of playing chess all year round. That's why it was so natural and unnoticeable. If it was a low-level qi cultivator from a poor family, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to look at the chessboard. After all, music, chess, calligraphy and painting were all matters of the rich. Even if he became a mountain dweller, playing chess required the most concentration. Moreover, it was unfathomable. A chi cultivator who played the 5 realms unless he liked it since young, would not be distracted to learn chess. Was it more important to cultivate one's mind? Or was it more important to increase one's cultivation level? Zhou Xian was enlightened. She felt that this was the most interesting part. Qin Pingon, who lived in the heaven room, was a young man from the streets. However, he could stand on the observation deck every day, practicing his martial arts and watching the sea of clouds. As for this shy young Taoist, he was most likely a member of a noble family who had been in a scholarly family for many years. His status in the secular world wasn't too bad. However, it was a pity that on the mountain where immortals gathered, it was completely insufficient. In the end, he could only take a walk on the deck of the Kun boat. Zhou Xian inadvertently saw the child who was in the arms of the timid man in the front row. He turned his head and smiled at her. Zhou Xian politely returned a smile. She thought that the first major test in the world should be reincarnation, right? The child was thinking that such a beautiful young lady should be brought back home to be his personal maid. When his hands were cold in winter, he could let her warm them. The child who looked like his father tugged at the woman's sleeve. Although the woman was usually arrogant, she was extremely doting on the child. She smiled and lowered her head. The child softly said his thoughts. The woman turned her head and looked at Zhou Xian behind her. Her eyes were indifferent. Then she smiled at her son and said, "Her aptitude is too poor. She can't even think about the middle 5 realms. Even if we give her more treasures, it's still a delusion. It's okay. When we get off the boat at Old Dragon City, Mother will find you a girl in the Immortals' Cave realm to be your maid." The woman said that she wanted a girl in the middle 5 realms to be her maid. Not only did the child believe her, no one around him felt that it was absurd. The woman didn't hide her words. Zhou Xian's face turned pale. There was no hope for her to enter the middle 5 realms. This made her feel hopeless. The woman suddenly turned her head again and glanced at Zhou Xian. Oh, this little girl still has some hope. However, she doesn't look easy to give birth to. She's not as jubilant as the previous one. Son, do you like her? Feel like Mother can buy her from Daodian Mountain. The child followed the woman's line of sight and looked over. He said with disgust, "She's skinny and dry. She's similar to Mother. I don't like her." The tall but skinny woman wasn't angry at all. She rubbed the child's head and laughed cheerfully. She was like a night owl howling on a branch. It was terrifying. Zhou Xian was at a loss. The elder sister Zhou Xian lowered her eyes. Her beautiful hands folded on her knees and blue veins popped out. Although he had a good impression of the Taoist nun, Qin Pingon still used his mind to contact Qi and Chu in the blade strengthening gourd. After getting a response, he calmed down a little. Whether it was a pie or a stone falling from the sky, he had to be careful. In the past, every time Old Man Yao drank, he liked to talk about things that the disciples and apprentices liked to hear. At that time, Lu Xianyang felt impatient. The rest of the old man's disciples only felt that the drunk old man was more amiable than usual when he was scolding people with a straight face. As for what he said, they didn't care. Everyone has their own fate. The thick ones are the stone roads of Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. Don't talk about wind and rain. Even if a knife fell from the sky, they wouldn't be afraid of not being able to walk. The thin ones are the muddy roads in small alleys. With a little rain, they would be muddy. The thinner ones are a layer of paper. They would be torn if you say so. Even if God bestowed a good thing, it would become a bad thing because you couldn't hold it. Qin Pingon would sit at the furthest place every time and silently remember it in his heart. What's interesting is that Old Man Yao was usually the least willing to talk to his apprentice Qin Pingon. However, his words were the ones that Qin Pingon listened to the most and was most willing to take seriously. How rare is it for a bad person to do a good thing? How many people can wait? But when a good person does a bad thing, as long as it falls on your head, it's too late to cry. Qin Pingon didn't want this meeting to be a conspiracy. If it was a bad thing that couldn't be avoided, then he guessed that it was very likely to be the sword in the locust wood sword case on his back. Even if Wei Pai, Wan Tong and Old Yang worked together to cover it up, there were still some clues. Qin Pingon slowly climbed up the stairs and opened the door. There was no Taoist nun in the main hall. He looked around and finally saw the woman standing by the table in the study. The beautiful Taoist nun was wearing a Taoist robe. However, she had taken off the fishtail crown that she didn't wear all year round and replaced it with a lotus crown. The Xinhua sect that she belonged to was a rather strange existence within the Taoist orthodoxy. The orthodoxy was complicated and the inheritance was chaotic. The three Taoist sects all had incense. It was a mess. Xiaoyang put one hand on the desk and said directly, "Qin Pingon, I came to see you this time because someone asked me to. Master Lu." He almost blurted out the word teach. Xiaoyang changed his words with a normal expression and said, "Lu Qin, the Taoist who went to Mud Bottle Alley, is now in Dragon Spring Town. It's just that it's not convenient to see you, so he asked me to come and get a prescription. Only the last one, the one with the 4 words red seal. Other than that, he also wants me to return it to you." Speaking of this, Xiaoyang smiled slightly. "A snake gall stone. From now on, you and him are even. You go your own way and he goes his own way." He said himself, "If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we can sit down and drink a cup of peach blossoms." Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief and fell back into his stomach, but he also raised a breath that was stuck in his throat. It wasn't for the sword that Yuan Tong forged, but for him alone. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "In the end, he also wanted me to tell you that from now on, take care of yourself. Remember that you must not step off the boat in Southern Stream Country." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Okay." Xiaoyang pointed to the table in the main hall. The two sat opposite each other. Xiaoyang thought for a while and with a swipe of his palm, a jade seal that had been passed down to the people after the fall of a country appeared on the table. It was square and the texture was smooth and round. This was a close item and it was even rarer than the already rare square-inch item. The young Cui Dong carried one with him. Back then, at the top of the East Mountain of the Great Sui Kingdom, he took out dozens of magic weapons from it. After one night, he made the name ancestor of the Kai family. Then Xiaoyang reached out and lifted it. Above the jade seal there was an ancient inkstone engraved with cloud seal. Then an ancient jade book ran out of the ancient inkstone and finally a small lotus leaf floated out of the ancient book. Finally, from the lotus leaf of the square-inch item, a snake gall stone rolled out. It was the one that Qin Pingon gave to Xiaoyang to give to Lu Qin. 1 close item, 3 square-inch items. This was called silent flaunting of wealth. And the flaunting of wealth was done in one go. Perhaps any 10th realm chi refinement warrior in the world would have their eyeballs popped out if they saw this. At most, others would lie down to earn money, but Xiaoyang was lying down to receive good fortune. Xiaoyang put away the lotus leaf, the jade book, the ancient inkstone and the jade seal, and then gently pushed the snake gall stone to Qin Pingon. Seeing that Qin Pingon did not seem to dare to accept the snake gall stone, Xiaoyang said frankly, "Don't worry, Lu Qin won't do anything this time. Just like how he personally promised that no matter what I do or say during this meeting between you and me, he won't use his supernatural powers to spy on us. As long as he says it himself, you and I can believe it." Qin Pingon then steered 15 and a prescription floated out from it. The words Lu Chen's edict were printed on it. Xiaoyang did not reach out to take it. Instead he used a spell to keep it in his square-inch item, the lotus leaf. After doing this, Xiaoyang's expression was obviously much more relaxed. He even picked up a spirit fruit called the fire pear and took a small bite. He smiled and said, "All right, the official matters are over. Next it's private matters. Qin Pingon, don't be nervous." Qin Pingon smiled bitterly and helplessly. "How can I not be nervous?" Xiaoyang asked. "Have you heard that I've already left the Divine Grandeur sect?" Qin Pingon shook his head. Xiaoyang said self-deprecatingly, "It seems that my skills are still too low and my reputation is still too small." Xiaoyang smiled and was not in a hurry to speak. He ate the fire pear with relish. This item could resist the cold and make one feel comfortable. As for the spirit energy contained in one fire pear, it was not worth mentioning. It was far inferior to the evergreen orange. Therefore it was not expensive and was often a must-have item for the generals, ministers, and officials at the foot of the mountain during winter and spring. However, in the Celadon plate, there were more evergreen oranges and less fire pears. If he had not asked for the price from spring water and autumn sure, Qin Pingon would definitely think that the fire pears were more expensive because they were rare. In fact, this was the foundation of the Immortal Mountain. It was not stingy at all. He Xiaoyang ate the fire pear leisurely with a relaxed expression. Qin Pingon sat upright and still. He did not know what this immortal master was up to. In the eastern Aquarius continent, the Jade Maiden of a continent, He Xiaoyang, announced that she was leaving the Divine Grandeur sect. Some people said that she secretly admired the junior martial uncle who went to the central divine continent and was in charge of the Taoist scriptures of the upper sect. The young Taoist priestess finally fell in love with him. The heavenly thunder stirred up the earthly fire, and once it got out of hand she actually wanted to imitate the husband and wife, abandoning the sect's master's grace and the great Tao of immortality. He Xiaoyang left her position as the Jade Maiden. There were 3 Taoist sects in the Aquarius continent. The new Jade Maiden stood out. She was no longer the Divine Grandeur sect that had a heavenly lord, but a young Taoist nun from the Autumn Water sect. The outside world speculated that it was He Xiaoyang's actions that caused public anger in the continent's Tao orthodoxy, causing the Divine Grandeur sect to lose the Golden Boy and Jade Maiden in the same sect. He Xiaoyang's master was even more furious. He publicly announced that he wanted to clean up the sect. He almost went down the mountain to search for He Xiaoyang's whereabouts. Heavenly Lord Qizhen had a hard time stopping him. Everyone knew that He Xiaoyang's master had high hopes for her. He nurtured her wholeheartedly and almost treated her as his own daughter. This was a fact that everyone in the Divine Grandeur sect knew. Therefore it was reasonable for the old immortal to be heartbroken. However, it was inevitable that some people would be suspicious. Wasn't He Xiaoyang supposed to be the most blessed person in the continent? How did she end up in such a situation? Could it be that she had secretly made a fortune and obtained an even greater opportunity? So much so that she could even abandon her master's sect? However, the rules in the Taoist orthodoxy were as strict as those in the Confucian Palace and the Academy. Even if He Xiaoyang went to the Divine Grandeur sect in the central region with such a bad reputation, could he really stay by the side of the Taoist priest forever? Fortunately, the battle at Jingyang Mountain and the Wind Thunder Garden diverted attention. The vigorous fight to the death seemed to be more attractive than the complicated entanglement of love and hate. Qin Pingon saw that He Xiaoyang had eaten a whole fire pear and still didn't seem to want to speak. He had to ask in a low voice, "Immortal He, what do you want to see me for?" He Xiaoyang, whose thoughts had drifted far away, calmed down and still didn't speak. Instead she carefully sized up Qin Pingon. Compared to the green oxback that she first met in the Pearl Cave, this young man was slightly taller and paler. There was also a trace of spirituality and brilliance between his eyebrows. As the leader of a sect, Lu Qin, the Taoist priest, had an open and honest conversation with He Xiaoyang before she went to the parasol tree to board the ship secretly. Apart from what He Xiaoyang told Qin Pingon, there were actually many inside stories that couldn't be revealed. For example, Lu Qin was sitting on a small stool in front of the stove next to the young man's ancestral home in the Mud Bottle Alley. He was a guest, but he was busy cooking. Languid young girl GQ, who was the host, was sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun. From time to time she would turn her head to look at the kitchen and urge Lu Qin to hurry up. He Xiaoyang was sitting near Lu Qin. After knowing the true identity of this young Taoist, He Xiaoyang didn't know why, but her heart was as still as water. This made her feel strange. At that time Lu Qin had a smug look on his face as he complained, "At that time Yu Qi Jingchun randomly matched a couple and threw me a huge problem. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I might as well be the matchmaker. Let's see who's better." When Lu Qin said these nonsense, his face was full of evil smiles. However, He Xiaoyang was indifferent. She was the same from inside out. This made Lu Qin feel very bored. Her personality was too similar to eldest senior brothers. It would be interesting if she was like second senior brother. However, it would definitely not be easy to get along with her. For example, the young man from the Apricot Blossom Alley, Ma Kushuan, who walked out of the small town. While waiting patiently for the rice to be cooked, Lu Qin bluntly told He Xiaoyang that the 2 snake gallstones given by Qin Pingon each belonged to him and He Xiaoyang. This was like the 2 sides of a river. The prescriptions, especially the 4 red seals of Lu Chen's edict, were a bridge. Although this was a long-term plan of Lu Chen's, it could not be said to be malicious. On the contrary, this was half of the reason why Qin Pingon's luck could turn from bad to good after he left the small town. The other half was that his natal porcelain was broken. He had attracted opportunities but missed them time and time again. He only relied on his tough life, the stubbornness he had brought from his mother's womb, or rather his special identity as a key chess piece to forcefully endure until the situation was settled. He waited for some invisible compensation from the heavenly axiom. As for the other half, it was Lu Chen's doing. Perhaps Qi Jingchun had already seen through it, but he was willing to go with the flow. He believed that Qin Pingon was blessed by the heavens and knew how to choose. Therefore he was happy to see it happen. Those who could not see it, such as Qin Pingon himself, naturally did not notice it. This was because after the bridge was built, a mysterious connection appeared between Qin Pingon and He Xiaoyang. Fortune and misfortune depended on each other and they shared it together. Therefore, Qin Pingon took away half of He Xiaoyang's fortune. Speaking of which, if an ordinary person accepted this opportunity, they might have died a long time ago. If one's life was as thin as paper, a raindrop could pierce through it, let alone a downpour. Or even if one's life was tough, but they were stubborn, daring to take and ask for anything, some seemingly small karma would eventually come crashing down. Not to mention the bluestone streets of Fulu Street, even the mountains to the west would be destroyed until nothing was left. Lu Chen did not have any ill intentions. However, as for whether Qin Pingon would die from overeating, Lu Chen did not care at all. Later on it was proven that Qi Jingchun had misjudged him. She had heard of a Taoist sect master divulging the heavenly secrets. At that moment He Xiaoyang's state of mind, which had always been calm, finally began to show flaws, like cracks appearing on a mirror. She knew very well that He Xiaoyang, who had a smooth life and great fortune, had reached the edge of a cliff. Whether she would go against the flow of the great Tao and reunite with her, from then on she would ascend to the heavens in one step. Or she would fall into the abyss and be smashed into pieces. It was only her next step. Moreover, even if she made the right choice, she might not be able to cultivate as quickly as before without any obstacles. At that time, it was already the most dangerous moment in her life where everything went smoothly. Especially the feeling of not being able to control herself and being reduced to a chess piece. It was extremely terrible. Cultivation was not to be a puppet of a big shot, even if that big shot was Lu Chen, the sect master of the Qingming world. Compared to the previous time, He Xiaoyang felt even more upset. When she was 14 years old, on the day she successfully cut the red dragon, the young girl He Xiaoyang realized that the way her master looked at her had changed. As time passed, the naive young girl began to realize that the gaze that made her feel uncomfortable was not just the kindness of an elder looking at a junior, but mixed with the meaning of a man looking at a woman. However, at that time sect master Qizhen was in seclusion, and everyone in the Divine Grandeur sect was extremely nervous. Before she left the Divine Grandeur sect and went to the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the old man told her bluntly that he wanted her to be a pair of Tao companions. The old man also said that for her he could even leave the Divine Grandeur sect and be a pair of wild mandarin ducks living happily in the mountains without caring about the secular world. If He Xiaoyang did not want to wander around, it was fine. At most they could continue to be master and disciple on the surface and become Tao companions secretly. The old man promised that the remnant book that described the great Tao of dual cultivation could allow both master and disciple to ascend to the upper 5 states. It was definitely not a clumsy and despicable method. He Xiaoyang was unwilling. Moreover, she did not pretend to be polite. If the old man was not confident that he could take her down silently, he would have done it long ago. That was why she went to the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. Because there were some sceneries that He Xiaoyang only wanted to walk to the top of the mountain alone and see with her own eyes. In fact, He Xiaoyang did not value the dual cultivation method in the eyes of the world, nor did she have much prejudice against them. He Xiaoyang only cared about the great Tao. The truly superior dual cultivation method of Taoism was actually far from being as unbearable as the ordinary people mistakenly thought. It was a side branch of the dual cultivation method of life and life. It was not even included in the many heterodox methods of also Tao. The heterodox methods sounded derogatory because for the Qi trainers on the mountain, it was just that they could not ascend to the upper 5 states. It was also a great way to climb the mountain. After He Xiaoyang returned from Dali, the old man completely tore off the disguise of a kind elder. He guided her patiently, threatened her with words, and used all kinds of methods. He Xiaoyang dealt with it calmly, but deep in her heart she felt a little sad. Because she knew that this was the way the old man chose, but it was too small and too remote. She did not want to accompany the old man on this narrow road where the scenery at the end was far from magnificent. After that, the land sword immortal Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple entered the Nanjian kingdom. The old man mistook him for a helper invited by He Xiaoyang, so he restrained himself for a while. He did not expect that He Xiaoyang rejected Wei Jin. Wei Jin was muddle-headed and went to Jianghu on a drunk donkey. This made the old man feel that there was a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. However, good things come with setbacks. The young Taoist priest who was of the same generation as him did not have a high cultivation, but dared to protect He Xiaoyang and challenged him face to face. He even said some harsh words that made the old man feel a chill down his spine. The funny thing was, that guy hurried to the central continent and had only a private conversation with He Xiaoyang. Anyway, He Xiaoyang did not rely on youngest uncle as the outside world thought. Instead, he chose to erase the Taoist records of the Divine Grandeur sect. This made the old man feel that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, the sect master Qizhen was quite tolerant and did not pursue He Xiaoyang's betrayal of the Divine Grandeur sect. Almost all the other elders of the Divine Grandeur sect were angry and felt that the Divine Grandeur sect had raised an ingrate, but since the sect master had spoken, they had to give up. Only He Xiaoyang's master wanted to go down the mountain to interrogate her, but he was still persuaded to return to the mountain gate by Qizhen. He said that he persuaded him to return. In fact, He Xiaoyang, who had followed Lu Chen to Dali, knew better than anyone else that the sect master Qizhen must have forcibly stopped the old man. Perhaps he even fought to force the old man back to his mansion. Because without her, the old man's great Tao, which was already in a precarious state, would be completely cut off. With the old man's stubborn character, he would never give up. But everything was destined to be in vain. Because behind her stood Lu Chen. He was an existence who could give orders to the Lord of Heaven, Qizhen. He Xiaoyang's mind was full of thoughts. She did not answer Qin Pingan's question. Qin Pingan could only wait quietly. No matter how far-sighted Lu Chen is, he is just going with the flow. He Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly brightened. She stood up abruptly as if a knot in her heart had been untied. So when fate comes, it is a match made in heaven. But He Xiaoyang's heart suddenly trembled. She vaguely remembered that when she first met the young man, she could only see that they were fated but not fated. This was her great Tao original heart. But why did she feel that they were fated? She even felt that they were a match made in heaven? And this was the deduction of the Taoist sect master Lu Chen. Indeed, in her heart lake, there was a languid voice with a hint of laughter. Not bad. To be able to understand this, it means that after this battle, after asking yourself, you have handed in the correct answer. The crack in your heart mirror has been completely mended. Even if you are severely injured in the future, it will not be like today where it is very likely to shatter. Next, you can go to the Jilu continent. I'll say this first. I did not eavesdrop. I just buried something in your heart lake. When you get the answer, it will be unraveled. Then I will know. Let's not talk about this. Finally, I have another question for you to ask yourself. How should you deal with Qin Pingan? Yes, this is a little too literary. It is not my usual style. Why don't you change it to He Xiaoyang, touch your hidden chest and ask your conscience if you want to get rid of the root of the problem and kill this fated person in front of you who you do not know if is good or evil for the time being, so as to prevent your heart from forming a knot and destroying the foundation of your great Tao in the future? The beautiful young Taoist nun looked at the seated young man. Her face was flushed and her eyes were cold. Qin Pingan met her gaze. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist, Chu Yi and 15 were ready to attack. Should he kill the young man? It seemed that this was all within Lu Chen's expectations and calculations. The first time He Xiaoyang had to pass his own test. This time he had to pass the test personally set by the Taoist sect master. Of course, Lu Chen would not use all his strength. Otherwise, it would be no different from killing someone. He clearly had high hopes for He Xiaoyang and would not slap himself. The beautiful Taoist nun asked herself for the second time. Her cold eyes gradually turned charming, not to mention her blushing cheeks, which made her originally dignified face look extremely strange. However, on the lake in her heart, there were great ripples and raging waves. She was suffering unspeakably. Qin Pingan did not say a word. He stared at the Taoist nun of the Xianxia sect who was acting strangely. He even suspected that the legendary fox demon who was good at bewitching people had changed into Xiaoyang's appearance. Otherwise, how could they be two different people? However, his intuition told him that there was a fine line between life and death between them. Xiaoyang could not help holding the table with both hands. Sweat seeped out and the hair on her temples was messy. Outside the door of Xiaoyang's heart, a sigh sounded softly, as if forcibly suppressing the flood in Xiaoyang's heart. Xiaoyang, in fact, I have already given you the answer. It's just that your state of mind has been blinded by the Great Way. If you want to kill him, I will stop you. If you don't kill him, I will not force you. Either way, you can pass this test. But you can't take it, nor can you let it go. Muddle-headed, you even made the worst plan, which is to kill Qin Pingon and marry him in the underworld. You can cut off the karma and admit that you have a clear conscience. How ridiculous. How can you achieve such a feat? Have you ever wondered why Qin Pingon could live to this day despite all the obstacles in his life? But you, who have been successful in everything and have excellent aptitude, can't even pass the threshold that is the easiest to pass? Xiaoyang, the real fairy who was unattainable in the entire continent, slumped on the stool. Her head was on the table and her face was flushed. She gasped for breath and there was some moisture in her eyes. She looked at the young man opposite her with misty eyes. In her eyes there was resentment and guilt. There was no killing intent at all. Seeing this, Qin Pingon was confused. What? I didn't bully anyone. The flying sword in the sword cultivating gourd has not come out yet. Furthermore, Xiaoyang was a qi refinement warrior. Even if he were to use all his qi refinement warriors and put on an act of subduing demons, he would still lose and die. Xiaoyang came to her senses after a long time. The mist gradually disappeared and the spring tide gradually subsided. She calmed down. She stood up and smiled at the young man. She finally became the fairy girl that Qin Pingon first met, accompanied by the white deer and a fairy aura. She said resolutely and decisively, Qin Pingon, when you die one day, you will be my husband. In the end, she made half of her original intention and half of her initial decision. She didn't kill anyone but formed a bond. Above the heart lake, Lu Chen's deep and rich voice sounded slowly with undisguised admiration. Blessed and immeasurable celestial worthy. Xiaoyang, from now on, you are under my tutelage as the sixth direct disciple. You can establish a sect in the Julu continent. Qin Pingon was dumbfounded. He blurted out subconsciously, Immortal Master what did you say? Did I hear wrongly? Why don't you say it again? What did she mean by Langjun was dead? Qin Pingon was increasingly certain that this Xiaoyang in front of him was most likely a wild vixen who liked to make trouble. Xiaoyang was a little embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at Qin Pingon, who took advantage of her. She took a deep look at Qin Pingon and then left. Qin Pingon remained seated at the same spot, frowning. It was like a dream and an illusion. (212). In an old school that was no longer in use in the Dragon Spring town, a young Taoist with a lotus crown on his head sat behind a small desk by himself as he looked at the spot where Qi Jingchun had been standing for 60 years. The Taoist was silent as he subconsciously swiped his finger across the surface of the table. Coming back to himself, Lu Chen raised his arm and grabbed. Xiaoyang, who had left from the Kuan boat, was actually fished out from the surging sea of clouds. Even a qi refinement warrior in the Golden Core realm like Xiaoyang felt dizzy from the thousands of kilometers that had passed in the blink of an eye. He staggered a little before he regained his balance. With a solemn expression, Xiaoyang straightened his clothes and calmed his mind. He took 3 steps back and kowtowed. Disciple Xiaoyang pays his respects to master. From a beautiful girl of a continent's orthodoxy to the direct disciple of the leader of a Taoist sect, it was no different from a carp jumping over the dragon's gate. Lu Chen nodded and raised his hand, indicating that Xiaoyang could stand up. Stand up. Under my tutelage, you don't have to adhere to the formalities of acknowledging a master. It's fine as long as the intention is there. You probably don't believe it now, but after you get along with me for a long time and meet the other 5 senior brothers and sisters, you will naturally understand. Everything outside the Great Tao is illusory. Lu Chen, who was born in the vast world and had truly grown up in the world, did not really care about the secular etiquette of the Confucians or even the golden rules in his own orthodoxy. Or rather, before his ascension he was such a person who had deviated from the secular world. Therefore he lived a very open and unrestrained life. The essays that he left behind were also known as carefree. Unlike the eldest senior brother who took care of everything and the second senior brother who had a sense of propriety, his little junior brother did not follow the rules too much even in front of his master. For that he was even persuaded by the eldest senior brother and even beaten up by the second senior brother. After that, Lu Chen still did as he pleased. Thankfully, his master, who occasionally appeared in the small lotus paradise, did not mind it. Lu Chen looked at the slightly uneasy young Taoist nun and said with a smile, "Why? Once bitten, twice shy. Do you feel that I, as your master, am thinking about setting traps for you every day? That's why you have to carefully ponder and consider every word that I say? Then you're wrong. Going too far is as bad as falling short. The reason why you can become my direct disciple this time is because you've passed 3 heart trials. Firstly, you noticed my scheme and made a prompt decision. You went back and questioned your own heart. You removed the illusion of a match made in heaven and grasped the truth of fate. Then you'll encounter a huge setback in the future. When you're in that place where swords are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, you'll encounter a huge setback. Once use. And you. Lu Chen pointed at Xiaoyang and said with a smile, "You should know that Xiaxia and Dali asked for 3 people. Li Shixing aside, Ma Kushuan is the lucky one that my second senior brother picked. They're old and young and they're birds of a feather. As for whether there's any other inside information, there are rules in the orthodoxy that forbid the 3 of us from deducing each other's plans. And you, Xiaoyang, are the candidate that I picked. That's because your Taoist heart is very similar to my cultivation journey. You've broken through the barriers and are straight to the heart. Therefore it's much simpler than what you think of as a chess piece or a puppet, or the arrangement of the Taoist school in this competition. I just like you, so I chose you as my disciple. Do you really think that those old fogies in the Confucian temple won't keep an eye on my every move? Therefore this is an open and above-board scheme. Whether you, Xiaoyang, can gain a foothold in the Julu continent and live to the end will depend on your own ability. After I leave the green netherworld, I won't deliberately take care of my disciples. The scholarly saints won't deliberately harm you. Moreover, you have a senior brother who's roaming the central divine continent and a senior sister who's training at the Great Sword Wall. If anything happens, you can ask them for help. Since you're now fellow Taoists and fellow disciples, you have to fight for me, your master." At this point Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm not your master in the Divine Grandeur sect. I won't ask you to be my Taoist companion." Xiaoyang turned back into the beautiful Taoist nun with a cool temperament. Everything else was just a worldly possession. She asked a question that she had been thinking about for a long time. Is the green netherworld, where our sect leader controls everything, also part of the scholarly saints' plan? Lu Chen laughed heartily. Of course. It's the same everywhere. Everyone is very busy. Do you think that people like Ma Kushuan, Wei Jin and Song Zhangqiang are the best of the best? Lu Chen laughed very happily. Then you should really go to the central divine continent and take a look. Or maybe you should go to the Baek Okekyung building in the green netherworld. You'll understand that there's always someone better than you. Xiaoyang sat behind a desk not far away. She twisted her waist and looked into Lu Chen's eyes. After hearing his words, she frowned slightly as if she didn't understand. Lu Chen asked playfully, "You want to ask why the 3 sects didn't come to an agreement to only develop their forces in their own territories and exclude the teachings of other sects? So that they wouldn't be so troublesome?" Xiaoyang nodded. This was exactly what she was thinking. Lu Chen sighed. Because today's territories are the largest of the few ancient battlefields. These are the results that our predecessors exchanged their lives for. We're also afraid that the world will change in the future. If we choose to remain stagnant or let the people below us feel that the great Tao is blocked, what kind of outcome would we end up in? The current world is the best proof. Lu Chen casually pointed in the direction of the small town's immortal graveyard. The mountains and rivers are still the same, but the masters who were once high and mighty have been reduced to a pile of broken limbs in the mud. Xiaoyang was somewhat enlightened. Some things that were too far away were obscure and difficult to understand. Those who knew were unwilling to talk about it, and it wasn't written in books. The people of the future were naturally at a loss. There were too many conjectures and speculations. The novelists added fuel to the fire. The unconstrained writings of the literati and the unofficial histories that pretended to be profound. There were too many to count. Year after year the mud and sand were buried together. Even if a little bit of truth surfaced, it would quickly be drowned out and eventually be treated as a fallacy. Wuxia smiled. We've digressed. Back to the main topic. Your second test was that I needed to confirm if you were going to rely on the Heavenly Lord Xianxia during your trip to the Zhou continent, or if you were going to establish your own sect. Therefore I purposely set a trap for you. I made you think that you gave up 2 correct choices and chose the most wrong one. I made you mistakenly think that you were going to brush past the Great Tao. I wanted you to feel regret and question your own Great Tao. Xianxia said frankly, I only relied on the last bit of clarity in my mind to pass this test. Wuxia smiled. Regarding this point, I'll use it as a conclusion to explain why you and Qin Pingon were able to form a relationship. Let's talk about the last test first. It's relatively more complicated. It's a chain of tests. The word, love, can be used to explain everything. The relationship between a man and a woman is the easiest to be moved. Therefore I planted a seed of love in the lake of your heart. Unknowingly, it would take root and germinate when it encounters the rain of opportunity. It would be extremely swift and violent. This was originally an unorthodox method, but it was effective for you, Xiaoyang. Moreover, no matter how unorthodox the method was, it would still be effective if I used it. The master of the Divine Grandeur sect who had a master-disciple relationship with you, the talented Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, and the young man from the marketplace of the Mud Bottle Alley. You successfully passed the first 2 tests. You successfully followed your heart and were not moved at all. Only the last test, because I purposely made things difficult for you and helped to pave the way for you, Xiaoyang, to fall into a dilemma. Wuxia stood up. He bent his fingers and gently tapped on the lotus crown that symbolized the sect master's identity. He continued, in a daze, your Tao heart was shaken by the 2 words Wuxia, and you chose to walk on the path that I opened for you. Then I will still allow you to establish a sect in the Zhou continent, but I will definitely not accept you as a disciple. How difficult is it to accept a disciple? Wuxia retracted his smile. If you want to become Wuxia's disciple, you should have the thought that one day, your Tao skills will be higher than Wuxia's, and your path will be longer than Wuxia's. Deviate from the Tao? What Tao are you talking about? The Tao is merely written by the predecessors. What Tao are you talking about? The Tao is merely the path taken by the predecessors. Why don't you try it yourself? Even a person with a cold temperament like Xiaoyang could not help but feel fear and respect from the bottom of his heart. She stood up and bowed respectfully to Wuxia. I hope that one day I, Xiaoyang, will be able to sit at the same table as Master and discuss Tao. Wuxia clicked his tongue and said, it's a little difficult. Xiaoyang sat down again and asked, Master, what do you mean by ending? Is there a deeper meaning to the fate between me and Qin Pingon? Wuxia nodded and said, of course. If it were an ordinary person you wouldn't be Xiaoyang and he wouldn't be Qin Pingon. Then I wouldn't be able to see the brilliance of being the matchmaker at all. Qi Jingchuan's random matchmaking was to give you a burden. I hope that one day you will be able to carry a mountain with your heart. On the other hand, the 2 ends of the red string in my hand are 2 people. They are also 2 clear and spotless mirrors that reflect each other. I'm not just letting Qin Pingon share your fortune and using Qin Pingon to help you overcome the obstacle of love. Wuxia turned his head and looked in the direction where Xiaoyang had appeared. Qin Pingon's temperament is similar to yours. There are thousands of strange people in the world and I've seen thousands of them. He might not be extraordinary. However, his temperament is similar to yours, Xiaoyang's temperament. Somehow they are quite compatible. Therefore, even when the 2 of you met for the first time and there was a huge difference in status between the 2 of you, you still saw this shallow fate. Actually, it's not that your fate is shallow, but that your cultivation is limited and you have seen too little. Xiaoyang asked softly, Master, is this another test? Wuxia laughed out loud. You've already become my disciple. Why do you still need a test? Why? Do you want to become the direct disciple of the Tao ancestor and be on equal footing with Lu Qin before you stop? Xiaoyang's eyes were clear. He shook his head and smiled. I don't want to think about it. Lu Qin smiled and said, since you've become a master, you should give your new disciple a greeting gift. This gift is not small. It's a little Tao that I obtained from your grandmaster before I came down. Xiaoyang was stunned. He had just cut off the bridge, with Qin Pin gone on the Kun ship, and he had become the lucky Xiaoyang again? Lu Qin seemed to have seen through the beautiful Taoist nun's thoughts. He laughed out loud and slammed his palm on the table. I'll take you to the long river of time and go against the flow. Even if the Black Pearl Grotto heaven banned all spells, it was still difficult to escape the great rules of the heavenly Tao. For example, spring, summer, autumn, winter, birth, old age, sickness and death. Then, under the great supernatural power of the sect master Lu Qin. Winter, autumn, summer, spring, death, sickness, old age and death. Xiaoyang, who was still in the school between heaven and earth but seemed to be temporarily unrelated to heaven and earth, looked at the strange and colorful scenes around her retreating. The beautiful Taoist nun's eyes were shining. This was the path that she wanted to take. Lu Qin smiled and said, follow behind me. We'll go to a place and I'll bring you to meet two people. The two of them started to leave. Behind them were the brand new school and the sound of children reading. The children could really recite the book backwards. However, probably because of some kind of restriction or because Qi Jingchun had made a deal with the Taoist ancestor, the children's faces could be seen clearly and their voices could be heard clearly. However, the teacher in front of them no longer existed, as if he had completely disappeared in the long river of time. Along the way, Xiaoyang followed closely behind Taoist Lotus Flower Crown, afraid that she would get lost if she made a mistake. Finally, Lu Qin stopped and said to wait for a while. Xiaoyang did not dare to move and stood on the spot. Lu Qin waved his sleeves and heaven and earth reversed. Everything returned to normal and the long river of time began to flow downstream. Then Lu Qin brought her to the vicinity of a stall. Xiaoyang did not know why her sect master had brought her here. Could it be that there was something strange about the stall? Xiaoyang looked over and saw a seemingly simple and honest middle-aged man. He was peddling candied haws. Then Xiaoyang saw a tanned and skinny child walk over slowly and stand beside her. He secretly looked at the busy stall and swallowed his saliva. When the business was a little quieter, the child walked away silently. Lu Qin snapped his fingers and the day and night passed in the blink of an eye. The stall owner went about his usual business day after day. The child would either go up the mountain to pick herbs, catch fish from the stream, or help the neighbors carry water. He would pass by the stall again and again. Finally, one day the child who was supposed to go up the mountain to pick herbs to exchange for money, walked to the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley with a basket on his back. However, when he thought of his good luck and picked a few valuable herbs, the small rice jar at home was filled to the brim for the first time. He did not have to worry about hunger for at least 10 days. Therefore, the child raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky, as if telling himself that it was going to rain heavily. Even if he went up the mountain, he would most likely return halfway. Therefore, the child ran back to the courtyard of the ancestral house and put down the basket. He took out a few copper coins from a small clay jar at the foot of the wall and ran quickly down Mud Bottle Alley to the stall. However, as the child got closer and closer to the stall, his footsteps became heavier and heavier and he ran slower and slower. As a result, when he was still quite a distance away, the child stood in the same spot with a comical look on his face. He clenched his fists tightly and held on to the extra copper coins. Finally, the child walked a few steps closer and squatted down. He raised his head and looked at the bright red sugar-coated haws in a daze. Lu Qin and Xiaoyang stood beside the child. Lu Qin smiled and asked, "If you put yourself in the child's shoes, what do you think is normal?" Xiaoyang said without hesitation, "It would be great if he could eat the sugar-coated haws without spending money." Lu Qin smiled and nodded, "I'll wait and see." After that, the stall owner finished his business. When he was taking a break, he seemed to accidentally see the child who passed by his stall again and again but never bought the sugar-coated haws. The man thought for a while and sat on the stool without saying anything. Finally, as if he was really compassionate, he stood up and waved to the child, saying with a smile, "Come, I'm going to pack up my stall and go back. There are still some sugar-coated haws left that I can't sell. If you want to eat them, I can give you one for free. The man smiled in an extremely honest manner, no different from a farmer. He pulled out a stick of sugar-coated haws and shook it at the boy. Take it. However, the child quickly stood up, shook his head with a smile and ran off just like that. Xiaoyang was a little puzzled. If this was the Qin Pingon when he was young, she wouldn't find it strange that he would make such a choice. Lu Chen pointed at the man selling sugar-coated haws. This person is from the school of Yinyang in the central divine continent. In the secular world he's not very famous. In fact, he can contend with the entire school of Yinyang by himself. He's quite a strange person. Even eldest senior brother can't completely guess what this person is thinking. Xiaoyang was even more puzzled. Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's not the point. What's next is..." Lu Chen stretched out his palm and slowly swiped it from top to bottom. A small Qin Pingon appeared beside Xiaoyang. This child ran over and took the free stick of sugar-coated haws. He skipped back to Mud Bottle Alley happily. After eating the sugar-coated haws, he became addicted to it. A few days later he went to the stall for the second time and received another free stick of sugar-coated haws. This poor child who had just gotten used to hardship gradually became lazy. From time to time he would think of those sugar-coated haws and go up the mountain to gather herbs less than usual. Day after day, year after year, the boy didn't become a bad person. However, in Xiaoyang's eyes he was no longer the straw sandal boy who met for the first time on the back of a green ox. After that he returned to the same place. Lu Chen swiped his palm again and little Ping An appeared again. This time he didn't choose to take the sugar-coated haws for free. Instead he chose to spend money to buy them. After that, the child became more willing to endure hardship and worked hard to earn money. However, he got tired of eating sugar-coated haws. There was one time when he fell in love with pastries. As the child grew into a young man year after year, in Xiaoyang's eyes, there seemed to be something wrong with this Qin Pingon. As Lu Chen raised his palm again and again, Xiaoyang saw each and every Qin Pingon and all kinds of subtle differences in life situations. In the end, Xiaoyang fell into deep thought. Lu Chen smiled. Let's go back. One after another they walked towards the school. At this moment the scene was actually very similar to the long river of time that flowed in the human world. Back then Qi Jingchun brought the boy to the old pagoda tree to ask for a pagoda leaf. Lu Chen walked in front with his hands behind his back and asked, "Have you figured out anything?" Xiaoyang answered softly, "Only by guarding the heart can one be a person." Lu Chen grunted and didn't say anything else. Xiaoyang asked, "Could it be that I've thought wrongly or that I haven't seen far enough?" Lu Chen suddenly turned his head and smiled. No, you've thought it through very well. The only flaw is that you, as a disciple, can't be blind under the light and can't see that your master's Taoist skills are extraordinary." While Lu Chen brought Xiaoyang to see the various forms of life, in a section of the long river of time, there was a Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples. After class he sat alone in his room and played music. His face was clear and no longer blurred. In the present of Lu Chen and Xiaoyang, or the past of Lizhu Cave Heaven, Qi Jingchun bent down and picked up a chess piece. He smiled and said, "It's just SSO." (213) When Qin Pingon walked down the tall building and returned to his seat, he had missed two big battles. When the Taoist Zhang Xian, who was sitting in the next chair, saw Qin Pingon, he quickly got up and cupped his hands to thank him. Qin Pingon had to return the gesture with cupped fists and took the jade token. For the sake of fairness, the battlefield was not set in the Wind and Thunder Garden or Xingyang Mountain, but on the Immortal Platform, one of the 6 branches of the Wind and Snow Temple. As the holy land of the military, the Wind and Snow Temple had more friends than the Martial Arts Mountain. In addition, the Wind and Snow Temple was far more low-key than the Martial Arts Mountain. Most of the disciples of the Wind and Snow Temple went out of the mountain as wanderers rather than generals on the battlefield. Therefore, the Wind and Snow Temple had a good relationship with the two sects and would not take sides. As for why the Wind and Snow Temple chose the Immortal Platform, the first reason was that the Immortal Platform was located at the top of the mountain, with a wide view and pleasant scenery. In terms of appearance, it was the best place with the most abundant immortal qi in the Wind and Snow Temple. Secondly, there were few disciples on the Immortal Platform, so the Wind and Snow Temple almost relied on Wei Jin alone. Because Wei Jin was not close to the sect because of his master, the Wind and Snow Temple must have taken this opportunity to increase the number of disciples on the immortal platform. After hearing the result from Qiushi, Qin Pingon was shocked. The Wind and Thunder Garden had lost the previous 2 battles. A patriarch and a famous swordsman of different generations had died under the swords of the opponents of Xinjiang Mountain. In the second battle between the patriarchs, both sides had perished together. However, because the patriarch of Xinjiang Mountain had fought with his last breath and died later than the swordsman of the Wind and Thunder Garden, the Wind and Snow Temple ruled that Xinjiang Mountain had won according to the rules. The vast immortal platform was not crowded. A few buildings were densely packed in the northeast corner. Only the Qi trainers from the Aquarius continent with high status and strength were qualified to go up the building to watch the battle. The rest of the cultivators could only watch from afar on other peaks of the Wind and Snow Temple. It seemed that the huge immortal platform was only reserved for the 2 sides. After the conversation, Qin Pingon found that the Taoist Zhou Xian had never heard of Xinjiang Mountain and the Wind and Thunder Garden. That was not surprising. The Qi trainers from the Julu continent had always thought highly of themselves and looked down on the Aquarius continent, the smallest of the 9 continents. Maybe only the Cliff Academy, Guanhu Academy, Dali Cui Dong Song Zhangqiang, and Sword Immortal Wei Jin could attract them. Moreover, with the Taoist Zhou Xian's cultivation and vision and the fact that they were not from the same continent, it was strange that he was familiar with the customs and practices of the Aquarius continent. The Wind and Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain had been enemies for generations. Everyone in the continent knew that it originated from the sword testing field in the deepest part of the Wind and Thunder Garden. The body of the female founder of Xinjiang Mountain had been exposed to the sun since she died in the battle. At that time, the Wind and Thunder Garden was not willing to return the body and asked the disciples of Xinjiang Mountain to bury her. They did not even pull out the standard long sword of the Wind and Thunder Garden that pierced through her head. They just let the disciples of the school and the guests who entered the garden look at her as they pleased. It had been 300 years. What was a great shame and humiliation. This was it. As the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the continent, Xinjiang Mountain had been thriving for the past 300 years. In terms of the excellence of the youngest disciples of the 3rd generation, it had actually surpassed the Wind and Thunder Garden. After that, there would be people who went to the Wind and Thunder Garden to challenge the Wind and Thunder Garden almost every 60 years, in an attempt to invite the remains of the founder back so that she could die in peace. However, the garden master of the Wind and Thunder Garden who had killed the female sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain had lived for another 300 years. Even though there were many geniuses in the 300 years of Xinjiang Mountain, they were still unable to win against him. He was not as ruthless towards those who challenged him later on, but he was not merciful either. He either broke the longevity bridge or destroyed his natal sword. Perhaps to the sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain, it was actually a life worse than death. It was better to die a heroic death in battle. This was the origin of the story of Wind and Thunder Garden suppressing a mountain with one person, in the East Aquarius continent. Now the garden master of the Wind and Thunder Garden was finally dead. In the spring of the new year, it was rumored that he had quietly passed away and reincarnated. Coincidentally, it happened to be the agreed-upon generational battle. Although the Wind and Thunder Garden had been guarding it with all their might, hoping that the secret would not be leaked, Xinjiang Mountain somehow learned about it. All the peaks of the mountain were shaken and everyone was excited. Some people dragged their families to the grave to burn incense and toast. Some decaying old men who were struggling at death's door got drunk. The young sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain were even more spirited. They finally had the chance to vent the 300 years of humiliation and resentment. In fact, after the 2 battles, Xinjiang Mountain had indeed won, and it was a beautiful victory. They had gained a lot of face, so much so that in the final battle of the youngest generation, it was unnecessary whether they fought or not. The maidservant Qiushi was a little worried. She felt that the last battle probably would not be fought. The sect called Wind and Thunder Garden had already lost 2 battles. Anyway, in the second battle, the Grand Master of the Wind and Thunder Garden was just a breath away, which saved some face. If they lost the 3rd battle, they would lose 3 battles in a row. If the news spread, the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Garden would be completely ruined. If the Wind and Thunder Garden stopped now, they could at least get the consolation that they were willing to admit defeat. Qin Pingon thought of Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator who went to the mountain with him to look for the Kai tree, and suddenly said, "The Wind and Thunder Garden will definitely fight in the third battle." For Qin Pingon, Lu Baqiao was neither a friend nor an enemy. Among the foreign immortals, he left a deep impression on Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon simply believed that the sect that could teach Lu Baqiao would not shrink back so easily. As expected, after a secret negotiation between the Wind and Snow Temple Xingyang Mountain and Wind and Snow Temple, the childlike and short sect master of Wind and Snow Temple walked to the center of the divine immortal platform with a man and a woman and announced that the third battle was about to begin. Xingyang Mountain side was Su Jia. The woman had a long sword hanging from her waist and a blade-strengthening gourd on her waist. She looked valiant and could be said to be a beauty that could topple a nation. The Wind and Thunder Garden side was the last disciple of the Yard Master, named Huang He. He was carrying a huge sword case on his back. No one knew whether it contained a big sword or multiple long swords. While almost everyone was paying attention to the two young sword cultivators, Qin Pingon was quietly running the genuine qi in his body and looking around, looking for a certain figure in those attics. Although the long scroll was only so big, the reason why it was popular in the world was that the vision of the qi cultivators and pure martial artists was far beyond that of ordinary people. When people saw a mustard seed, they saw a mustard seed, but the Tao ancestor seemed to see the whole world. When ordinary people saw a flower and a leaf, they saw a flower and a leaf, but the Buddha could see a small kiliacosm. Qin Pingon's eyes suddenly became gloomy. He grabbed a few pieces of sparrow tongue tea and put them into his mouth, chewing them gently. In the corridor on the top floor of a tall building, a burly old man in white was looking down at the square of the deity's terrace with his arms crossed. A delicate girl was riding on the old man's head. The old man's position was slightly to the right of the center. The people on the floor behind the railing were the grandmasters of Xingyang Mountain. There were both men and women, and all of them looked extraordinary. Their sword qi gathered like rivers flowing into the sea, and their qi surged. Qin Pingon stared at the old man in white. After a while he looked away. Another tall building was the scenic spot left by the deity's terrace for the Wind and Thunder Garden. From top to bottom, there were only a few sword cultivators standing there. Compared to the full force of the sword cultivators of the 5 states on Xingyang Mountain, the number of people accompanying the Wind and Thunder Garden this time could be counted with one's fingers. Moreover, most of them were young juniors such as Lu Baqiao, who was sitting on the railing. His sitting posture was not elegant. However, after losing 2 battles, Lu Baqiao looked solemn. The shabby Taoist watched attentively and murmured, "It has begun." Qiushi smiled and said, "In the previous 2 battles the goal was to kill the opponent. In this battle there is no need to determine the winner, and it does not affect the overall situation. I think they will fight back and forth and it will not be as bloody as before." Qin Pingon did not make any comments. His mind was still focused on the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain. Qin Pingon silently remembered the faces of the people in the attic of Xingyang Mountain. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one have a clear aim. Compared to the indirect questioning and hearsay in the future, the scene in front of him now was the most direct and realistic. In the future, these people might be potential opponents who would stop him from climbing the mountain. Of course, that day was still far away. Qin Pingon was currently only a martial artist of the 3rd realm. After all, no matter how strong a 3rd realm was, it was still just a 3rd realm. The Confucian-robed old man with the mink hat on his head clicked his tongue and said, "This girl named Su Jia is a bit dangerous." He hit the nail on the head. The young swordsman on the far right patted his scabbard out of habit. "She lost. It's a pity that the blade-strengthening gourd is in bad hands. I'm afraid there will not be a 3rd one in the Julu continent." His words came true. In just 3 moves, Su Jia had unsheathed her sword and the intrinsic flying sword in the blade-strengthening gourd, but she was still beaten to the ground by the young swordsman named Huang He. It turned out that the big case on the man's back was filled with tiny swords. It was like carrying a hornet's nest. It was not an intrinsic flying sword, but he was good at controlling flying swords at the same time. Su Jia could not fight back at all. Her arm was pierced by a flying sword once, and the red string that hung the blade-strengthening gourd at her waist was severed. The last time 2 flying swords pierced her wrists, she had fainted in a pool of blood. There were not many fairies that were truly admirable in the Aquarius continent. Xiaoyang from the Divine Almanac sect was undoubtedly the best, followed by Su Jia and 3 or 4 others. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless young Qi refinement warriors. Some even joked that after Su Jia became famous, the number of disciples recruited by the Xinjiang Mountain every 10 years increased by 30% compared to before. The swordsman Huang He stood beside Su Jia. He lifted one foot and stepped on the excellent blade-strengthening gourd, twisting the sole of his foot gently. The young swordsman from the Wind Thunder Garden curled his lips. He looked around and finally turned to look at the tall building where the ancestral masters of the Xinjiang Mountain stood. A flying sword that was as black as ink flew out from between his eyebrows and buzzed. When the flying sword buzzed, the sea of clouds and mountain winds around the entire immortal dais went from being calm to being incomparably chaotic. After the public provocation, the young swordsman kept his intrinsic flying sword and said loudly to the tall building, "In 60 years I, Huang He, will climb to the top of the Xinjiang Mountain for a sword trial. I will pluck a head and place it in the Wind Thunder Garden." On the top floor, a white-haired ancestral master of the Xinjiang Mountain glared at the young swordsman. He could not help but want to beat the arrogant little bastard to death. On the top floor of the tall building where the swordsman of the Wind Thunder Garden resided, the door suddenly opened. A handsome swordsman in black walked out and smiled at the eager ancestral master of the Xinjiang Mountain. "Zhou He, it's not good to take advantage of your seniority. Why don't I play with you?" After the swordsman walked out of the door, not only the white-haired ancestral master, but also the people in the tall building of the Xinjiang Mountain were stunned. Besides shock, there was also a hint of despair that they did not want to admit. This person was the owner of the Wind Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing. He was extremely talented. At the age of 40 he entered the 10th realm. But in the hundreds of years that followed he had not broken through the realm. It was incredible. But even if he did not enter the upper 5 realms, Li Tuanjing was recognized as the strongest 10th realm swordsman in the East Aquarius continent. Before Wei Jin broke through to the 11th realm and became a terrestrial sword immortal, he also admitted that he was no match for this person. Didn't they say that Li Tuanjing was killed? Li Tuanjing no longer paid attention to those ancestral masters of the Xinjiang Mountain. He raised his head and seemed to be smiling at all the people watching the battle behind the scenes. He put one hand behind his back, put 2 fingers together and gently rotated them. A gust of wind lingered. Li Tuanjing shook his wrist and said a word with a smile, "Kill." After the gust of wind left the swordsman in black, it instantly turned into a huge and majestic sword Qi. It rotated above the immortal dais and cut off the connection between the immortal dais of the Wind Snow Temple and the outside world. The people in the picture scroll were dumbfounded. Outside the picture scroll they looked at each other. In the picture scroll on the immortal dais on the tall building, Li Tuanjing did not pick on anyone, nor did he say any harsh words. He just stood there in a daze, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance that had resumed its unfolding state. This made the people of the Wind Snow Temple feel relieved. As the strongest 10th realm swordsman, Li Tuanjing's killing power was obvious to all. When a Qi cultivator was praised as the strongest, especially in a continent, he must be a very terrible existence. For example, the youngest pure 9th realm martial artist, the Dali vassal king Song Jianqiang, had already shown the legendary strength of a 10th realm martial artist in the siege of the capital city. He broke Li Tuanjing's record and became the youngest 10th realm swordsman. Wei Jin was now an immortal in the upper 5 realms, high and mighty. Carrying the sword case on his back, Huang He of the Wind Snow Temple slowly returned to the tall building. Xinjiang Mountain began to send people to rescue Su Jia. Li Tuanjing put his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. "Even if I only have one last breath left, I will strangle your Xinjiang Mountain. Even if your bones will be taken away from the Wind Thunder Garden by my disciples and grand-disciples, I will still not feel happy after that. Look, 300 years ago, you betrayed my sincerity, so I made the whole Xinjiang Mountain unable to raise its head for 300 years. You made those juniors who were lucky to become sword immortals too ashamed to hold a celebration. They could only hide in the sea of clouds on the top of the mountain and sigh. Even if I am going to die now, so what? Now are you satisfied?" Li Tuanjing collected his thoughts and turned to walk down the stairs. He patted the railing lightly with his palm. Li Tuanjing went down to the first floor and came to the side of a young man. Lu Baqiao, who had waited so long for the end of the great battle, had his lips trembling. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, Baqiao, seeing your beloved woman being humiliated and her sword heart collapsing, unable to save her because the enemy camp can't help you, yet feeling the same way. You can't help yourself. Do you feel terrible? Lu Baqiao suddenly came to his senses and was about to jump off the railing when Li Tuanjing reached out to stop him. Just sit down. Lu Baqiao said guiltily, Yard master. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, It's okay. I just fell in love with a woman I shouldn't have. It's nothing. The sky won't collapse. You don't have to feel guilty about it. Lu Baqiao didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to say words that were against his will, but he felt that he had let down the sect and the yard master. Li Tuanjing asked, Su Jia will fall into depravity from now on. I guess the blade's strengthening gourd will be taken away by Xinjiang Mountain. Once her sword heart is destroyed, the spirit of this fairy who made you children feel inferior will collapse. She won't be a fairy anymore. She might even be inferior to the registered female cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain. Baqiao, I just want to know, will you still like her? Lu Baqiao sobbed and said, I'll like her for the rest of my life. Yardmaster, am I a good for nothing? Li Tuanjing sighed and said, Silly boy, very good. Then keep liking her like this. But don't delay your sword practice. You should know that I've always thought highly of you. You're no worse than the Yellow River. I didn't tell you this before because it was useless. The reason why I can tell you now is that there won't be a chance in the future. Lu Baqiao turned his head and asked, Yard master? Li Tuanjing suddenly asked, Practice your swordsmanship well and try to bury my corpse with that corpse in the future. Baqiao, if the tables turn and Xinjiang Mountain becomes the sun in the sky, suppressing everyone in Wind and Thunder Garden, what will you do? Lu Baqiao no longer had the cheek and courage to sit on the railing. He stood in the corridor and said solemnly, Of course, a sword cultivator will reason with the sword. Li Tuanjing joked, Oh, you're very much like me when I was young. Then Li Tuanjing looked into the distance and chuckled, Remember, this won't work between men and women. Don't think that your swordsmanship is good and you can do everything like this. When talking to the woman you love, you still have to be gentle. You still need to say some words of love. Li Tuanjing turned his head and looked at the disciple in seclusion, Huang He, who was walking slowly from the staircase. Looking at the two young people, the strongest level 10 Qi cultivator in Aquarius continent smiled and said, After I die, the two of you will be responsible for Wind and Thunder Garden in the future. Huang He's expression was cold. Master, I alone am enough. Lu Baqiao grinned cheekily and said, This is a good relationship. Capable people do more work. I don't have to carry the burden. Li Tuanjing laughed heartily and pointed at Huang He. The sword cultivator has infinite killing power and is famous in the world. It belongs to you. Then he pointed at Lu Baqiao. The sword cultivator has peerless elegance. Wine and beauties belong to you. Li Tuanjing finally said leisurely, Anyway, it belongs to Wind and Thunder Garden. On the Kuan ship heading to Nanjian Kingdom, the burly man beside the woman said sarcastically, Except for the black-robed sword cultivator who fought last, who had some real skills, the other 3 battles were just average. If it was in Julu continent, we wouldn't have the cheek to put on such a big show. The woman nodded and smiled. That blade strengthening gourd is really good. I wonder if there's a chance to buy it. The old woman cupped her hands and said with a smile, Madam, you only need to tell us your house number and it won't be difficult to buy the blade's strengthening gourd. On the leftmost seat, the old man wearing a mink hat and a scholar's robe could no longer stand the noise of his neighbor and the endless criticism. Since the first battle, the people around him had been nitpicking. They were not good here or there. It was so annoying. The old man tilted his head and spat on the ground. Their swordsmanship is not as good as the sword immortals of Julu continent. But after 3 battles they are full of pride and satisfaction. What else do you want? The burly man said sternly, Old man, are you courting death? The old man sneered. So what? Why don't we sign a life and death contract? After watching the excitement of Wind and Thunder Garden and Mount Xinjiang, we will let others enjoy the show. If I lose, I admit defeat. If I win, I will *CK your lover for 3 days and 3 nights. What do you think? He did not nag and did what he said. The gentle and timid man next to the woman became the peacemaker. Let's talk this out. We're out here and we're all from the Julu continent. Why do we have to hurt each other's relationship? The thin and tall woman did not get angry. Instead, she turned her head and looked at him with interest. She said with a smile, "It is a pity that you are old. I guess your old waist will not be able to withstand a few blows from me. Fighting under the bed is very different from fighting on it. Am I right, old bacon?" The old man spat again. "Forget about you, bamboo pole woman. I'll even *CK that pretty boy of yours." Chin Pingon was dumbfounded. Why did he feel like he was back in the apricot blossom alley? Of course he did not understand their words. But Chin Pingon was familiar with their gestures. The young swordsman on the rightmost turned his head and said impatiently, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Don't dirty our ears." Well, here comes another bad-tempered one. Not only did he not stop the fight, he even added fuel to the fire. Chin Pingon felt a headache coming on. They would not really fight, would they? The female swordsman with a small sword in her hair was indifferent. She only looked up at the painting as if she was savoring the essence, chi, and spirit contained in the three battles. Fortunately, the ship owner who had dealt with Wei Pai before walked over with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd, starting with the old man in the Confucian robe. He cupped his fists and addressed each of them. "Mr. Sword Urn, Lady Green Bones, young Master Hulu, can you give me some face and let this go?" The three parties could choose not to give face to the ship owner. It did not even matter if they did not give face to Zhou Mountain. But when the ship owner announced three simple names, things became simple. The old man in the Confucian robe, nicknamed Sword Urn, was an extremely famous and eccentric swordsman in the southern part of the Julu continent. His realm was not too high, only at the Golden Core realm. He did not belong to any sect, but he was good at nurturing swords in an ancient urn. He often helped the middle 5 realm swordsmen nurture their flying swords for free, so he had friends all over the world. Lady Greenbones was not a swordsman, but she had a 10th realm swordsman as her godfather. She was extremely protective of her son and possessed an extremely unreasonable divine weapon. In addition, she was a 7th realm martial Dao grandmaster who was proficient in close combat and had a fierce reputation. As for the young swordsman's surname, Hulu, he was even more famous in the Julu continent. He was the only one with no other branches. The family had a jade unyielding realm ancestor who was a sword immortal on the land. He was one of the sword immortals who had led the team to the inverted mountain. He had a straightforward personality and was a good friend of a continent's Taoist master, Xianxia. Hulu was the current head of the family and the governor of the largest dynasty in the eastern part of the Julu continent. Because he was innately unsuited for cultivation, he was a frail scholar who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. But in the end he commanded 300,000 soldiers and gathered nearly 1,000 swordsmen under his command. He had the reputation of Thousand Swords Commander. Zhou Mountain was not afraid of the three parties. It was not that they were strong enough to wrestle with the Hulu family, but that they were too far away. As for Lady Greenbones, who liked to keep gigolos, and Mr. Sword Urn, who was a wandering cultivator, Zhou Mountain was naturally not afraid of them. But they were guests. How could they make enemies out of doing business? The old man let out a cry of surprise and leaned forward. He turned his head to look at the young swordsman and asked loudly, "Hulu kid, who is Hulu Inzi to you?" The young swordsman said angrily, "He's my uncle. He's been in seclusion for many years. You know him?" The old man slapped his thigh. "Haha, when Hulu Inzi was young he was a useless blockhead. The first time he went to a brothel I was the one who took him there. After that, TSK, he followed behind me every other day. I've only heard of freeloaders in this world, but I've only met one freeloader like your uncle in all my years of living." The young swordsman's face flushed red. He carefully glanced at the female swordsman beside him. When he saw that there was nothing strange, he sighed in relief. He said to the old man sternly, "My uncle isn't that kind of person." The Confucian-robed old man rolled his eyes. "Your uncle and I are friends who help push each other's butts. What do you, a fledgling, know?" The young swordsman felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The female swordsman finally could not take it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Shut up." The old man laughed. "Wow, what a fierce little woman. All right, you're going to suffer a bit, kid." The young swordsman knew that he was in trouble, but he had no time to warn her. The female swordsman's face was as cold as ice. "If you speak rudely and speak without thinking, I'll break your dog teeth." The hairpin flying sword, which was already extremely small to begin with, had an edgeless body and was exquisite and slender, used to bind her black hair. But when it left the hair on top of its master's head, the tail of the sword bloomed with a white light. The trajectory of the flying sword drew out a dazzling white line in the air. Flying swords in the world were known for their swiftness and ferocity, and were difficult to defend against. However, this woman's small sword was even faster to an unimaginable level. Too fast. This was an eye-opener. Qin Pingan's thoughts stirred. "Oh mother, it hurts." The Confucian-robed old man covered his mouth. Blood flowed out and his words were unclear. It turned out that the flying sword had pierced through his mouth and shattered one of the old man's front teeth. The old man was not angry but instead laughed. He was extremely happy. He slapped his legs and spat out a mouthful of blood and saliva. He shouted, "What a good lightning flash. It is worthy of being one of the fastest flying swords in the Zhou continent. It lives up to its reputation, it lives up to its reputation." Even Madame Greenbones was somewhat frightened. Yet another ancestor was the descendant of an unworldly sword immortal. Moreover, compared to the powerful Hulu clan, the previous owner of the lightning flash was a powerful individual with peerless battle prowess. He once traveled alone in the Central Plains, a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. His sword was called Tiger Roar, and his flying sword was Lightning Flash. Although Qin Pingan did not know the secrets of the summit of the Zhou continent, and they were all conversing in the elegant language of the Zhou continent, so Qin Pingan could not understand them at all, there was no doubt that this was a battle between immortals. Therefore, he obediently sat where he was, prepared to run at any time if the situation was not good. Fortunately, during these days of idle chatting and Chunshui and Qiushi's explanations, he understood that it was not strange to encounter any immortals on this Kun ship that spanned across 3 continents. As for the Jianghu of the Aquarius continent under the Kun ship, there were actually not so many shocking existences. It was not only the small East Aquarius continent that was like this. Even the vast Zhou continent with its vast territory and abundant resources, with countless swordsmen in the Jianghu, was the same. After the female swordsman sheathed her flying sword, she smiled apologetically at the owner of the Jia Mountain ship. The latter was greatly relieved. In fact, with her help, the matter would not be complicated, and the curtains would fall on them sooner. As expected, the 3 parties quieted down, and the tense atmosphere from before was gone. At this moment, whether in the small town or Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingan actually did not feel that the Jianghu was dangerous. He was far from the despairing and numb state of mind of the green-clothed child. But after seeing the battle between swordsmen in the Flower and Bird Scroll, and watching the immortals exchange blows so close at hand, Qin Pingan told himself in his heart, "Qin Pingan, don't just focus on drinking. Practice your fist more diligently and practice your sword as soon as possible." (214) Did Xianxia seem to have used a steel rubbing technique to preserve all the scenes on the Flower and Bird Scroll. He tore off layers of gauze-like white paper for a total of 10 times and then started to sell them publicly. The ship owner called the sisters Chunshui and Qiushi to show their faces and helped Xianxia to bid. Qin Pingan did not feel anything at first, but he inadvertently saw Qiushi standing there with her sister at one end. Chunshui was graceful and flawless. She was very familiar with bidding. Qiushi was a simple-minded person. She stared at Qin Pingan blankly. After seeing his gaze, she was satisfied. She lifted her chin slightly and revealed a proud look. It seemed that until this moment, Qiushi felt that she was on the same level as Qin Pingan for once. Qin Pingan could not understand the girl's thoughts, so he focused his attention on the steel rubbing paper. After 10 steels rubbing, the aura became thinner and the scenes became more blurred. The last one could only be seen once. Of course, the price was the lowest. It only cost 30 snowflake jade coins. The ancient jade used to make the coins was called snowflake jade. It was a special jade mine in the northern Bifeng continent. It was mainly distributed in the 2 blessed caves. If this popular copper coin was placed under the sun, it would reflect the sparkling and translucent light, like snowflakes floating in the air. It was also known as the small snow coin. The front of the coin was engraved with the words, "Good omen of a prosperous year," and the back of the coin was engraved with the words, "Small snow land." As the production of snowflake jade was huge and the aura content was quite high, in the long years, snowflake jade coins gradually became the common currency of the 9 provinces. It was widely circulated and was a must-have item for qi refinement warriors at the bottom and the middle of the mountain. Snowflake jade coins could definitely be exchanged for gold and silver, but gold and silver might not be able to be converted into snowflake jade coins. The reason was very simple. The high-ranking officials and dignitaries at the foot of the mountain were all independent forces. They worshipped the immortals on the mountain. It was not convenient and too eye-catching. If they offered a box of snowflake jade coins, it would be very particular. If the box used to hold the money was more particular, it would be more elegant if it was some spiritual wood. Qin Pingon gritted his teeth and bought the last painting. It cost 30 small snow coins. As it was the last painting, the ship owner of Didianshan handed it to Qin Pingon personally. Qiushi was not as steady as her sister Chunshui. She did not have much respect for the ship owner and was like a little oriole chirping around the branch. The ship owner had watched the nursery. In addition, Qiushi's talent was better than Chunshui's. It was not impossible for her to enter the middle 5 states. Therefore, the ship owner's patience with Qiushi was actually quite good. This was called casting a long line to catch a big fish. To earn a living on the mountain, one had to look at the long term. Not only did one look at the food on the table and in the pot, one might also look at the food in the field. After the money was handed over, the ship owner teased Qiushi. He grabbed a fire pear from the fruit plate beside the sandalwood chair and gave it to the maidservant. Then he left. Qin Pingon did not know what was going on, but he received a fierce glare from Qiushi. It turned out that the fire pear was Qiushi's commission for helping Didianshan sell a painting. However, after the glare, Qiushi laughed to herself. She raised the fire pear in her hand and waved it at her sister proudly. Life was unpredictable, meeting and parting were unpredictable. After the battle in the Wind and Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain ended, Qin Pingon parted ways with the Taoist priests outside Dragon Tiger Mountain. He returned to Heaven Room B with Chunshui and Qiushi and spent time together. However, when the Kuan boat slowly landed above the ferry in Nanjian Kingdom, it became a coincidence that Qin Pingon and the Taoist priest Zhou Xian met again. They chose to disembark here and waved goodbye to the maidservants Chunshui and Qiushi. From then on, they went their separate ways. The ferry in Nanjian Kingdom was built on the border between Nanjian Kingdom and Guyu Kingdom. It was above a large lake. Compared to the newly opened Wutong Mountain in Dali Longquan, this ferry was much bigger. It was able to dock 5 Didianshan Kun boats at the same time. The parting with Chunshui and Qiushi was not a reluctant farewell. During this period of time, Qin Pingon shamelessly asked Didianshan for many fruits. The 2 maidservants benefited from this, and Didianshan began to criticize the young man from Dali. What was a shallow person who had not seen the world but liked to take advantage of others? Even if Qin Pingon knew about this, he would not care. Instead, it was Qiushi who listened to those sarcastic words and was unhappy. In the end, it became Chunshui who went to the kitchen of the Kuan boat to ask for some fruits. When Qin Pingon got off the boat, he brought a lot of melons and fruits. As there were not many people disembarking in Nanjian Kingdom, Qin Pingon and the Taoist priest with the peachwood sword bumped into each other and walked together. At the railing of the bow, Qiushi snorted, "Sister, look at that guy. He is not sad at all after disembarking. Maybe he is thinking about the beautiful world below the mountain." Chunshui said helplessly, "Young Master Qin is not even interested in Apricot Blossom Lane. Why would he be interested in the brothel? It is not like you don't know how many people who are used to seeing the world indulge in Apricot Blossom Lane on the Kuan boat. After all, there are many women who flatter them in the Apricot Blossom Lane. After all, many of the women in the Apricot Blossom Lane are goddesses and fairies in the eyes of the world. After getting drunk, those men all show their ugly side. If the men below the mountain were all like young Master Qin, it would be great." Qiushi was a little unconvinced. That's because Qin Pingon is still young. In the future he will also become a bad thing like that. Maybe the next time we board the ship, Qin Pingon will have a glib tongue and touch us. Chunshui narrowed her eyes and glanced at the embroidered bag on her sister's waist. "Do you really think so?" Xiaoshi suddenly turned her head and pretended to ignore the scene on the lake. Chen Shui looked over and found that Qin Pingon was clasping his hands to bid farewell to the sisters. He was very much like a Jianghu martial artist. He was indeed a hard-working martial artist. Chen Shui quickly raised her arm and waved. After Qin Pingon turned around and left, only then did Akashi turn around. She had an angry and playful look on her face. Qiu teased, "Why do you have to come here? You're so far away from him. You can just politely say goodbye and lose some meat." Qiu glanced at her sister's chest and held back her laughter. "Sister, you are not afraid of losing some weight. Anyway, you have a strong foundation. I can't." The two sisters started to quarrel. When they were young, they always thought that parting was the beginning of their next reunion. Qin Pingon and the Taoist priest Old Yang had a chat and found out that both of them were heading south. Qin Pingon was heading south because of an inexplicable reason. Lu Qin and Old Yang wanted him to disembark at the Southern Stream Kingdom. He did not dare to be greedy for convenience and went to the next ferry in Old Dragon City. As for the mahogany sword Taoist priest, he was suffering from hunger and cold and really could not afford to take the ferry. If he did not disembark soon, he would probably have to work for the Kuan boat to make a living. The two of them had similar temperaments and agreed to head south together. As for when they would go their separate ways, they did not care about it for now. The ferry where they disembarked was located at the southern border of the Southern Stream Kingdom and the northern border of the ancient Yu Kingdom. The Taoist priest, Xianxia, was roughly familiar with the language of the Baoping continent. He explained the land of the ancient Yu Kingdom to Qin Pingon. The ancient Yu Kingdom's emperor was from the Chu family. There were also stories about the origin of the kingdom's name. It was said that in ancient times, there was a goddess who was in charge of the matters of spring. At the same time, she was also in charge of the growth and withering of the plants and trees in the world. There was only one big tree in the ancient Yu Kingdom. It was green in autumn and withered in spring. It was always slower than the others, and this made the goddess very annoyed. She decreed that this tree was born unenlightened and it was extremely difficult for it to become a spirit. This was the origin of the lump of wood of the later generations. The Taoist priest Xianxia was a third realm Qi refinement warrior. His realm had not yet stabilized. However, as a Taoist of the Dragon Tiger Mountains orthodoxy, he was very familiar with the matter of crossing mountains and ridges. Before entering the mountain, the young Taoist priest with the peachwood sword took out a copper bell from his bag and hung it at the end of the peachwood sword. He explained to Qin Pingon, "This is the demon listening bell. It is the most popular in the Taoist sect. It is similar to the white swamp painting that every Qi refinement warrior has. This string of bells of mine is of the lowest quality and can only be considered a beginner's demon-subduing tool. After injecting spiritual energy into it, it can only sense the demons of the mountains and swamps that are one realm higher than me for a few hours. I am only at the third realm now." Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Who would report the depth of their cultivation after meeting someone for only a short while? Then would it be a fifth realm demon? Qin Pingon was a little uncertain. Could it be that he and this outer mountain disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain were not in the same world and were in the same pugilistic world? His two little fellows, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, were both Qi refinement warriors of the middle five realms. Back in his hometown, the little boy in green was still clamoring to not be killed with a single punch every day. Although Qin Pingon was full of doubts, his impression of the young Taoist priest improved. The young Taoist priest did not notice Qin Pingon's doubts and was still comforting young Master Qin beside him. "But don't worry, young Master Qin. There is a saying on our mountain that no demons will cause trouble within 1,000 miles of the territory of any righteous immortal family. The reason is very simple. Demons do not have the guts to cause trouble in the human world. Once the immortal masters of the middle five realms find out, they might be beheaded on the same day, right?" Qin Pingon smiled and nodded in agreement. Scholars visiting the immortals in the mountains had always been the highlight of the literary works of the past generations. It was the same for immortals in disguise to play games and tease the world. On and off the mountain between the two there was a connection. Qin Pingon only knew about the map of the 3 continents, including the Aquarius continent, after he boarded the ship. There were very few places like Longquan. Many commoners throughout their lives had never seen the so-called immortals in the mountains. Taoist priest Qin Pingon was a genuine warm-hearted person. After some small talk, he heard that Qin Pingon did not even bring a scroll of white swamp painting with him. He insisted on giving his scroll of white swamp painting to Qin Pingon, saying that the scroll only cost 2 or 3 copper coins and was the same as the demon listening bell. It was the cheapest item that came from a private workshop. It was crude and sloppy. Even if it was a gift, it would be shabby. Since Qin Pingon urgently needed one, he would use it first. After all, he had already memorized it by heart. This was probably the so-called child of wealth meeting the child of wealth. Qin Pingon did not dare to accept it for free. He put his hands into his sleeves to cover his tracks. Then he controlled the square-inch object, took out 2 copper coins and gave them to Taoist priest Zhou Xian. The latter hesitated for a moment and only took 1 copper coin. He even said that such an old item was too expensive to sell for 1 copper coin. In fact, when he encountered the wedding dress ghost, the blind Taoist had given him an ancestral mountain search painting. Compared to Zhou Xian's white swamp painting, it was indeed 1,000 times better. However, Qin Pingon gave it to Lin Shi. Moreover, Qin Pingon looked at the white swamp painting while climbing the mountain. He also looked at it with great interest, especially some strange and ghostly images, which were not recorded in the mountain search painting. Qin Pingon felt that he had gained a lot. When it came to climbing the mountain, Taoist priest Zhou Xian might not be able to beat the bumpkin Qin Pingon even if he traveled for 10 years. Therefore Qin Pingon walked very leisurely. Although the Taoist priest with the peachwood sword was not out of breath, he was not relaxed either. Qin Pingon was not as cautious as he was on the Kuan ship. He deliberately increased the speed of his footsteps. Firstly, Qin Pingon understood a principle after practicing martial arts in the bamboo house. He needed to relax a little. Secondly, the Kuan boat that sailed through the sea of clouds was worlds apart from the mountains and rivers of the country below the Kuan boat. Qin Pingon did not need to be too careful. Even an ordinary martial artist of the third realm would not pose too much of a threat if he traveled alone in the territory of a country. Lastly, the most important reason was that Qin Pingon was very assured of the Taoist priest Zhou Xian. Qin Pingon trusted this feeling of familiarity at first sight. It was just like when he saw Mr. Qi standing outside the school and Li Shixing standing outside the Li family's door. Qin Pingon trusted his intuition. As the two of them traveled through mountains and rivers, 20 years passed quickly. The journey was smooth and there were no setbacks. Qin Pingon and the young Taoist priest became closer. Qin Pingon would openly practice the 6-step stance. When he stopped to rest, he would practice the sword furnace. Taoist priest Zhou Xian actually practiced the 5 thunder technique. Because of Lin Shi and the blind Taoist, Qin Pingon was not unfamiliar with this. Zhou Xian often made strange postures. He stood on one leg and clenched his fist to hit a certain qi residence in his abdomen, making a very regular whistling sound. Sometimes he would bend his elbow and press his fingers against the meridians in his neck. With the other hand, he would form a sword with 2 fingers closed. His mouth was closed and his abdomen rumbled like thunder, making a muffled sound. This was the first time Qin Pingon met someone who was as diligent in cultivation as he was when it came to practicing martial arts. This was probably the key reason why the two of them could travel south together. They both suffered hardships, but they could still enjoy it. Occasionally, when night fell, the two of them would find a shelter from the wind and rain, an ancient temple or a cave, and light a bonfire. The young Taoist priest would tell Qin Pingon about the power of the sword cultivators in Luzhou, and how the Taoist priests there were treated with disdain. If a sword cultivator wanted to buy a spiritual weapon, it could be bought for 10 coins. If a Taoist priest wanted to buy it, he might have to pay double the price. When the gentle young Taoist priest talked about this, he would show an expression of anger for the first time. He said that if it was possible in the future, he would definitely change these rules. When the young Taoist priest confirmed that Qin Pingon was a martial arts practitioner, he was actually puzzled. If the cultivation of qi was said to be the biggest money-squandering hole in the world, then martial arts was deservedly second. Similarly, one had to spend countless gold and silver. Ever since Zhou Xian left the mountain, he had not lived a comfortable day. Occasionally he would gain something, but after weighing the pros and cons, he would exchange it for a talisman that could save his life, or 1 or 2 instruments that were most suitable for subduing demons. For example, the simplest divine travel talisman could help the young Taoist priest quickly escape from the battlefield when he encountered a great demon. To travel a few miles away, it would cost Zhou Xian 30 coins. One coin was worth at least 100 taels of silver. This meant that Zhou Xian had to rely on his own ability to earn at least 3,000 taels of silver in order to buy a divine travel talisman. However, the young Taoist priest had a cultivation of the third realm. In the Zhu continent, where sword cultivators on the mountain and swordsmen at the foot of the mountain were as numerous as the hairs on a cow, he had to face hardships all the way to the south. The demons that he subdued were mostly mischievous spirits. The demons that he subdued were mostly ghosts that had yet to gain intelligence. It was not easy to earn money. Sometimes, when he encountered a powerful second-realm demon, the young Taoist priest might even have to give up some of his family's wealth. The real source of income was the water and land Taoist temples and weddings and funerals. Especially those that required a large number of Taoist priests to make up the numbers. It was the fastest and easiest way to earn money. Unfortunately, such good things could only be encountered by chance. Therefore, when Zhou Xian heard that the Aquarius continent worshipped Taoism and did not look down on Taoists as much as the Zhu continent, he wanted to cross the continent to the south to see if there were any opportunities here. In the end, not long after he boarded the ship, he almost starved to death. This caused the young Taoist priest's heart to be filled with gloom for this trip to the Aquarius continent. The ancient Yu kingdom's territory was not large. The two of them quickly crossed the border and entered the Tsai kingdom's territory. They traveled at night and encountered a sudden rainstorm. Strangely, after the two of them entered a mountain range with few people and walked for more than 10 miles, there was no place suitable for shelter from the rain. There were rugged rocks and many exposed cliffs. Moreover, there were occasional trees on the mountain, but they were mostly withered and dead. Some of the rare trees that were green were far from luxuriant. Therefore, the raindrops that were the size of soybeans fell on the two of them continuously, causing them to feel suffocated. Qin Pingon was in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. He had honed the 3 realms of martial man to an abnormal level. Of course, his expression did not change and his heart did not race. However, Taoist priest Zhou Xian had just attained the 3 realms of martial man not long ago. The toughness of a qi cultivator's physique was naturally incomparable to a pure martial man of the realm. Moreover, his foundation of the 3 realms was average. Therefore, the young Taoist priest's face was ghastly pale and his lips were ashen. Qin Pingon knew that if he continued to endure, even if Zhou Xian could survive tonight's rain, he would probably fall sick the next day. Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks and patted Zhou Xian's shoulder. He loudly told Zhou Xian to stay where he was and try his best to maintain a steady breathing. He would quicken his pace and find a way out alone. Regardless of the outcome, he would definitely come back to look for him within 5 minutes. Zhou Xian was stunned. The young Taoist priest, who was a little dizzy from the torrential rain, moved his lips slightly and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's. In the heavy rain, even Qin Pingon could not hear what he was saying clearly. However, seeing that Zhou Xian's body was becoming increasingly weak and could not continue to be pounded by the rain, Qin Pingon did not hesitate any longer. He smiled at him and turned to leave quickly. The young Taoist priest sat cross-legged and began to resist the bone-piercing cold with all his might. The lower 5 realms of qi cultivators were known as the 5 mountaineering realms. They drew in the qi of heaven and earth outside the human body to strengthen the human body's skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood. The first and second realms were known as the bronze skin realm and the grassroot realm. They could strengthen the qi cultivator's skin and make his blood vigorous. Logically speaking, no matter how heavy the rain was, a young Taoist who had reached the 3rd realm, the willow tendon realm, should be able to draw qi and strengthen his tendons and bones. However, this external disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain who carried a peachwood sword on his back walked the path of the Taoist talisman. He relied more on external objects such as the divine travel talisman and the peachwood sword. The effect of strengthening the body was not outstanding. Moreover, this spring rain was too sudden and gloomy, causing the young Taoist priest to unknowingly use up his qi at an extremely fast rate. The snow-white young Taoist priest's vision was blurry. He was in a dilemma as to whether or not he should take off his bag and take out a qi-replenishing pill from the porcelain bottle. However, no matter how bad the quality of a qi-replenishing pill was, The young Taoist priest was not willing to part with it. He clenched his teeth and bitterly persevered, hoping that the young martial artist would be able to leave and return quickly and successfully find a place to hide from the rain. When one reached the mountain, there were times when one would have to suffer the hardships of the mountain. On this point, the monsters of Dragon Spring Town were an example. The common people in the marketplace were completely unaware. However, the momentum of Wan Jiao's sword forging would make them wish they were dead. Qin Pingon quickly walked half a kilometer away. He no longer hid his third realm cultivation and rushed forward. When he saw a large tree that only had withered branches left in front of him, he ran up a few steps, stepped on the tree trunk and pushed upwards. Grabbing onto a decaying branch, he pulled lightly. His body floated up and the branch collapsed and fell to the ground. Qin Pingon, however, had already advanced a step further. Standing at the top of the large tree, he extended his hand to cover his forehead. Raising his eyes, he looked into the distance. He could not see any lights, but at the end there was a small hill that was not very tall. Qin Pingon leapt up lightly. His feet suddenly kicked off the tree trunk and he used the momentum to fly away. The large tree behind him fell to the ground with a loud crash. His body tilted downwards. After shooting out like an arrow, Qin Pingon landed on the ground. He extended his hand and slapped the muddy ground that splashed everywhere. His entire body somersaulted forward in the air. When his feet landed on the ground, he pushed off with the tip of his toes and rushed forward like a cat. He was extremely agile and very soon he arrived at the small hill. After reaching the top, his field of vision widened, but he still could not see even a single light. This made Qin Pingon feel that it was rather troublesome. If it really did not work out, he could only temporarily chop down trees on the way back and set up a crude tent. However, looking at Zhou Xian's appearance and complexion, even if he hid in the tent, once the bonfire could not be lit, he would most likely still catch a cold and fall sick. In fact, Qin Pingon was also a little puzzled in his heart. This large stretch of low and winding mountain range was indeed a little strange. He had been to many mountains and rivers, but he really did not see a place that gave people such a withered and decayed feeling. If it was a grave filled with gloomy aura, it would be fine if it was this desolate, but why was it that this place was even colder than other places when it was raining heavily? Just when Qin Pingon was about to turn back and look for the young Taoist, he suddenly saw a faint light at the end of his field of vision. It was moving slowly towards the north. The light swayed slightly in the curtain of rain, like a small boat bobbing up and down in the stormy sea, and could capsize and be extinguished at any time. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and remembered the direction of the light. He quickly turned around and went back the way he came. He found the tottering young Taoist and helped him up. He said that there were people in front who were also rushing through the night and wanted to see if they could meet up. If they were locals, they might know a place to hide from the rain. The young Taoist was refreshed. Qin Pingon did not say anything and carried him on his back and rushed forward. Qin Pingon carried the locust-wood sword box on his back, and at the same time carried a young Taoist carrying a peachwood sword on his back. They ran wildly in the rainy night, crossing mountains and ridges as if they were running on flat ground. As the young Taoist became more and more drowsy, the light became brighter and brighter. Qin Pingon slowed down slightly and looked up. He had been observing the situation over there. In the heavy rain, there were also two people walking together. The two young people looked like scholars carrying a book box on their back. One of them held a big umbrella and the other held a torch. Although they were as down and out as Qin Pingon and the others, compared to the bleakness of the young Taoist, the two scholars were smiling and talking about something. It seemed that they did not feel that the wind and rain blocking their way was a difficult thing. Instead, it was something to be happy about. The two of them did not seem to notice Qin Pingon quietly approaching. This also made Qin Pingon feel slightly relieved. In the wilderness on a rainy night there must be a demon. Once they met with an accident, they could not leave the Taoist on their back. It would definitely be a tough battle. Qin Pingon was a distance away, and used the language of the Aquarius continent to shout loudly. The two scholars did not hear him and continued to move forward. Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief again. Even if it was a chi cultivator or a demon in the wilderness, their cultivation would not be high. Of course, in the early stage the other party did not deliberately hide their strength. Only when they were more than 10 steps away did the two scholars notice Qin Pingon. They quickly stopped and waved to Qin Pingon. After a conversation looking at the young Taoist's pale face, one of the scholars from the colorful clothes nation pointed to a place and comforted him. I like to travel around in my life and often travel alone. I remember that this place is desolate, but about 3 to 4 miles away there is a house. It is very likely that it was built by a hermit. Brother Lu and I are heading towards this place. You might as well travel with us. The other scholar holding the umbrella smiled bitterly and said, we were originally camping on a hillside a mile away. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge rainstorm? If Brother Chu did not know the way, we would not have been able to get help. Qin Pingon quickly thanked him. The two scholars who met by chance, one of them helped to hold the umbrella over the head of the Taoist in front of the ear, while the other was drenched in the rain, shivering from the cold. The scholar who was holding the torch had a gloomy look on his face. Without the shelter of the umbrella, even if the oil used in the torch was not ordinary, it was still extinguished by the pouring rain. He really couldn't bear to throw it away, so he held it in his arms. The scholar could only rely on the light of lightning and thunder to move forward with difficulty based on his memory. They really did manage to find a house. It was like a solid door in a county city. Although there were stone lions guarding the door, it was small and not grand. But for some reason there were no spring festival couplets or door gods. Finally, there was a chance to take a breather under the roof to hide from the rain. The scholar who put away the umbrella quickly knocked on the door, not caring about etiquette. After a long time the door creaked open. Just then a flash of lightning in the sky lit up the night sky, revealing a haggard and terrifying old face. The scholar was so scared that he staggered and almost fell backwards. The sudden appearance of the old woman's face in the suddenly bright curtain of rain, not to mention the scholar who was not brave enough, even Qin Pingon who had seen many gods and monsters, was shocked. Everyone only felt that the inside of the house might not be as peaceful and warm as outside in the rain. The Taoist priest Zhou Xian, who was the most knowledgeable in the matter of subduing demons and monsters, had already fallen asleep. (2:15). There is still the second chapter. The old woman's face was pale and her body was bent. She stared at the 4 people outside the door. The scholar who knocked on the door was very timid. Upon seeing the eerie old lady, he did not dare to look at himself. He hid behind his companions. He felt that there was no way out. He was miserable. This scholar loved to read books and records when he was young. He would often find strange stories about ghosts and spirits from the books that were sent to him. There were 2 types of stories about old friends. The first type was beautiful and gentle, similar to the fox spirit who loved the scholar. And the second type was the one in front of him. It was eerie and ghostly, even if one stayed in it at night. The courtyard was deep and richly ornamented. If one was lucky enough to survive till dawn and leave, it would become a deserted graveyard where foxes and rabbits roamed about. In the midst of the wind and rain in the cold weather, the scholar who held the torch was more daring than his companions. He shook the big book box on his back, rubbed his hands to warm it up and laughed bitterly. Old aunt, can you let us stay for the night? The rain outside is too heavy. We have friends who cannot stand the cold and have already fainted. If we do not have a warm place, it is hard to say if we can survive the night. I hope old aunt can help us. Just treat it as saving a life. It is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. The old lady's face was stiff. She spoke in a difficult to understand local dialect, as if she was questioning something. The scholar's face was full of bitterness. He could only use the same dialect as the old lady to explain. The old lady slightly turned her pair of dead fish eyes, staring at Qin Pingon. She actually used the language of Aquarius continent. A martial artist? Qin Pingon nodded. The old lady looked at the young Taoist priest on Qin Pingon's back, revealing the peachwood sword hilt. After falling asleep, the Taoist priest's breathing was more stable than when he was awake. This was probably the mystical thing about the Qi cultivator. Everything returned to the natural state. It was unexpected. When the old lady saw the peachwood sword, her eyes narrowed. Your friend is a Taoist cultivator? Qin Pingon continued to nod. The old lady finally looked at the cowering scholar holding the umbrella. A scholar? The scholar with a suet jade pendant on his waist shook his head. He has not passed the imperial examinations. He is not considered a scholar. The corners of the old woman's mouth twitched, and her shoulders shook as she made way. Since you are all decent people, please come in. Remember to rest in your room after you enter. Don't wander around. If you disturb my master, you will have to bear the consequences. There is a charcoal brazier in the room. Please feel free to do as you please. There is no need to ask, you are a guest, my master will not be so calculative. When the old lady closed the door, the old lady's house, the door in her hands as if it was light as a feather, the door. This residence was not small. It should be a courtyard with 4 courtyards. Qin Pingon and the other 3 were arranged to stay in the second courtyard. They were told that they could not go to the courtyard at the back. The eaves of the house were carved with auspicious beasts, flowers, birds, mountains, rivers and clouds. The window flowers were exquisite, and the ground in the courtyard was paved with green and red stone bricks. The main and secondary roads were clear and orderly. The corridor was connected to the main room and the side rooms, so that people could walk freely in this rainy day. The old lady's figure disappeared into the narrow corridor connecting the second and third courtyards. It was pitch black. Suddenly there was a flash of lightning. Before the 2 scholars could withdraw their gazes, they saw the old lady's deathly pale smiling face, scaring them out of their wits. They hurriedly went to the adjacent rooms. The 2 scholars surnamed Chu and Lu did not dare to sleep separately, they could only temporarily gather in one room. The scholar surnamed Lu put down the umbrella and lit the lamp to read the sage books in order to boost his courage. The scholar surnamed Chu was a bit more courageous, otherwise he would not have known that there was a house here. He put down the torch and began to fiddle with the brazier. He took out a fire roll wrapped tightly in oil paper from the book box and quickly lit the charcoal fire, warming the room up quickly. He looked around and stretched out his hand to press down on the bed. The bedding was suffused with a faint damp and moldy smell. However, this was also unavoidable. After the beginning of spring in the beautiful clothes nation, it was rainy and there was almost no sun. It was not good for him to criticize his master on this kind of matter. Moreover, having a place to rest his feet was already a blessing in disguise. The scholar surnamed Chu had a green headscarf tied around his head. He was slender and had a dignified appearance. There was an awe-inspiring righteousness between his eyebrows. He looked around and found that the window panes were ever-changing. The style was exquisite and had a beautiful meaning. There were carvings of bats, carps and ganoderma. Generally, only a scholarly family would have such thoughts. He suddenly approached the window and looked at it with rapt attention. He found that there seemed to be some traces of red paint on the slightly wider wooden strip between the 2 windows. The writing was mottled and blurred, but he could vaguely see that it was some talisman language. As the room gradually warmed up, the scholar surnamed Lu became more courageous. He put down the book in his hand and saw that his companion seemed to be staring at the window. He followed his gaze and looked up. As a result, he saw a patch of red outside the window reflecting an old face. She said in a hoarse voice, "It's already late. I hope the 2 of you can rest early." The sudden appearance of the old woman who was patrolling the night with a lantern almost scared the 2 scholars to death. The old woman had just walked over from the side room across the courtyard. The young man with the case on his back was also reading by the light. He also looked at the window, but he was not so panicked. The old woman shook her head and staggered away. She laughed and said, "The courage of scholars is still a little small." In the side room across the courtyard, Qin Pingon stood near the window and whispered, "The old woman has left." It turned out that the young Taoist had woken up before entering the house. He swallowed a young returning elixir and drank Qin Pingon's Jianghu liquor. He was immediately refreshed. Originally, he did not want to waste a single elixir, but he suddenly felt a flash of demonic aura. He did not dare to be stingy with the elixir. After all, a small amount of money could not be compared to his own life. The Taoist priest Zhou Xian sat up from the bed and put on a brand new Taoist robe. He bent over and sat beside the brazier. He reached out to warm himself by the fire. He lowered his voice and said, "Qin Pingon, let's take turns to keep watch tonight. Otherwise I'm really worried. I always feel that something is not right here." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You only need to hang the peachwood sword with the demon listening bell near the window. I don't know much about demons, so I still need the bell to remind me. As for keeping watch at night, I'm very good at it. You can sleep at ease. If something really happens, I won't be unable to even notify you." The Taoist priest Zhou Xian thought for a while and found a reason. After hanging the peachwood sword and the demon listening bell, I'll warm myself by the fire. It won't be too late to sleep when my body is completely warm. When the young Taoist priest was hanging the wooden sword at an angle, Qin Pingon said, "Someone once drew a talisman on the window frame, but it's been a long time so I can't see it clearly. But it should be your Taoist talisman. Do you recognize it?" The young Taoist priest didn't notice it at first, but after Qin Pingon reminded him, he looked carefully and found some clues. He couldn't help but admire Qin Pingon's courage and carefulness. After looking carefully, his face became more and more serious. Finally, he stretched out his finger and gently touched the traces of vermilion paint. He sniffed at the tip of his nose and silently sat back in his chair. "If it's really as I think, it's a bit troublesome. The talisman drawn on the window frame is a vermilion script used to drive away ghosts. Looking at the remnants, it should be a kind of Xinguang sect's Xianxia talisman. It's written with a special vermilion paint and has great power. Since it's the work of a senior master of Xinguang sect and almost covered half of the window frame, it can be imagined that the evil ghost that the senior had to face must be very powerful." The young Taoist sighed and said regretfully, "If I had known this, I wouldn't have saved the yang elixir and taken it earlier. I wouldn't have been in a coma when I got close to the house. Otherwise, I have some experience in geomancy. With a little observation from afar, I could roughly see what kind of school this house is, and the basic method of gathering geomancy, whether it's yang or yin, whether it's deviated from the right path. As long as I could identify the general pattern, I could deduce many things. Qin Pingon, I'm sorry I put you in danger." Qin Pingon listened to the young Taoist priest's self-reproach and didn't say anything to comfort him. He just joked, "Celestial Master Zhang, isn't it your specialty to eliminate evil and protect the right path?" The young Taoist priest hurriedly waved his hands. No. I don't deserve the title of Celestial Master. The true Heavenly Masters are the direct descendants of the Zhang family of Mount Longhu's Heavenly Master abode. All of them wear yellow and purple and are the mountain's prime ministers who have been hereditary for thousands of years. Aside from that, there are also Heavenly Masters with external surnames who have ascended to the middle 5 realms and are also qualified to be bestowed the title of Heavenly Master. However, there are many different types of Heavenly Masters on Mount Longhu. The first-rate Heavenly Masters are the old immortals of the upper 5 realms who have entered the ancestral hall of Mount Longhu to enjoy the incense. Below them are the direct descendants of the Zhang family who were born in yellow and purple. One of them will be given the Heavenly Master Seal and an immortal sword in the future. Below them are the many Heavenly Masters with external surnames who cultivate on Mount Longhu. As a blessed land, Mount Longhu is open to the public. All Qi cultivators need to do is promise to descend the mountain to slay demons and devils after they succeed in their cultivation. When the time comes, Mount Longhu will bestow a wooden sword made of peach wood. Qin Pingon listened carefully and felt that Mount Longhu and Celestial Master Zhang were indeed good people. It was raining cats and dogs. The 2 small stone lions at the entrance of the residence made slight cracking sounds from time to time. The old woman stood outside the main building of the 3rd courtyard. She stepped on a small stool and hung the lantern on the pillar of the corridor. The light was dim and swayed in the wind. With a puff, the light went out. It turned out that the candle inside had burned out. The old woman coughed and stood on the stool again. She took down the lantern and took out a brand new candle that was as red as blood from her sleeve. If one looked closely, there was no wick. The old woman turned her back to the courtyard and plucked a strand of white hair from her head. She suddenly inserted it into the center of the candle as if she was using it as a wick material. Then the old woman gently breathed into the candle and the candle was instantly lit. She put the lantern back into it and hung it on the pillar again. The lantern swayed slightly and the light shone in the residence. If it was a clear night, it would definitely attract moths to the flame. It was unknown what the purpose of its existence was on a rainy night in the wilderness. The young Taoist priest was not sleepy. Qin Pingon drank the strong wine in the vermilion wine gourd and listened to Zhou Xian talk about his thrilling encounters with demons. Qin Pingon made a shushing gesture. The young Taoist priest subconsciously looked at the peachwood sword by the window. The bell was quiet and there was nothing unusual. Soon there was a knock on the door. It turned out that the 2 scholars had come to visit. Qin Pingon held the wine gourd and went to open the door. The heavy rain outside was still frightening. Moreover, the wind and rain were slanting so that there was no dry place in the corridor. The slender scholar surnamed Chu held an umbrella in one hand and a wine gourd in the other. He had a smile on his face. The scholar surnamed Lu put his hands to his mouth and breathed out to warm himself. He smiled and said, "Brother Chu went out this time and brought a few bottles of good wine. Now there is only one bottle left. I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't dare to sleep tonight. I was thinking of using the wine to go back and sleep." Brother Chu said that it is better to have fun together than to enjoy alone. If the two of you are willing to drink a few mouthfuls, why don't we drink together? Let's make it clear in advance. I can drink at least half a liter of wine. So you can only drink a little. Please forgive me. Qin Pingon raised the vermilion wine gourd in his hand and said with a smile, "I brought my own wine. The three of you can share a bottle." The scholar surnamed Lu, who held the umbrella for Qin Pingon and the young Taoist, strode into the room. He laughed heartily. "That is good. That is good." The scholar surnamed Chu smiled and followed him. He placed the umbrella at the foot of the wall. The four of them sat around the brazier and simmered the wine for a while. The scholar surnamed Lu slapped his head. "I forgot to take the wine cup." Then he smiled bitterly and looked at his companion. "Brother Chu, I don't dare to take it." The scholar surnamed Chu smiled and stood up. He helplessly said, "If there are ghosts in the world, then there is no need to be afraid of death. This is a good thing. Besides, a scholar's stomach is filled with righteousness. Presumably, even ghosts and gods have to respect you. What are you afraid of?" As the number of people increased, the scholar surnamed Lu became angry. He joked, "I couldn't even pass the small high scholar exam. That means the righteousness in my stomach isn't worth much. Of course I'm afraid. Brother Chu is a talented grand scholar far surpassing me. Of course you don't need to be afraid." The scholar surnamed Chu smiled and shook his head. He strode away. His figure soon appeared in the opposite room. He pushed open the door and closed it. He quickly walked back and brought back 4 wine cups. On the inside of the wine cups were 2 valiant and spirited 5-colored roosters. The Taoist priest Zhou Xian took one of the wine cups. He tentatively asked, "Brother Chu, Brother Lu, this wouldn't be the beautiful robes country's unique cockfighting cup, right?" The scholar surnamed Lu's eyes lit up. "Taoist priest has also heard of our beautiful robes country's cockfighting cup?" The lamp on the table was not bright enough, so the young Taoist pinched the wine cup between his fingers and tilted it. With the help of the light from the brazier, he carefully observed the 2 5-colored roosters and sighed. "Famous, famous, naturally I have heard of them. I come from the Jiulu continent in the north. When I was roaming the Jianghu, I once saw 2 martial artists throw away a lot of money gambling on cockfights. It was very magical. I heard that as long as half of the wine is poured into the cup and a wisp of spiritual energy is injected into the cup, the 2 roosters will fight on their own and will not stop until one of them is dead. Even the middle 5 immortals of the 10th realm may not be able to predict the outcome of the fight. Therefore, as long as the cockfighting cup leaves your Aquarius continent, the price of the cockfighting cup will skyrocket by 100 or even 1,000 times. The fairy port of the Southern Stream Kingdom and the cockfighting cup of the Colorful Clothes Kingdom are one of the important goods to board the ship." The scholar surnamed Lu's face was quite proud. He nodded and smiled. "What do you mean by spiritual qi?" "I don't know. I only know that our beautiful robes country's Jianghu masters like to make fun of it. After pouring wine into the cup, they only need to pinch it with 2 fingers to make the cockfighting cup come to life. Then they will fight endlessly until the winner is decided. As for why it is so mysterious, I once saw some records in the county records. It said that the 5-colored clay used to make the cockfighting cup is a unique and interesting thing in the world. It is said that once this clay leaves the beautiful robes country, it will change its smell in a short time. It is no different from ordinary clay. That is why the cockfighting cup has become our unique porcelain." The Taoist priest Zhou Xian was amazed. He thought that if anyone could monopolize the clay used to make the cockfighting cup, wouldn't they become rich overnight? Qin Pingon believed this saying because Qin Pingon had a deep understanding of the nature of the soil because of porcelain making. The ancestors of the Longquan kiln workers had been kiln workers for generations. When they made porcelain, they had to deal with the soil. Therefore, Qin Pingon had heard a lot of supernatural sayings. For example, Old Man Yao once said that when the soil left the ground, It would be molded into a clay bodhisattva that would eat incense. It could also be made into porcelain and sent to the emperor's house. It could also be made into broken bottles and cans in the common people's house, unable to escape being baked in fire and soaked in water. The scholar surnamed Lu drank 3 bottles of wine. His face was red and he was tipsy. This was the moment when his mental state was the best. He shook his head slightly and asked with a smile, "Taoist priest carries a peachwood sword on his back. At first glance I can tell that you are an immortal. Can you make this cockfighting cup come to life? If you can, why don't we make a bet and have some fun? What should we bet on?" The scholar's face glowed with a strange expression. It was obvious that drinking and not drinking were 2 completely different people. Moreover, they were more or less gambling. The scholar surnamed Chu sighed and softly advised, "Brother Lu, you drank half a liter of wine. Quickly rest." The Taoist priest Zhou Xian also quickly said, "A cockfighting cup can be worth a lot of money. Why waste it?" The scholar surnamed Lu drank the wine in his cup in 1 gulp. He waved his hand and smashed the wine cup in his hand against the wall, smashing it into pieces. He laughed and said, "Since ancient times sages have been lonely. Only those who drank left their names. Those who left their names died. Only this thing can last for thousands of years. How much money can a cockfighting cup be worth in Tsai country? It's only 2 taels of silver. How much is a jinsher worth? That's expensive. In any case, I Lu Zhen can't afford it." The scholar surnamed Chu looked embarrassed and explained, "After Brother Lu gets drunk he likes to talk nonsense. I sincerely hope that Taoist priest and young master can forgive him." Qin Pingon smiled and drank silently. In the end, the drunken Lu Zhen was supported back by his companions. Zhang Shan sent him to the door. Qin Pingon glanced at the door. He didn't get up and move. In the heavy rain, a bearded swordsman walked through the heavy rain. He strode towards the house and knocked on the door. The old woman stood in the doorway and asked with a hoarse voice, "What's the matter?" The man shouted, "Shelter from the rain." The old woman said gloomily, "You're full of energy when you speak. You don't look like someone who needs shelter from the rain." The man said unhappily, "What? Your house doesn't even have a place to stay." The old woman laughed and said, "There are some places to stay. It's just that you're full of energy. I'm afraid that my master won't like it. If you annoy my master who has a bad temper, not to mention a place to stay, there will be a place to put 178 pounds of refined meat." The swordsman's beard was as hard as a halberd. He held the hilt of his sword with one hand and stared at the door with his eyes wide open. "Nonsense. Hurry up and open the door. This rain is so evil. How can I not shelter from the rain? How can I go to the brothel in the future? Won't I be laughed at to death by those little demons?" The door slowly opened. The old woman sighed softly and said, "It's better to be laughed at than to die for real." The bearded swordsman was slightly stunned, but soon he laughed and said, "I'm a virgin and have accumulated yang energy for more than 30 years. What's there to be afraid of? Not to mention demons and ghosts, even their ancestors will take the initiative to avoid me when they see me." The coarse man walked into the courtyard. He frowned when he saw the screen wall. The old woman slammed the door again. A stone lion outside the door made a cracking sound. It turned out that its head fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. However, this movement was already covered by the sound of the heavy rain. In some of the big clans of the southern Aquarius continent, the women lived in their own boudoirs. Some of the stricter aristocratic families would even tear down the stairs and put the unmarried women in their boudoirs like books. They would wait for the day of marriage. The last courtyard was an embroidered building. On the 2nd floor there were beauties. It was deep in the night, but there was a man drawing the woman's eyebrows. The eyebrow pencil in his hand gently fell on the woman's face. The woman was badly mutilated and rotten. Many parts of her body exposed her white bones. There were even white maggots rolling around. However, one could still see her smile. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.